1925, I was on a mining colony on Mars. Just a quiet backwater facility among the stars. And then one day I was minding my own business. I was mining my own ore. And there he was, space asshole, in a truck flying off a bridge. Space asshole, smashing through a bridge. And as he landed, out came his hammer, smashed my boss right in the face. Space asshole, planting charges left and right. Space asshole, all he does is annihilate and fight. I didn't sign up for this, I just wanted to get away somewhere remote. Just a place where I could earn myself a day's pay without being smote. But every time I think it's safe, every time I think it's calm, I'm wrong. Space asshole, hammers swinging, buildings falling down. Space asshole, laying waste to this entire town. Now all the rest are dead. Space asshole has prevailed. Only I am left alive to tell the tale of space asshole. Comes out of nowhere to destroy. Space asshole, wanting carnage is all he can enjoy. Space asshole, in a truck flying off a ridge. Space asshole, smashing through a bridge. Space asshole, space asshole, space asshole, he's the space asshole.
Hello everybody, how are we all doing today? My name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today though? Well, I usually write games, but today we're instead going to be going over a few. We're going to go over exactly 3 games today. Yes, 3 games. You may be wondering, Notepad, what kind of games are we going to be going over today? Is there anything special about them? Yes, they are all science fiction. Ooh. Yes, these are all science fiction games. Science fiction is one of the probably oldest genres out there because generally speaking, if there's something in the future, it's probably science fiction. Now, kind of the most common way we think of like science fiction today, though, is no movies. No movies, wizard. We're going over games, so we do on this channel. Generally speaking, when people think of when you say science fiction to a lot of people, probably the first thing in your head is going to be aliens, blasters, and Han Solo. People are going to sit down and be like, oh, you mean like Star Wars. Star Wars is... This is science fiction, yes. It's Star Trek science fiction. Well, of course Star Trek is science fiction. That makes complete sense. But then you start going into things such as Alien, for example. Alien is science fiction. You end up with things such as... I'm trying to think of Mass Effect. Mass Effect, science fiction. There's a lot of different kinds of science fiction out there. Generally speaking, I'm not even gonna console what's going on there. Generally speaking, though, I never like when I get a random ping. Generally speaking, though, science fiction falls kind of into how do I want to word it? Playing some Mass Effect right now. Yeah, Mass Effect's a great fucking game. Generally, when people talk about science fiction, they talk about things like hard or soft sci-fi. But generally speaking, the idea behind hard and soft science fiction is pretty simple to understand. Hard science fiction is something that is very grounded in a way. Things make sense. It's not the magic wizard drive. It's a halcyon drive or something like that. Some of the hard science fiction is, I would call it more grounded science fiction. You could reasonably believe that this is real. You could reasonably believe things exist. Star Wars, Star Trek, that's very soft science fiction. It's warp drives, it's, we're in the very far future. It's the Jetsons, baby. Soft science fiction is more like, it just works science fiction. Why does the plubobium drive do things? Because it's the plubobium drive, and that's why. Both have their ups and downs, but generally speaking, you can also kind of... Science fiction is one of those things where you can kind of slap any genre on top of it, and it'll kind of work in a way. So let's think, for example, we want a sci-fi western. Oh, sci-fi western, never seen something like that before. Oh boy, I mean, we all love Cowboy Bebop. Yes, Cowboy Bebop is by all metric a western. It's a western and it's in space. Cool. We want sci-fi fantasy, let's just... Star Wars, we got Avatar. There's a bunch of things that are like that. Science fiction, fantasy. Let's see this. Alright. Technically, anything with, like, mechs in it. Any mecha or Gundam or anything like that is science fiction kind of by default. It's in the future, and we have some science to do with. And we have some science. People are sending me messages. Who's sending messages? Who are you? Go away, I don't want to deal with you right now. Firefly is sci-fi western. Yeah, Firefly, exactly. Firefly. There's a lot of different kinds. This Firefly. Stargate even. There's a lot of different kinds of science fiction out there. There isn't just one really hard, like, this is like the definitive science fiction. And there's even, you can even go further back to even things such as the most classic of things, such as even things like Neuromancer. Neuromancer is, by all accounts, quite literally just science fiction. Cyberpunk is science fiction at the end of the day. But you may want to do something a little bit further. You can do things such as the Banks, E&M Banks, the Culture series, which is an incredibly massive series, super science fiction setting. Very strange, very alien. The Ringworld book. Larry Niven's Ringworld series, another one. Science fiction has been used to explore a bunch of different things in our lives, generally speaking. What is the Frankenstein to sci-fi? Exactly. Now you're looking at it. One of the oldest science fiction books, I believe, was in like ancient Greece, where a guy was like, I'm gonna build a ship. He builds like a fucking wooden ship and goes to the moon or whatever. Yeah, anything can be science fiction, because science fiction tells us a little bit about ourselves. What does the future hold? What's our future hold? What, in humanity, how are we building, just as much as what humanity can we create? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, another one. Generally speaking, though, the books we're going to go over today aren't what we would like to... none of them are really strictly normal science fiction. The hardest science... I wouldn't say like they're just science fiction. There's usually something weird about each of them for various reasons. So the 3 books we're going to be going over today. We are going to be going over... That's the wrong one, I think. Yeah, that's the wrong one. We're going to be going over... I said we're going to be going over... Come on, load. It's 176 megabytes. Give it a moment. This is Darkstars, a space punk game. Welcome to Space Punk, everybody. I love Space Punk. We're going to be going over High Colonies, science fiction role-playing. This one's just funny because of how... I'm going to go over this one when we go. This is going to be our first one. And, of course, The Void, which is Cthulhu science fiction. So, yeah, the 3 games we're going to be going over today are all a little bit weird. Oh boy, new punk genre just dropped. High as orbital colony. Yes, but we're going to start with High Colony. Why do I want to start with High Colonies? There's a very simple answer to this. And that answer is that this was originally published in 1988. Why do I think this is an interesting thing to note? Science fiction changes over time. This is an important thing to note. Tomorrow's science, today's science fiction is tomorrow's reality. Today's science fiction is one thing, but tomorrow could be something completely different. Yesteryear's science fiction seems quaint nowadays. Or it may seem impossible. But this is from 1988. We still had to deal with the Soviets. Soviets would not collapse for about 4 or 5 years. And out of all of these, High Colonies probably has the best setting. Like, overall best setting. And Eldra Cosmic Horror. We'll get to why I call it Cthulhu stuff. I'll talk about that one. But yes, welcome. This is High Colonies, a game from 1988. Now, who did this game? High Colonies is one of those very odd ducks of a game where you see this, Waterford Publishing House Ltd. That's not quite correct. So the main people behind High Colonies was this guy named Eric Hotz. Eric Hotz and Edwin King. Now, you kind of see here, what are we dealing with though? Now, if we go to High Colonies RPG, this is the first thing that kind of pops up. High Colonies right here, you kind of see here, and you may be like, well, what's this Waterford Publishing House? Waterford Publishing House. Did a little bit of digging. They are out of business, sort of. They technically shifted production values over the years. Welcome to Waterford Press. This is who they are kind of now. I think it's them. I don't really know. It gets a little bit messy because this would be the most active one, and there are a bunch of Waterford Discovery Guides, field books, nature sets, our Living Earth series, outdoor essentials skills guides, Pocket Natural. They publish like pocket books mostly because everything else by this Waterford Press Ltd, is things like these pocket books from back in the day. These paperbacks and just shit like this. Because that's why I say, like, it's not really true when they say it's published by Waterford Publishing House. That's not quite correct. This is Eric Hotz. Eric Hotz has been doing a lot of things, because the truth be told, the people who did this was a company called Columbia Games. This is Eric. Right here, if you ever want Eric, this is what he is. This is who he is. Eric is our beautiful boomer. You know, natural history books, children's books, pen and ink. He's an artist. That's what he does. He likes art. He's a fine artist at his core. He has a lot of this kind of like drawing styles. That's just what he enjoys doing. And he wrote back in the 80s, he wrote High Colonies because he actually worked for this company. It's called Columbia Games. Columbia Games have been around forever at this time. They are one of the oldest. They were actually, actually pretty much founded in 1970. Yes, 1970. They are still technically around. The people who, that's why I asked a while ago, hey, does anyone know Harn? Because that's what they do. This is one of their main series. One of their main things is Harn World Fantasy RPG. Now, what is Harn World? Harn World is, well, I think that summarizes things quite well. It's authentic medieval roleplay. I'm going to sneeze here in a second. Ow. But yes, Harn World is probably one of the most, like, authentic medieval fantasy settings out there. That's its entire justification for existence. Harn Master kind of became one of the poster boys of, like, the really deadly kind of HEMA-like games out there. It was kind of one of the first ones to really try to simulate all of that shit. And Harn World's fucking deadly. Harn Master is pretty fucking deadly. Like, one bad hit and you're on your ass bleeding to death. And it's been used for quite a few different things. You kind of see here. And it's been gradually expanded upon and changed over the years. But Columbia's main things, what they actually do, is these war games. It's things like War of 1812. If you want to buy the War of 1812 game, this is what it is. There are a lot of these like block strategy games, the box war games, where you open up the box, you can move pieces around and stuff. That's the entire point of them. That's what they've made a lot of their money on. Hey, you want to do Bobby Lee? Bobby Lee for $80. You too can live the life of Robert E. Lee and try to score points on this. Cool. You want to play Wizard Kings? It's a war game they made. $50 for the second edition. Cool. Go get them, Chief. Exciting fantasy battle game. Woo! That's kind of like one of the things. Like, Harn World is pretty much probably their most successful thing, but these block war games are the money maker for them. And see here, they have quite a few of these. A lot of World War II ones, a lot of just kind of those old classic, Texas War and Independence, or the Roses. You've even got some back in 2017 and 2019 even, which is more like Western Front and Eastern Front World War II stuff. Peloponnesian War. Civil War stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of, are you getting the idea of what these guys do? Authentic fantasy setting, what? Yes, an authentic fantasy role-playing game. That's the entire pitch. That's the real fantasy setting. And it's a very low fantasy setting, minimal magic, no mythical monsters, some sense of fantasy is provided. It's pretty much like dwarves, elves, and orcs and humans do regular people things because it's not like there's a fucking dragon that's going to show up. No, you stab each other with swords. Yeah, Hard Master is also their main thing. 2002 is the latest edition of that. It's one of those, like, fascinating bits where you just kind of look at you like, oh, okay then. That's odd. Yeah, each injury is tracked individually rather than subtracted from pool of hit points or life points. The character being knocked unconscious from shock, being instantly killed, or optionally losing a limb. Now, Eric works a lot on those. This is Eric's main thing that he likes doing. But sometimes in 1988, he decided that he wanted to pursue a different game, which eventually would lead to what we would refer to as High Colonies First Edition. There is a newer edition, though. There is a newer edition. Let's see there, High Colonies Sci-Fi RPG. That is this. If you Google High Colonies right now, you're going to find this version. This is technically what I would like to call a second edition. This is not the original game. This is a new version of it. Same ideas are still there. Layout is confusing, massive waste of space, content's business useless on the table, not something you can already get elsewhere. It's dedicated to the world, and even they have little utility, so there's brief description of countless factions the game has. No useful information. You want hard sci-fi, you're better off elsewhere. Yeah, welcome to High Colonies. But we're going to be looking at the 1988 version. We're going to be looking at the first edition, you could kind of call it. And you may be wondering, why was it published by Watershed Publishing House then? Most likely in 1988, they couldn't afford to publish the book by themselves, so they instead went through They pretty much went through a company he was working for. Because remember, he does a lot of natural paintings, and what does Watershed Publishing House do? You guessed it, naturalist paintings. He pretty much went through his friends to publish his sci-fi book. Welcome to High Colonies, everybody. Is there anything fun and exciting? I believe this version of the game, go to High Colonies RPG, I believe that has a Kickstarter. Pretty much do the, yeah, right here. Gotta see this. This is the newest version, came out in about 2020, 2021-ish. I wonder, I didn't really see this because I'm like, this is clearly not the version I'm looking at. Spacecrafts, you want to say some criminals, wants to do a lawman? Oh boy. We're gaming. Hard World is thousands of pages, millions worth published over the year. High Colonies will develop in its sister world, same level of detail and consistency. No. No. Yeah, they never mentioned the 88 version, I guess. But, ooh. Yeah. Seems like this one's been having some, yeah, it seems like they've been having some trouble with High Colonies for a variety of reasons. But we're going to talk about High Colonies a little bit, because we kind of know the guy behind everything. We kind of know the main like Edwin King, as you can kind of see here, is just another dude. Like, it sounds kind of weird, but Ed kind of is one of the main designers behind things, and he mostly works for Columbia. And you guessed it, more Hard Master stuff. Hard World, Hard Master, this is what he does. This is his thing. Yeah, so Columbia's got its one thing, and it's very much not High Colonies. So, let's do a little bit of interest, little bit. Let's go into the meat, shall we? Let's dig our hands, quick hands into our brand new little game here from 1988. I think the first thing that I want you to understand, this book is 103 pages long. It is 103 pages. It is not 103 pages. I'm going to get 50 of these pages. Over almost half the book is actually just the lore. And when I was reading it, I'm like, wow, there's got to be something more here. There is not. There is not. It is just fucking lore, everyone. But we're going to do a quick skim through the lore because I find it funny. The quick breakdown, just to give everyone a quick 1-2 about everything. We nuked ourselves into oblivion, so everyone is now in space. But the space race got a little bit more hectic, let's just say. In the 1990s, during this decade, both the US and USSR undertake space station programs. Compared to later efforts, the stations are small scale and not intended for permanent habitation. Emphasize the military potential of space. They institute similar programs based on the US Strategic Defense Initiative proposed in the 1980s. The USSR in 1995 lands a team composed of 6 scientists and cosmonauts on the moon. This is the first ambitious series of landings by the Soviets. As you can quickly tell, this was very 80s, such as in 1996, Japan develops the LEO, the Low Earth Orbit Shuttle, requiring facilities available at any major commercial airport. The LEO quickly becomes the standard vehicle for transporting personnel and cargo to orbital stations. He had so high hopes for us. Guys, the 80s had such high hopes for us. And this is what we gave them. So, let's just do some other fun ones. Just to give everyone just a quick little 1-2 on everything. Just to make sure we're all on the same page a little bit. Let me do this real fast. Soviet Union collapse. 1991. So, 1991. We have already fucked human history up. We are both screwed. So, the USSR builds Borskovo Laboratory on the moon. 1999, we have the first permanent lunar base. 2000, Soviet Colonel Grigory Komenko becomes the first human to set foot on the surface of Mars. The USSR has taken the first and boldest step of a new millennia. By 2007, we actually have a space factory in orbit. We have developed the Armstrong, which is pretty much a habitation spaceship. There is some, people start firing on each other. Red October was the first lunar colony. We did establish a full lunar colony on the moon in 2011, like an actual one, a population of 5,000. Because everyone starts moving into space. Because by 2012, as technology becomes more affordable, several nations begin their own high colony programs. The core idea is that it's so cheap to build in space at this point, relatively speaking, that everybody starts trying to build their very own space stations in space. Everybody. So the technology becomes more affordable, several nations begin their hype one. First of these is the European project, a joint venture by France, West Germany, mind you, West Germany, Great Britain, and Switzerland, build Harmony Station in the Lagrange region. Fear of Soviet and American adventurism spurs many nations to enter the race. Within 2 years, by 2014, Japan, Australia, Brazil, the People's Republic of China, and Iran announced all of them. We even have more by 2020. I am so sad. Mr. Hoax, I am so sorry. 2015, the Syrian-Israeli war breaks out. Everything goes bad. However, nuclear exchange between Israel turns Haifa and Daraa into radioactive slag. Nearly provokes a world war. The Israelis and Syrians nuke each other. Yeah, that is the, God, I love the future. Generally speaking, that is the consistent build of this. We discover more and more about the universe. We discover more and more about learning about space. We build more space stations in space. We do more shit in space. We start harvesting more things in space. We do more shit in space. You know, the joint US-USSR project by 2021, of course, Twin Star represents the first cooperation between two since the beginning of the century. Twin Star's location makes it an ideal location for astronomical observation. The bulk of the moon shields the radio telescope from interference from both Earth and the Sun, thus yielding best available astronomical data to date. Prohibiting construction at level 2, which would interfere with radio observation. Twin Star also houses a massive optical telescope, which would astronomers are able to observe planets around Wolf 359 in 2034. More stations. So the largest station, Shepard, is built in 2022. Largest station at that time with a genuine colony with room for a population of 200,000. U.S. President Diane Brewer officially opens the station, becoming the first head of state to visit space. Oh boy. Yep. Welcome to, even in the future, it takes till 2022 to entertain the fact that we'll have a female president. Yes, general, ordnance diversion, subsidiary, built series of handheld energy. We've had energy weapons by 2027, everyone. I am so sad. Let's see. The Antarctic claims the peninsula is disputed by both Argentina and Chile. Yeah, things start heating up a little bit. Things build, more people build. This is it's very, how do I want to do? It is a very detailed look at history if we decided to go to fucking space. 2031, USSR completes Zhukov in the Brylot crater on Mars. The first permanent Martian colony. It is relatively small with a maximum capacity of 1,500. I should mention, by this point, things have become so cheap. By 2030, things have become so cheap that groups are able to afford stations, such as in 2032, Eugene Stern, leader of the Evangelical Church of the Chosen, announces the construction of Genesis and Lazarus stations. Literally, a giant evangelical church builds space stations for them to inhabit. As a potential population of 3,033,000. Leaders of 3 space unions found the Solar Federation of Labor, the SFL. We're to struggle in our brothers and sisters for economic liberty. We have more things. We have a giant strike, and we have the thing now called the 7 Witches. What are the 7 Witches? 7 Witches are effectively the 7 major, it's pretty much the 7 major corporations in space. And they hate everybody, and just as much as they hate themselves. The labor wars happened in 2034. With unexpected ferocity. The incidental result settlement is everybody hates each other. If we keep going down slowly. Jointly agree to police space and cooperate further technological universe. Ganymede 2, Orbital Laboratory, and Goss, an unmanned starship aimed at Wolf 359. Then we have sort of entertainment gambling combine, build Xanadu, a lavish amusement station. By 2039, the U.S. builds Brockway prison station in the asteroid belt. Incurably recidivist criminals are imprisoned at Brockway and forced to work dirty industry. Within 20 years, there are many captive labor stations in space. Several nations signed contracts with corporations to supply penal labor, a practice which soon leads to the gross abuse as countries attempt to resolve internal problems by shipping dissidents and undesirables into space. We invented... Here's Daedalus, what the fuck? Daedalus, I don't believe I can actually, Ooh. Nope. Let me quickly look at things here where I can find Daedalus real fast. Because, yeah, shit like this just, people keep building. Yeah, European project launches Daedalus from Harmony. It's an unmanned starship. At 50 years, so we haven't even, it hasn't even found anything yet. We're not even 50 years up. The United States had to build labor camps, you know, had to build space penal colonies first, and everyone else decided to do that. You know, substantial minority LEC attempt to take over. The fight for control takes place on the floors of the Terran stock exchanges, in boardrooms, and in space. By year's end, however, LEC manages to fight off Genistar. When they say Genistar attempted to a takeover, they quite literally mean they attempted to fight them in space for it. Such as in 2041, Genistar security forces attacked Clement, an LEC installation near Ceres. Likely was it attack was Tadano Ihara, chairman of the board of the LAC, who was visiting at the time. Response is not. The counter-strike against Talisman. Genistar Station results in its virtual destruction, deaths of over 700 personnel. The corporate wars, everyone gets involved. We have the entire Howard Fry Society, which is about penal reforms. At this point, I kind of skipped over it. Technically, Kennedy Base becomes the 53rd state admitted into the United States of America, succeeding Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Renamed Tranquility, its borders extend to the edge of Mare Tranquilitas and Mare Futaticus. We accept the space station to become the 53rd state after we accepted the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. I do like the possible implication that we have yet to recognize DC as a state. I love that implication. Yes. So yeah, it's in 2023. Where is it? Europe slacking. Yes, also 80X was crazy with their projects. Come on, even Back to the Future had it wrong. Fucking hell yeah, violations of space law. The Virgin Islands before DC limo. Yeah, now we have the U.S. complete Aldrin. You know, large station built over that time. Over 7 million people apply to immigration before Aldrin opens. Reach the maximum population. Things become smaller and things become more affordable. By 2050, almost any reasonably sized group is able to afford its very own space station. There are over 800 stations in the inner system, and perhaps 100 more in the outer system. There is no regulation, though. There is no regulation. No one cares. So, high adventure and shopping in low Earth orbit. Oh boy. Cassandra Station. Alienated survivalist self-destructs due to a serious design flaw. There are only 427 survivors. Casualties exceed 15,000. This is the most famous of several incidents. Despite disasters such as Cassandra, there's continuous flow of colonists since everyone's trying to leave Earth. Everyone's trying to leave Earth because Earth sucks. Begins construction, new deep space research. The US and USSR get along relatively well. The ICO, this is effectively ANCAP. These are just the ANCAPs, like small corporate ANCAPs. Vigorous today. Aldrin becomes the 54th state. Opposition to Aldrin's mission to the Union centers on the failure to occupy land, yet its population, greater than all but 15 states, and its technological and economic self-sufficiency are key arguments in its favor. Proponents of statehood argue that it gives the US a grip on the control of space. A year later, The corporations say, nah, we don't really give a shit about space, about your laws. A joint American and Soviet strike force have a surgical decapitation of the Gettystar Corporation. It lasts 20 minutes and the strike force is annihilated by corporate security. Yeah, many colonies quietly declare independence. Now we start getting into the funny bits. We don't need folks. I like everyone giving up on the idea of space being humanity's common heritage. Yeah, like everybody says fuck. Like, yeah, it's like fuck yeah, we're in space. We don't really give a shit. After a decade of exporting revolution, Argentina annexes Uruguay. Widely regarded as rank, shows overwhelming support for their Argentinian liberators. 2064, the Grand Cacao War begins when Argentina invades Paraguay to protect Paraguayans from aggression's intentions in Brazil. Brazil counterattacks them in Uruguay, driving towards Montenegro and Buenos Aires. Brazil pushes the front within a few miles. An Argentinian attempts to open a second front and is bloodily repulsed by the Battle of Los Conquistadores. Argentina is forced to sue for peace. Brazil wins. By 2066, Brazil wins. I love it. The worst prison riot in human history. In a 3-hour orgy of revenge of the 50,000 prisoners, 8,000 guards, technicians, and administrators are slaughtered before injecting their bodies into space. Most of the remaining prisoners perish while 4,000 followers escaped. Most of the remaining prisoners perish when a joint US, Canadian, Brazilian force recaptures it. Vicente Enriquez Alvarez becomes the 55th president of the United States in 2080. The youngest president ever elected, he is the first to be born in Puerto Rico and the first to make his home in space. The former governor of Tranquility, he had lived on the moon since his early childhood. It takes not only it takes till 2080 for us to get a Puerto Rican not only into office, but to become president, and he has to be from fucking space. We try to stop the bushfire war. It doesn't go well. We do instead have found the Co-Prosperity League. CPL. Yeah, God bless the CPL. League is pretty much Space UN. Yes, they create the Space UN. They kind of try to make things go wrong. Daedalus sends back information to the region of Barnard Star with data analysis indicates several planets. Daedalus dies. No, Brazil dominance. Hispanics defeated. Now is the era of Brazil. Pax Favela. Pax Favela, baby. Yeah, Daedalus literally like hello everyone, thanks Europe, we're back, everything's going wrong. Attacks Vienna. The Viennese who had not attended the Congress of Hammerspold are charged with unreasonable trade activity by the League. Police actions serve to notice non-members that League did not intend to endure any rivalry. Quite literally, they attacked they attacked a single station. The UN attacked pretty much an independent nation because they weren't trading correct. Signed the charter, though. Literally, we just burned a bunch of people we didn't like. This is fairly important. We have biogens. What are biogens? They are sterile. They take 2 years to build. They are sterile, live less than 10 years. They are artificial humans, though. And that's their entire thing. It's literally, they are these rapid-fire artificial humans that die quick, and they do their best. Oh, yes. Like 2093, the long-anticipated first contact with extraterrestrial life occurs when the Chakon generational starship enters the solar system. The first communication from the alien vessel is in English. The Chakon haven't learned the language and others from broadcasts while approaching the system. There are aliens in this game. There's a single race of aliens called the Chakon. Chakon are effectively little guys. That's kind of the best way to word it. They're our favorite little guys. They watch Family Guy funny moments. Yeah, pretty much. See, the worst part is when you think about it, there's a non-zero chance that they they learned English from things like Archie Bunker. Like, that's the funny thing. You know, like, well, how you learn English? Well, there's this show called Archie Bunker. So, 11 months negotiation with Chakon, the Code of Prosperity, results in the Ring Tree. The tree, we ceded Titan to the Chakon and makes them full members of the League. They begin terraforming Titan. That's what they do. Generally, people like the Chakon. Chakon literally show up and everyone's like, "Cool, these guys are. We like these little guys. They're pretty cool." Look at him go, everybody. He's hitting the gritty. This is not a Chakon, by the way. 2100 Sagan Station is built on Aphrodite Terra, the southern continent of Venus. The success of Project Demeter's terraforming efforts, it silences most critics. The Lofa River War. Guinea and Liberia start border clashes. The Soviets and Americans become involved, and then things start going wrong. Yeah. Brink of open, Soviet aircraft attacked the U.S. destroyer on loan to the Liberians off the coast of Guinea, killing several Americans, despite a Soviet claim that their aircraft were defending the territorial waters of their ally. Punitive strike against Guinean base at Cockney. Viewing the incident, both agreed to suspend hostilities in the area, although relations continue to be strange. The Earth Home War. In 2117, pretty much 2117, we nuke each other into oblivion and Earth is sterilized. It's dead. Sometime between 2115 and 2117, we eradicated Earth. Why did we cede land to the Alamaus? Are we stupid? Once you see a Chakon, you'll understand. They're happy little guys. They're just balling. They're just trying to hit that gritty, man. They're just being happy little boys. But yes, all the nations in space are deprived of leadership, and all corporations suffer immeasurable losses. Governments in exile, many others impact. Governor Wade Haynes of Tranquility and First Secretary Konstantin Lekharov of Krasky Harbor reject the use of military force on the moon. This restraint, more than anything, prevents war from spreading into space. Yeah, marginal stations collapse while others seek material from the hard stations on satellites and planets. The CPL does much to alleviate the problems. A less viable station is credited with saving over 10 million lives. Success of this would prove to be its own downfall. Independent, self-sufficient stations simultaneously, pretty much the decade of tier begins. We've got an entire, the non-causality drive. We have small FTL pretty much at this stage. We try to go in, pretty much Earth is completely lost. Yeah. Like, Earth is completely, there is nothing left on, like, all life on Earth. Leaders of the exiled governments find the High Terran Commonwealth, the HTC, crucible of exiled Terran civilization. It's pretty much it's the old UN, but everyone's just sad. continue to exist, although with considerably reduced influence. Since any colony can join the League, it remains a form in which unfriendly powers are able to talk. 7, in which several station leaders meet high planes and form the Outstation League. There's many different factions already going out here, because have no fear, Tranquility and Aldrin dispute the possession of some mining stations. Quite literally, with the like, the United States, the United Space States are like, fuck you. Like, we're gonna go to war over some, over some fucking mining stations. It's a turn, out off Saturn. It goes poorly. Yeah, traditional churches together first time, concerned with the growing power of reactionary Christian churches and fundamentalist Islamic movements. The theologians found the Mystical Council of Soul. Council represented a triumph for Peter Allison, pastor of the Church of the Lifeline. Not only did he convince the disparate Christian churches to join the council, but he forged an alliance with several non-Christian religions. Within 3 years, the council covers Buddhists, Jews, Hindus, and Taoists. They pretty much they create their very own religion. Not really. They pretty much create the theocracy for everybody. Everyone's theocracy. It's not a... So the UN. No, okay. Let me, I just want to clarify everything for this right now. Currently, we have the weak UN. We have the cool UN. We have the church UN. And we have the fuck you got mine UN. Are we getting all our UNs in order? What if we all just become... We defend the colony? Yeah, the Soviet Union's still around. Like, they're still here, by the way. The Lunar Wars begin. There's more. A few middle-ranked commanders stand trial for the actions in the Lunar War. Yeah, pretty much people stand trial, including trial of war criminals. The actual, Lunar War is such a fucking, mess. They ignore nuclear, we fire nuclear weapons on the Soviets. Many people are vaporized. Intimidate the Commonwealth. What's the reason? No reason, really. Zudov calls the victory in the beginning of the Second Patriotic War. He personally leads Soviet forces against Kyakovyanny and Khorasan lunar bases, resulting in decisive victory, which is our unprepared for the speed and ruthlessness of the Soviet, the surrender of Khorasan on Elnet, final acts of the Lunar War. Quite literally, they're like, we want to hold this war criminal on trial. He doesn't show up. So they just hold a bunch of people. Zudov is deposed by rivals in the Politburo. Yeah, then we begin the Barbary Wars, because Gerald Carter here literally just has a band of fucking pirates, in which, guess what? He just goes around looting shit. Because he's a fucking pirate now. No one can do anything. This is a multi-year thing of the Barbary Wars. He literally attacks, he attacks a United State, by the way, and he attempts to sack it. And pretty much wins. Yeah, no, it keeps... Yeah, there's more, by the way. It just keeps going, and then there's Carter perishes in the battle, and the remnants of his band scatter. We kill him in 2151. It takes about 8 years to kill this guy. They also completely kill their peacekeeping force because of it. And is there a point to all of that? None. There is legitimately no reason for this. Oh yes, These guys are fairly important. Welcome to the band. Just to kind of give you an idea of what I mean by like half this lore is just things lead up to the justification for something else in the game. To give you an idea, all of this, like 2135, the entirety of the Lunar War, the entirety of the Barbary lore, the entirety of let's learn about all of this shit right here, all of this shit is for this right here. Bridget German, the eldest daughter of General Alicia German, finds German's privateers, an elite mercenary band of demobilized troops. They are the first and most famous of several mercenary companies formed during the decade. Smaller colonies, fearing a repeat of the Barbary Wars, are primary employ. This is the entire reason this section exists. To say there are mercenaries in the universe. There are mercenaries in space. That's it. We also have fundamentalist groups meet at Genesis. The Evangelical Church of the Chosen. These guys form the Band of Humanity. The bands, literally everybody hates the Band of Humanity, but don't worry, everyone kills each other until Alan Smith becomes the uncontested leader of the Band of Humanity. Everybody likes him. Everything is good. But have no fear, everybody. They create, effectively, super soldiers. Oh no. No one will ever create super soldiers with biogen soldiers. Oh no, they totally create fucking bio soldiers. Whatever are we gonna do? Oh no. Yeah, the Purge Wars begin. Literally, it's just like, guys, we're not gonna do anything. This is gonna be fine. We're gonna become we're gonna be a lot finer. 5 years later, the Purge War begins. Literally, he attacks a station with biogen soldiers and kills everybody. They're ram soldiers, everybody. People like tribunals of purity. And get ready, everybody. A Franco-British attempt to attack Genesis is repelled with heavy losses. The band forces defeat a Vietnamese task force near Mars. Don't worry, everybody. The Vietnamese tried and they didn't win. After a fall of several member stations, Commonwealth leaders finally become convinced that Smith intends to conquer the entire system. It takes them two years to realize, like, wait a minute. The band attacks a Chacon settlement. They fucking lose. Yeah, this is one of those moments like, oh, the attempts to attack, the Chacon. The Chacon beat him back, and then they immediately counterattack. They blow up his like home station, and he dies. What? Like, when I was reading that, I was like, this, like, why aren't we during the Purge Wars? Like, no, there's still fucking more. There's an entire, like, oh, here's influenza. Wow. It's evil. It's space influenza. Oh, man. And yeah, no one's gonna recolonize Earth anytime soon. People try to disable, just kill one of the UNs. Have no fear. Everyone keeps just getting sick. Oh no, we're gonna try to not get people to pay taxes. It's like, the independent traders Gulliver's Luck find a wreck of the cargo freighter Shazard in the asteroid belt. To the surprise of the salvage crew, they find a single survivor, Gustav Ree, half mad from thirst and hunger. Alien creatures destroy the Shazard, attacking without provocation or warning. Hysterical paranoia. generally speaking, throughout history, we've been noticing little weird shit pop up, and it's like, that's kind of weird. And 2188, here we are, to the Gazettes. Welcome to the Gazette section of this is just the lore, mind you. That's 19 pages of just lore. This is the Gazette. You want to learn something? Here it fucking is. And this is this is all of the major stations in the universe, in the system, in the solar system, in our glorious home. Really shame, yeah. Maybe the guy making super soldiers tried to conquer the galaxy. Yeah, you get the things like, Aldrin, one of the 2 surviving states in the American Union. After Earth Home War, Aldrin retained its state-level system of government. Yeah, like, Kennedy, like, there are 10 million people who live on Aldrin. You end up with things such as Bronzy was founded by Kurdish nationalists in 2073. According to the agreement between Commonwealth and Bentham will be turned over to League in 2200. It's Space Hong Kong. Bolivar was built in 2061 by Pan-Latin Congress, organization of 13 Central and South American nations. Each nation maintains its own sovereignty and elects representatives to the federal government. Congratulations, South America. You created the Central American states again. You end up with just a lot of these little things like, hey, technically Brezhnev is the member of the Soviet Socialist Federated Colonies because they're still here. Here's Camelot. It's an entertainment station. 2073 is expanded to include lunar mining operations. Want to go to Calamity Base on Ganymede? Come on. Want to go to Caroline? It's right here. Castro? Yeah. Cuba built a fucking station. Cuba. Charlemagne, 20. Canada built a station. Australia built a station. You end up with like all the various Choristans. The Lefay Order, Coven by Pluto Polar Orbit. Despotic, theoretically a cooperative society. Coven is ruled by a hereditary oligarchy which has controlled the board of guidance for over 70 years. Coven was built in 2089 by the Lefay Order, an organization of self-described prophets, witches, and occultists. Has become more pragmatic over the decades, take no interest in external politics. Built by Brazil. Pretty much Dissuasa together with San Pedro make up the new Republic of Brazil. Even in death, Brazil lives. Yeah. An organization of fanatical white supremacists. Cool. We got white supremacists in space. Famed pirate leader Grelkar's secret bases. We've got Delina, Soviet prison mining station. We've got Ifrit, Union of Arab States, 6 Middle Eastern nations. Each nation maintains its own sovereignty. El Cid was built by the Spanish. You don't want to go to Electra, everybody? The feminist cooperative station? Come on, everybody. Let's go to the feminist station. Let's go down to the feminist space station, everyone. Come on, let's go. Space Wicca. And we have Empire. It was built by the U.S. It was one of several regional colonies. Emperor's Residence. Yeah. We're residents mostly from northeastern seaboard. Empire was declared independence from the U.S. It's just one of those things that just keeps you, yeah, like one of those weird moments when you're like, you know, Vienna was built in 2056 by Irish dissidents unwilling to accept the terms of the Treaty of Glasgow, which ended the Irish Civil War in 2036. Gandhi was built by India in 2089. It's one of those like really weird moments when you just keep like it just keeps going more and more and more, and then you learn like yeah, you learn that there is friendship is the biogen factory. What? Have no fear, anybody. We're gonna go live on Genesis. Evan Stern. What, you want to go join the fucking purifiers? They're still around. Like, that's the funny, they're still around. They're still doing shit. Not like they left. Have no fear, we're going to Hotland, everybody. Yeah, Europe was built by Islamic fundamentalists. Good, like, I mean, yeah, Punjabi nationalists decided to do it. My personal favorite. Welcome to High Zion. Rabbi Shaim Levy. High Zion was built to be a new homeland by the Orthodox Israeli Jews in 2025. The Jews got kicked out of Israel, so they decided to make their own. Have no fear. We love Ho Chi Minh Station. There's just like, we have like a Hungarian, like effectively the Huygens, which is an entire different thing. Inazami, which is probably one of the largest stations out there. It's one of those like really weird moments when like the more you go into it, like the more you kind of go deeper into it, you're like, why is this so in depth? Who the fuck cares about any of the, Kransky Octobot is usually regarded as the capital of Russia in space and exerts considerable influence over other members. Built by neo-fascist white South Africans in 2063. Built by the Ku Klux Klan. It's a mining colony built by the Ku Klux Klan. What? Mora was built in 2104 by Filipino Muslim nationalists. Like, what? Built by Zimbabwe. We built Zimbabwe. We had an Icelandic station. We have it's one of those like incredibly bizarre moments where like you notice more and more they built New California, for God's sakes. They literally created New California. And it's like, it's just these endless numbers of stations that like we have Swedish stations. And there's an Argentinian one. We have an Argentinian one. We have an entire Great British one here. Less like, order restored a unit of Royal Marines led by Richard Gloucester, the third son of the Duke of Gloucester, a distant cousin of the King of England, declared himself King Richard IV, founded the House of Gloucester, and established a harsh and intolerant government. Allowed gradual reforms, and the second, who has ruled since 2176, enjoys considerable personal popularity as a benevolent despot. Literally, the fucking British took over again. We're like, okay, we're going back to Queen. We have Mexico Station. We got more fucking regional colonies. Have no fear. We also have more. Here's San Pedro. Have no fear. It's San Pedro. We've got Shaka, we got Sargon by Syria, we got East Germany's own station. It's one of those like weird moments going through this, and the reason why I'm talking about this so much, because this is a majority of the game. Like, I'm not lying when I say this is a vast majority of the actual game, is this. By the Zulu Self-Determination League, the first aero industry, another one by Japan. Yeah, it's like joint project of Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. A new Walden station. Oh man, Xanadu, hell yeah, Xanadu. Xerxes by Iran, Sunni Muslim, although there's an influential Shiite minority. Yankee, baby. Yeah, it's, you look at it, you're like, what the fuck was that all for? Sigma Icon, more like base colony. Got space, we got space orish. Why does it have two numbers? One number is the, for context sake, this is the total population, the maximum population. This is the current population. Like, Yankee here can only support 1 million people, but has 872,000 people currently there. Space Zimbabwe's currency is remarkable, stable to terrestrial counterparts, enjoying a shockingly low 685 annual inflation rate. Yeah, as long as it above ice rails, it still counts. Then we started going over the various factions, and every single one of them is detailed, mind you. You want to learn about the American Alliance, make up the largest power block, and have no fear. Again, this is the most powerful. This is the High Terran Commonwealth, the new Republic of the Brazil, the self-appointed leader of the Latin bloc. Despite, distinct effective control over its alleged allies, this is due to the language and cultural difference between the Portuguese and speaking republic and the predominant Spanish Latin bloc. Brazilians are often the most vocal opponents of the Soviet-American axis. The Japanese, despite being somewhat isolationist, the Japanese are among the most militant members of the Commonwealth. The Japanese want to go home, and the Chinese just hate the Americans. The bitter rivals of the Americans, the Soviets, the Indians, and the Japanese. Yeah. Yeah, it's the Mexican. How can we fear the Mexicans? If it were not for the fact they suffer from almost constant internal discord, the Mexicans would probably emerge as leader of the Latin bloc. The restored Kingdom of England, the Indians, the Latin bloc, the more Latin bloc, more ICO people, major member, all the different different. We have the PSEL, Pan System European League, all the different major corporations going on here. We've got the mercenary companies, the oldest of the mercenary companies. We've got the Mumbalas Brigade, we've got the Orchid Gunners, we got Triton Free Company, we got Von Owens Rangers, rock and roll baby. Now we're on page 49. We have learned how to finally play the game. We're going to learn with Johnny Falcon, everybody. Welcome to say hello to Johnny Falcon Redding. Johnny Falcon here. You may be wondering. Johnny Falcon here is what we would like to casually refer to as a space pilot. I decided to make the same character 3 times today. 3 times I made Johnny Falcon Redding with the intent purpose of trying to create the same character 3 times. The weird thing about this is usually when it comes to like these really focused kind of games, I usually try to find something very detailed about them. Something that I want to stick to. This is Johnny. Johnny is a pilot. Johnny flies spaceships. That's what Johnny likes doing. And that was my one thing that I really wanted to learn about for all these games. How do they handle spaceships? Can I fly a spaceship in this game? If the answer was no, I'm going to feel a little sad. So I went out of my way to attempt to learn how to fly spaceships. It went not well. But this is Johnny. Johnny is a smug asshole. He's a smug pilot man with aviators on and a leather jacket. That is his goal. That is his life. That is everything about him. Johnny is Johnny, and that's all he needs to do. Ugh. Mm. Yeah. As you kind of see here, this is technically a D100 game. Yes, a D100 game. So, 2 10-sided dice and several 6-sided dice are needed for play. The dice rolls required by the rules are shown by a D. 100. Generally speaking, you're gonna roll most things going, down or up, whatever is closest. So, we're gonna need to make a character. This is not a very complicated game in the slightest. Now, we've got our birthday. Now, generally speaking, they want you to randomly choose your birthday. I decided to be a real gamer and just make myself 29 years old. Why? I just wrote in a number that seemed appropriate. That's going to change your experience with this game pretty drastically. Now, does it matter where you're born? Not really. Like, let's say, for example, we want to roll. Where are we from, everybody? Let's make a little roll. Let's see. We are going to be from 8. We are from 80. We are from Jupiter. Let's see where in Jupiter we're from. We rolled a 1. We are from Agony. Let's see what Agony is like, everybody. Let's go all the way back up. What's Agony like? So, military government in the Outstation League. Warden Nelson Chandry stationed out. Agony lives up to me, being the most dangerous penal colonies in the solar system. Yep, and you can randomly roll any of those stations. There's a non-zero chance that you will end up in High Zion. Generally speaking, a lot of these are from different ranges around Earth. It might be on the moon, you might be on Mars, you might be in Uranus, you might be in Saturn or Jupiter or any of things. Now, I chose very specifically where Johnny was going to be, and I wanted to be from Jupiter. That was going to be my goal. Can I be from Jupiter? Why did I want to be from Jupiter? Very simple very, very simple answer. Because I was allowed to be from Jupiter. That's the only reason. You want to be a Jovian sleigh rider? Effectively, Draco, you son of a bitch! You found out my secret. Yes, we're going on a Jovian sleigh ride, everyone. But yeah, Johnny here. I didn't even intend that, by the way. But yes, this is Johnny. But let's get down to it. Let's start looking. We're gonna have to make our basic attributes. All our basic attributes are gonna be 2d6 plus 6. As you can kind of see here, Johnny rolled pretty well for his stats in this one. You can see he's fairly consistent across the board. Not exactly the highest, but he's not exactly low in anything really either. He ended up pretty, again, if it's 7, he ended up pretty above average, all things but his charisma was the thing that I'm like, yep, I know exactly what kind of character I want to make. So, next, start getting ready for formulas, because formulas are the best. We're going to be, generally speaking, anytime you're going to be making like an attribute check, you're going to be taking one of your attributes and possibly timesing it by 4. So, for example, if I need to make a dexterity check, oh no, I'm going to be rolling technically under a 60. 15 times 4, 50 it would be 60. So I'm going to roll. I rolled 8 3 times. I rolled an 83 and I failed. There we go, 34, and I succeed. That's the entirety of that, kind of like the most basic kind of attribute points. you're not really going to be doing it too much, but yeah. Initiative is adding Dex and Int together. This is a little bit weird, but you just add it together and it's like, oh, you have an initiative of 30. You're going to go before the guy. You're going to go before the guy with initiative 29. That's kind of the thing there. Now, movement rate is, as you can kind of see here, these are all in meters. I believe it's in meters. Yards. Now we have injury points. Injury points are a little bit funky, but if you kind of know what you're talking, but you kind of know what you're doing, it makes sense. The entire idea is that your injury points down here are actually based off of this. So as you can kind of see here, I'm like, all right, I've taken, I've been shot, and I'm gonna get shot in the torso because I've been shot in the torso for like 5 damage. Oof, ow. I've taken some damage. I'm not doing too hot. If I take 2 damage elsewhere, technically going to be kind of at like I'm going to be in a worse place. Generally speaking, don't get shot. I'm sorry to break it to everybody. Just don't get shot. If you want to live, don't die. Like, that's expert high colony tips from your boy Notepad. Now, skills are very odd. I'm going to give you an idea of how many skills you get. Players determine their initial skill points by adding strength, int, con, charisma, dexterity, and their age, and timesing it by 6. You pretty much add in all of your core stats, and however old you are, and times it by 6. This is an insane amount. This is an insane amount of fucking points you end up with. Like, just to kind of give you, like, even like a very basic rundown. I'll do Johnny's points. Johnny ended up 14, 13, 15, 17. And since he's 29, that is 103. So technically, I ended up with 618 skill points to work with. 618 skill points that the game effectively says, yeah, allocate them wherever the fuck you want. Yeah, you have to have a minimum. Your maximum is 95 in any given one skill, but like, I found this really interesting. Like, you just get a fuck ton of skill points right off the bat. And because you get all that shit right off the bat, it's like, wow, like you just get a lot of things to work with. So obviously I'm like, I'm going to make myself a real cool character. I'm thinking like, yeah, I got a lot of points. You don't feel like you have a lot of points once you start spending them. Mostly because when it comes down to things like combat. Combat is weird. Combat is very weird. Now, for example, let's say I want to make a let's say I want to make a comms check. My comms is technically 40, so I need to roll, and I rolled a 0, so I rolled an 8. Ignore all those other rolls. So I would have succeeded there, but if I rolled a 41, I would have failed. This is like a lot of those other kinds. This is kind of like a variety of other kinds of games where it's like, make sure to give them a bonus every now and again if they're in like a good place. If they're in like a good, it's like, hey, you are in a really good place at this moment. Have a few extra points. You get a 10%, you get a 20%. Anytime you succeed on a skill or use, combatic situations, you're going to be able to increase your skill pretty consistently. It's not going to be a lot. It's going to be like 1 point, 2 point, 1 point, 1 point, but it's going to be at least consistent. Now, combat skills, on the other hand, are just weird because you don't actually roll. Like when I say, oh, you have I have a pistol skill of 20. That's not me saying, oh, I'm going to roll under a 20 and I hit you. No, that's going to determine your modifier to combat. As you can kind of see here, having a 20 in something technically means I have a 0 in it. Thought I had higher. Ignore that. ignore that. I thought I put 25 in there. But yeah, generally speaking, as you kind of see here, you're going to be able to get like little +1s and little +2s there. You're like, what does that mean? Now, what occurs here is how combat plays out, which is a lot stranger than you think. Mostly it's tied to, let me see if I can bring up my weapon, mostly tied to this. It's an interesting way of handling combat, but we're gonna get, none of the skills are really weird though. Let's just kind of, you know, let's not beat around the bush here. None of the skills are exceedingly strange. Really the only ones that are like a bit wonky are things like Con Artist, because Con Artist is your ability, is effectively your persuasion skill, because it's persuade, manipulate, and deceive, which is like understandable, kind of a weird way of putting it, but okay. Like, and then you have various piloting ones, which maybe don't immediately tell you, especially when it comes to like, you need a minimum of this to actually be able to fly. You need to have 20 in anything before you are actually capable of flying. You do have a few different kinds of languages. Obviously, I speak English because I am a real human being. Humans can technically attempt to learn Chacon, but shouldn't, because why would you ever want to? And of course, we do have some money autism, but that's the nature of things. Various kind of like specialties. We have our basic character sheet. Now, to give you an idea of how combat plays out, I'm gonna just walk you through combat. So, oh no, you're up to go. You can do fire combat or melee combat. We're gonna talk about fire combat because melee combat kind of works the exact same way, just has some different. There's some different things from point A to point B. So, various multiple actions. Basic single actions, a multiple turn action. All right. DM ranks all characters. Hey, you might win, you might lose. Oh no. This is your initiative action. So your first action you're going to do is going to be whatever your initiative action is. I want to run. I want to dive. I want to start popping motherfuckers. This initiative action, allows you to kind of move around and to do things early. This is you moving. This is you diving. This is you when you're trying to act in some way. Because this is going to be fairly important when we get to combat. Now, this is a little bit weird, so again, I'm going to walk you through this. Highest initiative individual indicates its target and the weapon being used. You aim at a man and you pull the trigger. You're going to be rolling a number of D6s. D6s versus their D6s. So, let's say we've got Johnny here. Johnny's got his revolver. Let's say he's within perfect range or whatever. Let's say he's just within 10. And he's got his, since he's going to be only able to do a single shot, he's going to have 1d6 for a single shot. He's pulling out the gun, he's aiming at you, he's going to rat-a-tat-tat your ass. Now, the sum of the defender's dice is subtracted from the sum of the attacker's dice. Now, under this, I have a +1 mod, though I somewhat fucked up there. He would have gotten another die if he had one more point in his pistol, which I could probably take out a fucking bargain. So, let's just assume that real fast. Any other modifier you get, and you're going to want to get as many modifiers as physically possible, you're going to be able to get more and more dice. Then the defender is going to roll whatever their armor is. So let's say Johnny again, because we've got him right here. He's got one thing on his armor. So let's say 2d6 versus 1d6. 2d6, I roll a 5 and a 1. I've got a 6. He rolls a 1. That's a 5. He's gonna hit. Owie zowie, I've been hitty. Right, return to step 1 for the character with the next highest initiative. The result is positive number. Determine hit location. Roll in the hit location. rolls the appropriate number of 6-sided die for the AP value of the weapon, number of 6-sided dice for the armor protection, as a minimum value, subtract the sum of the defender's dice from minimum armor value, and from there, deal damage. This is a little bit messy, but the entire core concept, like the core actual honest to God concept, is, do I hit you with the die? I've hit you with the die. I'm now going to roll, because I'm within medium, I'm going to roll 3d6, and you're only going to roll, I believe you're only going to roll 1. You're going to roll, actually, I believe you're just going to roll 1. I'm going to roll my AP against you. I've got a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 plus 4, which is 8. I'm going to roll 6. Nada. I have done 2 damage to you. Yep. That's it. That's how it works. Anyone confused? Anyone messed up? Anyone odd? Anyone mystified by it? Now, the basic concept is you want to build up as many of these dice as you physically can. The more dice you have, the better chance you're going to be hitting them, better chance you're going to be penning their armor, better chance of a lot of things, just to make your life as easy as physically fucking possible. If you not having a good time, things are going to get a lot worse a lot faster. If you want to be the most successful person on the planet, you want to know what you do? I'm going to tell you a secret of what you do. You take a fucking automatic weapon and you hold down the trigger. Turns out putting more bullets down range means you're going to hit them easier. Revolvers suck for that. The only advantage revolvers have, technically, is that they have a lot of punch power. They can punch through armor a lot easier. Now, you really want to try to get kind of like those, how do I want to word it? You want to get aiming off. You want to find any little advantage you physically can. Because generally speaking, the more you get, the better you're going to be having. Now, you're also be getting different kinds of, it's like, hey, what's the ammo here? What kind of combat skill are we using? What are some basic modifiers that you're going to be able to get? You get some things like this. Some things are a little bit weird, such as the -1 PD6, which is +1 per die. So if I have 5d6 and I have a +1 P, that means it's going to be 5d6 plus 5. Not 5d6 plus 5d6, no. Attacker movement and modifiers. If you're walking, you're crawling, you're running, you're going to lose some dice. If you're at really short range, you're going to hit them a lot easier. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, quite a few different kinds of weapons. Very generic weapons, I will say that. You're not going to end up with, like the, Farcaster auto pistol or whatever. No, that's not what you're going to end up with. What you're going to end up with mostly is in the idea of just the little things like the pulse rifle. It's a flash rifle. It's a machine pistol. That's kind of the idea with the weapons. If you want really specific, really coolio weapons, you're not going to get that. That's not the point of it, really. This isn't the point of this at all. You also get various injury little tiny injury modifiers. The more damage you take. Technically, I didn't quite write this down correctly. But it would be, for example, let's say I take 3 damage to my torso. I would write a 3 here. If I ever hit, to my, to 0.75 of my, to my S, I lose 7 health. I'm going to be here. I'm going to take a -1 to things. I get down to 14 health. I'm going to take 2 things. If I get down to 7 health, I'm going to take 7. I'm going to take a pretty nasty amount. Things are going to get worse and worse and worse. However, what are you doing? During your initiative phase, what are you doing? Are you standing still? Are you crawling? Are you walking? Are you running? Are you dodging? Generally speaking, you want to be doing anything. But if you're standing still, that means you're going to be able to hit better. If you're walking, that means you're going to be able to maybe dodge a little better. Yeah, but that's one of the ideas. It's like if you're trying to dodge, you're not going to be able to hit. But if you're trying to hit someone, you probably don't want to dodge. Unless you're in cover, which is important. You should get into fucking cover. Again, always just bring out a medal. Just bring out the gun. Ammo expenditures, raking fire, hit location, good old hit location tables. Now, let's see, armor protection value shown in both conventional and energy weapons. The first number in the column, the number of dice rolled for armor protection, is the minimum protection the armor will provide. So it's kind of like one of those things, like if I have heavy cloth on, minimum it's going to provide 2 protection. So if I'm going to roll a d6, it might provide 6, it might provide 2, generally speaking. It's not going to provide a lot. The higher ones, you're going to get a lot more dice out of it. You get a lot more out of it, but that minimum is never really going to go away. Do I like this? No. No, I don't. I don't. I will explain at the end why. Various jams and malfunction is possible to completely fuck up and just end up with a bunch of jams, or your weapon blows itself up, and or like you're trying to throw a grenade and it lands at your feet. Most of these are just going to kill people. Remember, strength is good. Throw a grenade at someone. You can't hit them, throw a grenade at them. You don't want to deal with somebody in cover, throw a grenade at them. Stun grenade them. Smoke grenades to cover yourself. Now, melee combat's a little bit more strange, because if you get into melee combat, you're going to start trying to beat the shit out of the enemy. The same idea applies. Same weapons, same ideas, same concepts. One of the bigger things that's different, if the result is a negative number, if the defender has achieved less than or -3, the defender has achieved a hit. Because this is a big thing. Let's say, for example, I got 2d6 and you've got 2d6 for melee. I roll my 2d6, you roll yours. You got a 5. I ended up with a 7. We're not actually going to hit. I'm not going to hit you, actually. And you're not going to hit me. We literally are just in a fight, kind of like going back at one another. If you can manage to hit me, if you're just a better melee fighter than me, you can just hit me. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to fucking throw a haymaker at you, and you can just be like, no, and then break my nose. Why? Because you're a competent fighter, and I'm a dumbass. That's kind of the weird thing with melee, especially when you start getting weapons involved. If you try to punch someone, like, if you try to, again, it's like, if you want to try to, like, punch someone, and they have a knife, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to get stabbed. And you're going to be on your ass, and it's not going to be a fun time for you. That's just something you kind of got to deal with. The higher your strength, more damage you end up going to be doing, which more damage, the better. You can't actually hurt yourself in this game with melee if you are just punching someone. Ta-da! Different cut. If you want to cut someone, you want to stab someone, go for it. You might be surprised that spears are technically better at stabbing people than anything. And I'll make it stop. It's like some 80x simulation bullshit playing making Deep 2000X. Yeah, I don't saw my Yamate. I don't saw Yamate. Is this riddle of steel? Remember, these guys were writing Hardmaster at this point. And Hard Master's all about doing shit like this. About tracking where you're getting hit and making sure you're getting hit in the right places. And every single thing is kind of... It's funny because every single thing is accounted for, but every single thing is also just explained in graphic detail, but no detail at all. Now, you do have spaceships. This is the entirety of the spaceship table. I was a little saddened when I learned that this is the entirety of the spaceship table, but they are built in a variety of sizes, which are for purposes of these rules are been simplified to light, medium, and heavy. We have the Daisy, of course. We have my girl Daisy. Anytime I'm being attacked, I'm gonna roll 3 die. Since I have a light battle cannon, I'm gonna roll 3 die, and you're gonna roll 3 die because you have a ship that you're trying to defend yourself with. You have a shuttle. You're gonna roll that. I'm gonna roll my dice. I've got a 7, 8, 9, and you got a 7. I'm gonna hit you. Pew, pew, pew. Because that, I've just done 2 damage to you. Now, you may say 2 damage doesn't seem like a lot of damage. And generally speaking, it's not a lot of damage. But when you might be fighting someone with 10 health, 2 damage is a lot. It's one of those things, like, damage is very low, relatively speaking, in spaceship combat, because you're just plinking off one another more than anything. It's whoever gets that first hit really is like, okay, you have actually a pretty big advantage, especially if you have multiple guns, which you are able to fire multiple guns at once. Because it's like, oh, how much damage did I do? I did 2. I rolled 2, 1. I feel sad. Special damage in addition to structural damage inflicted by fire. Oh no, bridge has been hit. Powers plant's hit. Oh no, a space class exploding. Things are either going to go real slow or just explode and everyone dies. Like, we have various travel. We have various encounter tables, various encounter and station tables. If you want to build your own station, we totally fucking can build our very own station. That's what the Chacon looked like, by the way. Oh, who pinged me? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, of course we seeded them. They're just working class Tau. Look at him though. He's so cute. You can play a Chacon too if you want. These are the biogens. You can technically play a biogen if you really want. Like if you just want to play, like, say, hey, what do you like? I want to play a soldier. Play a soldier. You're not very smart. You're not very charismatic at all. In fact, you are a little bit more expensive, but you're pretty reliable, all things considering. You want to be a miner. You want to be a ram soldier. Ram soldiers. As you don't look at the last word there. Don't look at that. Ram soldiers though are insane. They are huge, massive hunks of meat that go around killing things. In theory, you can also play a bot. In theory. Can you? No, but in theory you can. Because bot combat is actually... Bot combat is hilarious. Because they do, like, some of them don't have any combat routines and they don't understand what's going on. Others of them have super heavy super heavy weapons, such as being able to fire 2 machine pistols at you at once, simultaneously, or having just an impulse carbine, which can just turn you into potatoes, and there's nothing you can do. On the other hand, if you manage to shoot one in the head and do special damage to it, you just cripple it forever. When in doubt, throw a grenade at it. Yeah, one thing I do like This is one thing I do enjoy a lot. The guns feel real, if that makes sense. Like, this is the assault rifle. Like, this looks like something you'd find out of the 80s. This is just a fucking Mauser. Like, that's just like an MP fucking 5. Like, some of these aren't really like... None of them feel super science fiction-y until you start getting into things like, oh, this is the pulse rifle. The auto shotgun always looked a little bit weird. But nothing really looks like super out of place. It's like, yeah, okay, I could see this. This is a thing that could reasonably exist. And then the plethora of equipment. I mean, plethora. And here's more scenario design, and they actually have a scenario for you. If you want to play Van Owen's Rangers, that's what they want you to do, is to play various Rangers. And the big thing here is there's just a guy with a laser pistol and like a dozen other dudes who he doesn't want to die. He's a fucking good with laser. He's fucking good with a handgun, mind you. He's going to be able to fuck your day up if you aren't really good. But yeah, that's High Colonies from 1988. It's very much is a product of its time. Also, they didn't make any robot pictures. Yeah, robots just exist. The guns look mundane, yeah. I like High Colonies' setting. I do actually enjoy the setting of High Colonies. Because it's kind of weird, there's a lot of factions competing, a lot of things are going on, but I'm just going to give you a secret here. I don't give a shit about it for a game. I couldn't care less about this. Set it as like a noir book. Alright, I'm in. Cool. You know, count me the fuck in. Give me maybe like a goofy adventure story. Count me the fuck in. Give me a, you know, more philosophical story. Cool, count me in. I could care less about this being a tabletop role-playing game than an actual just, here's a setting guide for kind of it's kind of an interesting setting of like 1988 science fiction. But like as a game, it's very, I wouldn't say simple. It's just very, we'll call it to the point. You get things like this that are like, oh, okay, effectively combat is simple. All you have to do is just take a bunch of D6s equal to whatever your modifiers are. Are you close? You get a D6. What kind of fire mode? I'm going to do single shot. Okay, what's your skill? I get a +1. Cool. Anything else you're doing? Well, I was aiming last turns. Okay, so you get an extra die. Well, he's out of, you know, he was running. Okay, you know, he was walking, so you lose a die. Okay, roll. What's he got? Well, he was walking, so he gets 2d6. He rolled a 9. You rolled a 9, and technically, I believe it's attacker. I think it's defenders win. So we'll just... Cool, you rolled a 14 versus his 9. Wow, okay. What's your AP? You're at medium range. I'm like, yeah, okay, what's your AP value? It's like, okay, what armor is he wearing? He's wearing leather. Rolled a fucking 4. You did 9, 10. He takes 6 damage. That's really the extent of how combat works. Not the most complicated. There's just a lot of steps to it. But High Colonies is very much a product of 1988. Have you seen the Faith game when their humans are space orcs type and default race isn't actually human but some cyber frog dudes? No, I have not. Feel free to, I don't know if you were in the server or not. Feel free to throw it into, feel free to send a link to it and I will make a note of it. It's a really cool setting. I like everything that went into it. Turns out there was a Kickstarter for a second edition in 2020. Yes. There is apparently a second edition. I didn't decide to go over the second edition because it feels like it wasn't done. Like that was like a thing I was kind of getting from the Kickstarter comments. Like it's not done and it's just bad. So I'm like, I want to go over the 1988 version because I've been kind of on a kick of older games. So I'm like, I want to learn more about old games. So the next game, let's see. I'll give you all. I'll give you all the choice. All 8 of you the choice. Do we want to go? Do we want to blast Elder Gods, or do we want to blast? Or do we just want to turn up the music and blast some fascies? Both of them are interesting stories unto themselves, so I do not mind. Both are pretty relatively recent games. Nazis are boring. We'll blast Elder Gods. Let's get Cthulhu Tech out of the way. Well, truth be told, it's not Cthulhu Tech. This is a game called The Void. Now, you might have seen The Void before. Is it Cthulhu Tech? Aw, man. Technically, here's the weird thing, Drakis. The Void is in the same universe as Cthulhu Tech. Like, that's kind of the weird thing. Like, it's not in the same universe, but isn't. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those. It's a little funky on that in that regard. But give me 1 second. I just need to get Johnny up and running here. Johnny. So this is Johnny in the Void. Hello, and everyone say hello to Johnny Falcon Redding from Ganymede. He's a Jupiterite. Because I completely blanked on what to call them, so I'm like, Jupiterite, yeah. So yeah, if this looks remarkably similar, and the answer is sort of. So yes, welcome to The Void. Now, let's talk about The Void itself, because there's some interesting bits with this, and I always like talking about this. Because The Void is actually free. Like, if you go to The Void right now, you can buy it for free. Why are you in Spanish? Why are you in Portuguese? Yeah, so The Void is actually completely free. You can buy it right now. It originally came out in about 2013, actually right when you had to do... Why do you keep going to Portuguese? Portuguese is a godless language. Actually still around this time. You can actually buy the print-on-demand version. It's a platinum seller, though. People have actually paid money for the, pay what you want version of this game. A good amount of people have, actually. Now, you may be wondering, what has Wildfire done? What Wildfire, what have you done? As people have been talking about, their main thing that they've done is actually Cthulhu Tech. Yeah, Cthulhu Tech. This is one of those games that... How do I want to word this? Cthulhu Tech is one of those very fascinating things that you exist and you look at and are weirded out by. This is going to have to get its very own case one day, just because it's a beautiful disaster piece. Now, things get a little bit weird when you click on their website. Welcome to CthulhuTech.com. Our certifications. Fast game boosting services. Best betting site. Utility bill. Shop Pocket US for boats for sale. Hack-in. Blockchain protocol audits. Best action games on PC. Best racing games on PC. You want to learn about the reviews of Gran Turismo 7? A blog about computer games. I have no idea why Cthulhu Tech's domain is now owned by these guys, but that's just a thing that happens. Oops. Technically what it is now is that's not their website either, but this is Wildfire right here. But also not Wildfire. Give me 1 second. I guess I have to go to their fucking Facebook page again. There we go. Is this it? Is this your website? Is this... Okay, here we go. This is Wildfire's website. You may be wondering, Notepad, why in God's holy name are there like a weird amount like Losing is akin to World of Darkness stuff. You need people to be very on board and into it because it's very dense on stuff. I think they ran out of money and lost everything like domains and stuff. Yeah. This is their new website, wildfire.games, and I'm like 95% this is them because it's the same logo and everything. But they don't actually talk about anything else, like RPGs or anything. They don't have anything. They've got Guar versus Time, which is the band of the past, the band of the future, yet still family friendly-ish. It looks like they've more gone down into like this family friendly board games and stuff. Like, but I know it's them. You want to know why I know it's them? Because they talk about Cthulhu Tech version 2 actually, right here back in 2019. They talk about it a lot, but yeah, they ran out of money, it looks like, and I don't know what happened here, if that makes sense. Guar game? I think some folks doing... I think some other folks are doing Cthulhu. Yeah, fuck yeah, Guar. They have a Discord and they're putting out stuff. They have a Discord that they're putting out stuff on. Cool. Now, hello, Van Sliger. I only knew about the Guar org. Yes, Guar versus Time. Because the interesting thing about The Void, you kind of see here, this Matthew Grau. If you want the main man behind everything, you're mostly going to be talking about Matthew Grau. This guy right. This is Matt. Hey everyone, say hello to Matt. This is the man, the myth, the legend behind just about everything. Because he is the creative director of Wildfire LLC. You know, role-playing, card, board, everything here. This is kind of his thing, and he's done a lot. He was an experience officer, he was a creative lead at Riot for a few years, he was a creative leader, game producer, freelancer. Now he works for RCM Labs as a creative director of the Red Cat Multiverse, developing blockchain games to help adults develop modern soft skills for a changing market, while having fun in an original, expansive universe. Red Cat Multiverse. Yeah, this is his thing now. Like, this is the people that he works with. And like without utility with utility and community. Oh, cool, thank you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he kind of went down this cycle for character NFTs stored on the block. Yeah, it's a lot of NFT stuff. Creator. MIT. Yeah, Riot Games. You see Riot Games? That's Matt. Yeah, this is one of those. Like, this is one of those things you look at, you're like, oh. Let me see, are you following Grau? No, you're not following Grau. Unless you're Grau? Yeah, that's Matt. Yeah, that's him. Oh, Matt, what happened to you, my brother in Christ? What the hell happened to you? Oh no. But yeah, it's... Like, let's see, Guar vs. Time. Deck building game, I mean... Let's see, role-playing print on demand, yeah. That's the That's the weird thing here, because I believe, anyway, Grau was one of the people behind Cthulhu Tech. Yeah, I don't know what the trajectory of was on this one. You kind of see Black Cat in LA, Red Cat multiverse, and shit like that. Like, yeah. I don't know what happened. Warverse time is post-sell. What do you mean by post-sell? I've never heard of Guar, really. But yeah, it's one of the things that is, you could argue this might just be a money thing. Like, hey, I'm not gonna fault a guy trying to make a living. Like, I'm not gonna do that. That's not fair for you, for me, or anybody else. So this has to be Guar. Yeah, he is at least invested in Guar and likes Guar. Yeah, so don't really know again, I don't know the actual like 1 to 2 to 3 on that. My guess is that he's going to be using Wildfire as more of a launching ground for future projects, unless he's kind of moved everything to like a Discord. How much money for a VIP bundle? How much money for the VIP bundle? What do you mean the VIP bundle? The Guar? You know, Cyber Fortress. I mean, we go to shop, t-shirts, music, skateboards, film, toys, CBD. If you want anything, you can get anything you want. 10th anniversary edition. Let's see. Sacrifice on Stage 23 VIP bundle for $1,000. $5,000 for the pre-show special event. Yeah, it's... Yeah. I don't know the full cycle there, but that's just kind of the... again, I'm not going to fault a guy for trying to make money. Even if I don't support the endeavor, if that makes sense. But yes, welcome to The Void. All right, yes, we're gonna be looking at The Void, and in like 5 seconds, because I'm gonna grab something to drink because my throat hurts. Let's get back to business. The Signet Adventure not bad, but very pulpy, like Gene Seller cult, white mind-washing colonist type. The actual book is a little weird, and this is why I say this is why I'm like, oh, Cthulhu. This is part of the Cthulhu saga, so that's why I'm like, it's that. Now, I tried finding stuff on Christopher Dorn or Robert Glass or any of these other guys. None of them really popped up. I couldn't find anything on them. Like, Christopher Dorn, for example, is like Bring him up. Christopher Dorn, TTRPG. Like, the only thing that pops up is a review of The Void. And Rogel Dorn. You know, Rogel Dorn from 40K. Like Robert like none of these other guys really pop up except Grau, because he's the main guy behind everything. You know, IP line developer, Grau. I tried looking up what Black Sky Studios was as well. No, I couldn't find anything on that. That pops up to a unsecured link. Fear the Void pops up into like something called graviton.live of like, it's nothing. Wildfire LLC, we all know that doesn't go anywhere. Like, infro.net, yeah, it's showing its age a little bit. You know, Matthew Burke, Matthew Grau. This is what I'm like, Black Sky, like, wonder what that is. But yes, this is Soulship's Going to Hell in a Handbasket. Now, all of this is this lore stuff. Now, I'm going to try to give you the most, like, basic rundown of the lore I can physically give everybody, okay? Now, let me just get through all the lore stuff real fast. Okay, now that's... This is just them telling about the game a little bit. This is some of the, you know, other Cthulhu Saga books, you know, influences, Alien, Dead Space, very Dead Space, Event Horizon, Ghost of Mars, Outland, Pandora. Well, okay, fine, fuck it. Effectively, in the future, humanity has been doing its best to colonize the stars. However, everything is shitty because life sucks. There's one big issue happening. There's a thing called the Chthonian star. It's approaching. Things are going wrong. You know, effectively, reality is having a stroke, and we're having to fight it off. You are part of the very special peacekeeping task force by the United Nations to effectively stop whatever's coming through and shoot it in the face using a gun you have. That's pretty much it. It's very... I don't want to word this. Pulpy, if that makes sense. It is very pulp cosmic horror. Very comic booky, very schlocky. The cover kind of betrays the tone it's trying to go for, because you look at the cover and it's like, oh, it's trying to be like very dark and mysterious. What is this alien monster beyond the colors of time? Oh no, what are we gonna do? We're all gonna die. No, it's not like that at all, in fact. But the weird thing is, it really wants to pretend it is. It wants to pretend it is like that, but it's very much not. But as we kind of go through here, it does talk about, like, here's the lore. You want to go to Mercury, you want to go to Earth, you want to go to Mars, you want to go to Saturn, you want to go to Jupiter. Everything's still here, but everything's not really given as in-depth lore as High Colonies, for example. Like, hey, you want to learn about Jupiter? Well, here's the entirety of Jupiter. Like, it's about 2-3 paragraphs of effectively block text. Like, this is just block text. And anytime people bitch and moan at me about, like, oh, well, you got to remember your orphans or whatever, I see shit like this, and this is a platinum seller. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. None of this matters. Nah. None of this matters at all. In Stygian Cycle, you were more like troubleshooters and cosmic. Yeah, that's effectively what you are. That's the main assumption of play, is troubleshooters and cosmic janitors. Like, you fix a thing you find and you shoot it. Yeah, character components. There's actually quite a few things. You play the UWC, the United World Council, and you play the Wardens. You have 3 phases of being a Warden. You can be an enforcer, an investigator, or a researcher. Or in more accurate terms, gunman, think man. what I mean by think mad is like you can, like, investigators and researchers have a little bit of overlap. Enforcers are just combat monsters. Just find things and shoot. Anytime you need, the basic system for this is actually a d6 dice pool. You want to take whatever your skill, whatever your attribute is, plus whatever your skill is, and you're going to roll. Any 5 or 6 you roll is a success. That's it. Mostly you only need about 2 to succeed on average checks, but sometimes you need 1, sometimes you need more. More dice, better you are. Johnny on our side is a one-man Superman. So technically, anytime he needs to fraternize with people, he's going, since he has a demeanor of 4, he's going to take 8 dice. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to take all our dice, going to go dice ASMR, and we're going to roll. Let's see, I rolled 1 success, 2 success, 3 success, 4 success, 5 success, 7, 6, 2, 6 whole successes. I would have done really excessively well. But if I want to say, make a communications check, I'm only going to take 4d6. And I've rolled no successes, and I am fucked. So that's kind of how the basics go for things. That's really all you really need to go for. Most combat is actually just an opposed roll. Like, anytime you want to shoot somebody, you're just going to be making a guns check versus their defense check. That's why you should always invest in defense. Always invest in defense. Someone is fine. No, I rolled 4 5s and 2 6s. Even I was amazed. Mind you, the other one I rolled 3 1s and a 2, so we don't talk about that one. Characters of a certain number of points can take before they die. These are levels of hurt between getting hurt and more penalties are tested and movement speed. Oh no! When it says basic social combat, they are not lying. There is an entire actual teaching adventure throughout the book. This teaching adventure, quite literally, is an entire adventure built to make sure that you know how to play. It is very simple, it is very easy, it is very to the point. And I kind of like the idea that there's like this adventure throughout helping you kind of learn what it is. I think it could be shorter. I think it could be a lot shorter because they go in like to give you an idea, like after we're on page 43 of 242 pages. We've learned that there are D6s involved. And the rest of this is kind of just adventure path stuff and like, oh boy, Philip Boganda. Hello, it's Philip Boganda. Hello. You know, we got the researcher, you know, we've got all his stats and we've got all his skills and we've got all his abilities, we've got all his points, we got his quirks, we got his whistle and tune. I like quirks personally. Then we have Alexis Vasquez. Mexico. She's Martian. She's a Martian. Of course, we have Anders Katanyev. Kotava. And Whaley. Various characters of various, characters and various different places around them that they're doing things. And here's some more lore bits that I just don't care. I actually tried to care about the lore. I just did not. I could give a shit less about the lore. It was just really boring. We nuked each other. We nuked. People were getting nuked. Okay. We were nuking each other. Then we went to space. I do like the fact that, like, yeah, we detonated a nuclear weapon in Malaysia. We created in 2028. This is one of the things, like, they do like here's a quick history at a glance. Here's colonized solar system. This is exactly what happened. This is all you really need to know. And I do like the fact, now the Chthonian star is effectively the thing bringing out death, destruction, and apocalyptic goop. I mean, once you're in space, it's hard to give a damn about the lore of a planet. it's like this is kind of one of those interesting bits because like yeah, the Chthonian star is going to devour reality, and it's like this is terrible, but its full power will be felt the next several years. You know the star exists. The European Federation, European Federation wants it destroyed. The Sino-Asia Union, I like it. This is the China-Asia Union. This is effectively just China and Asia. Wants to find a way to harness it. And the Alliance of American States wants to embrace changes and enslave the unnatural creatures. Quite literally, America rolls up and being like, damn, there's creatures beyond the colors of time. Fuck, man. What if we strapped a collar to it? What if we just strap a... Like, what if we just strap a giant collar around the ancient horror beyond the colors of time? We'll call him Fido and we'll feed him treats. We'll give him a little treat every now and again. Father, I'm hungry. I want orphans. Though that would be a funny as fuck setting, though. Being like, yeah, the elder horrors beyond, beyond the, time and space have arrived. They kind of just vibe with us. Here's some more politics stuff. Oh boy. Business in the new era. You want to learn about business? 4G industry conglomerate formed companies established first lunar colony. Recovery Earth environmental lobby now charged with solving environmental damage. Wesley Corp. Welcome to Wesley Corp. I love Wesley. Global economy, Blackman Commonwealth credit now powers the solar system. Yes, the Wardens are effectively, there are problems, deal with it. Wide offices all around, civilization. They are not met with open arm by local corporate and government interests. Wardens maintain a network of space stations for their operations. You are effectively the space feds. You are effectively space glowies. That's the best way to kind of think about it. You are space glowies. Where was the, Media is giant and out of control. Most diseases have been wiped out. People live in more 150 years due to advancement. Old prejudices are gone. Poverty is all but eliminated. Tensions grow between Earth. Yep, but don't worry, nobody knows these things exist outside of the horde of murder aliens outside. Just don't think about those ones. More lore. So, generally speaking, you're going to have a bit of points. So this is the design process. You need to know about every single thing your character is like. You got a lot of different abilities, a lot of different things. We're not going to tell you how to do any of it yet. No. We're going to teach you what they are, though. Then we're going to tell you how to do it. That's annoying. I hate it when games do this. I hate it when they tell you, like, hey, here is what... Because it's like, oh, hey, here's what all the attributes, here's what all the skills, here's all of these different things. We're not going to tell you what they do. We're not going to tell you how to get them at this point. We're just going to say that. Because that's going to change your opinion on something. Being like, yeah, I'm not going to take the, fucking, party trick skill if I have 5 points to distribute among my skills. That's going to be useless when you have the gun, solve all problems skill and the, eccentric party tricks for your Wiccan friend skill. I'm like, I wonder which I'm going to take. Like, if I have 1 billion points, then like, yeah, I'll take points in that one. Why fucking not? Yeah, quirks are fun. Like, I like quirks. Quirks is a fun element. Quirks is a fun part of this game. It's completely unintentional, maybe. But the entire idea is that you pretty much can take up to 2 to 5 quirks, which just kind of simulate personal bits. These are trivia or hobbies or things you just enjoy. This is you, the character. Usually they're very specific. Bartending, car knowledge, spotless cleaning, reciting movie quotes, sports team knowledge, whistle in tune, wiggling eyebrows, nose, and ears independently. Johnny's quirks are, of course, his rampant chutzpah, his sci-fi movies, his ship trivia, and corporate jingles. What do I mean by chutzpah? It means he's fucking stupid. And he will say things with bold-faced lies that he knows are lies, and he'll just say it because that's who he is, because he's an idiot. I purposely made him dumb. I thought it was funny. Like, the idea behind Johnny was just the guy who, like, not like that. It's Johnny is the kind of guy who goes to high school parties and says he's like 19, even though he's 29. He's that kind of guy. He's just kind of this weird douchebag. Like, that's kind of what he just morphed into over time, just being like this weird starship captain douchebag. I'm showing up, being being a douche. Like, he's just kind of a jackass. He's just like, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. What are you talking about? I'm not lying. Like, chutzpah is funny because it is quite literally sheer audacity and bravado. That's all it is. It is, to give you an idea, it's the idea of throwing yourself before the court, declaring, I am an orphan, be merciful upon me after you killed both your parents. That's chutzpah. I was just like, on one hand, you're not lying. On the other hand, because you fucking killed them, you idiot. Like, chutzpah is one of those, like, words that I think we should use more often, because it's just kind of a perfect thing. That's him in a nutshell. That's kind of what I wanted to give Johnny his way of life, is just like, yeah, he is going to just throw him, he's just gonna, swagger in there being like, yeah, I totally know what I'm doing. He has, with the, the little fucking speech bubble, little like thing in the comic book being like, Johnny has no idea what he's doing. Johnny thinks he knows what he's doing. Johnny doesn't. But, generally speaking, I do like it because you get a little bit more stuff going on. You do have fate points. It is a meta currency, but it's not really a meta currency. It's more of like it's a savior mechanic rather than more than anything. It's your ability to say, hey, I've taken... You think that's a word you invented? No, chutzpah is a real word. I will show you. God, the people don't believe me. They don't believe my Jewish heritage. Yeah, chutzpah, extreme self-confidence or audacity. It's Yiddish. Yeah, it's the quality of audacity for good or for bad. Like, that's all it is. It's just one of those weird words that is just fun to say. Just say it, chutzpah. It's like, yeah, all right, I can get behind this. So, 16 possible birthplaces. Where are you from? I personally chose to be from, of course, Jupiter, but they didn't have a colony here. So I would say I'm from Ganymede. Well, tourism or entertainment that dominate the colony as the Las Vegas of the outer worlds. You're also probably a little jaded. Ganymedians are extroverted and clever, no stranger to the ebbs and flows of nearly any strata of society. They're often known for adding several steps ahead and nearly always trying to work an angle. They're most in smaller colonies or space stations. Effectively, Johnny became from Space Vegas. And I'm like, that's fine for me. Each of these do provide something for you, and I'm gonna be... One weird note is that almost all of them begin with free fall. All of them begin with free fall in some variety, which I understand because free fall is very important. But it's one of those things as well where it's like, you wonder why they don't put more on there. But it's things like, you're born on Earth. You don't have free fall. everybody else does, except like 2. I think Venus. Yeah, Venus doesn't. Pretty much anytime you're born on like a planet in like the core world, you won't really have free fall. But if you're born really anywhere else, you'll get free fall for free. Like, you don't get it on Neptune. By the way, Odd Job, if you're born in the Kuiper Belt, you are also really good because Odd Job is a bitch to get. Now, you're going to choose your primary specialty and then a secondary specialty. Effectively, you have 3 classes in this game. I wish they would just come out and say you're going to be, you're going to be wardens, but you effectively have 3 classes you're going to be choosing from. That's really it. You fill out, you choose some quirks, you choose some details, you choose some abilities here, but that's pretty much it. Now, you do have the option of saying, well, I want to make my own character. Don't. I'm just going to save you some time. Please don't do that to yourself. I am begging you, do not do this to yourself. But I chose to be a warden investigator. Johnny is a warden. Because he's been more drafted into it. He is an investigator. That's his thing. So you're going to choose your starting attributes. As you kind of see here, you could choose to distribute up to 5 more points between them. Johnny, of course, kind of made himself a little bit more average, keeping his cleverness very low because he's dumb as a brick. But his awareness and demeanor and grace are all relatively above average. Not like good in any metric. It rhymes with hyper. Quipper belt then. Quipper hyper. Yeah, that sounds like Quipper belt. Or is it like a Q-par? Was it a Q-par belt? Is that what it is? I like the Q-par belt. Q. Now, everyone, if you don't realize what I'm doing, I'm trying to kill Ethical. I'm trying to murder Ethical right now. I'm trying to put my gun to him by mispronouncing words. I find it funny. Now, this is the idea of skills. Now, I don't like the math very much behind this, but your primary specialty, you're going to get 30 points among them. You get quite a few different skills that you are able to invest in early on. There's a lot here. The thing is, though, it costs you 2 points to move from 3 to 4. And if you choose a person's skill at 5, it then costs you 3 points. So if we're doing the math kind of, it's 1 equals 1, 2 equals 2, 3 equals 3, 4 equals 5 points technically, and 5 equals 8 points. That's, like, this is, to get anything like super duper high, it's going to be a little bit more punishing to get there. I'm going to make a wild guess in that most people are going to end up around with like maybe 1 or 2 skills at 4 at best, if they want to go down that route. One thing they never really talked about is the free skills you get from your planet. Hence why I kind of tactically added some skills such as Fraternize. Fraternize I didn't pay for necessarily. I already had a 1 in Fraternize, and then I distributed 3 additional points in there, which it would be applied afterwards, because the way that they was worded was a little bit weird. So this might be an illegal character. It might not be. I don't know. Nor do I really care. So, generally speaking, after you choose your primary, you're going to end up choosing a secondary, template. You'd only get 10 points to kind of do that, but 10 points among like 5 skills, a decent amount. I chose, obviously, to choose pilot. I have no gunner skills because I'm not cringe. I don't shoot people in my ship. I just pilot. I wanted that to be a reoccurring theme with Johnny, is that Johnny can't fight. Johnny is terrible at fighting. Because with a lot of these games, I usually try to make like a fucking combat monster that's just like, I am a one-man killing machine. I try to make killing machines because I find it funny. I went out of my way to make a character that is purposely not a killing machine. That is just a dumb motherfucker who can pilot a spaceship. That was my one goal. Can I create a dumb motherfucker, dumb handsome motherfucker who could pilot? That's surprisingly difficult in some of these games. Now, your qualities are effectively perks in any other game. Some of these are pretty simple, like you're fast, you're empathetic, you have Dream Void. Always pick Dream Void. But others of them are a little bit more odd, and especially when you get into like disadvantages, like you're just depressed, you have an enemy, you're fat. Probably like the weirdest one is sexy's just weird, because sexy just like, it's like, yeah, you're just sexy. I'm like, oh, okay then. This is one of those things where the writing of this game is very strange. Because on one hand, you end up with like writing being like, oh, it's very serious. And then on others, it's just like, oh, you have the sexy quality and people think you're attractive. It's like, what's the, like, if it was like, you just have the attractive quality, like, okay, that's reasonable. That, you know, kind of fits the theme a little bit more. But like, sexy always feels a little bit weird to me, because like, to me, that's kind of more pulpy, that's more comedic, that's a little bit more lighthearted way of saying it. Like, yeah, you're a sexy character. Not like, you know, this is a really hardcore, like, grim, dark The only time H.P. Lovecraft would say something is sexy is that if he's talking about something mutant, like if he's dealing with a character who's explicitly about that. That's the kind of thing I'm trying to say here. Talents. Don't I know you? Double tap, fight not flight. Know where your towel is. That's a reference. Peekaboo, sexual magnet, true grit, whiff of death. Yeah, you can choose. Talents are like, everyone gets a talent. They usually do something good for you. But you get one talent kind of thing. Attributes, you know, finally the researcher, they get a lot of things that they can just freely invest in. But you can say, you're an artist. If any of your players chooses to be an artist, shoot them. Just gun this. Just take out your hand, you know, take out your government issued handgun if you're from the United States and just pop a bitch. OP as hell. Your characters can never traumatize or shock when you see a tentacle monster rushing towards them. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Because again, like, the setting makes it out like this is the end of fucking days. We are doomed. And the only hope we have is rapidly waning and on a bunch of fuckwit losers. And then it's like, hey everybody, let's start blasting some aliens. Pew, 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 pew. It's like, I have a big thing about consistency and tone. Whatever you write, you must maintain a relatively consistent tone. And sometimes that tone can kind of go back and forth a little bit. That's fine, but only in very limited circumstances. Or if you're trying to alleviate something. Like, my big thing is putting like a little side note, but it's like, hey, here's something really grim and really awful. Then I'll put like a little, like, maybe like 5-word line being like, but it can always be worse, right? Like, it's just something like that. Just like, I'm going to alleviate the, you know, tension on the tension on the reader effectively. Like, I'm going to break things up a little bit. Like, things are horrifying, but fine, you know, there's a little bit of, you know, have a little bit of a laugh. You know, it's a pitch black comedy. It's like when you go between like doom and gloom and pulp, like on the other kind of like pulpy, and you're trying to mix the two together consistently, things get a little bit weird. Technically, you can, as a researcher, also invest entirely into liberal arts. So, yeah, it's one of those things. If anyone chooses artist over physician, again, just beat them. Just backhand them. Even social butterfly is pretty good. You know, engineering, that could be valuable. Artists, you can choose to be an artist. You can be anything you want, and you chose to be an artist. Cool. I'm gonna hurt you now. I'm gonna just beat you. And the talents, like, oh wow, these look like to be the exact same talents, because they fucking are, because there's like no talents in the book. None of the skills are really that weird. Like, if you really look at like all of the skills, a lot of them are like acting, dance, music. Like, I will say this is the most important. Always invest in defense. Never not invest in it. Sorry, in this Cthulhu adventure, it's just going to be Zoolander. Again, any game can be improved with the Zoolander arc, just completely unintentionally. Just everyone has to be like weird performance artists. We'll see how out of place people get. But defense is the most important, like one of the most important skills in the game, because this is your skill to avoid dying. If you have really high dex, which is grace, you don't need to invest as many points into it. But if you don't have really good grace, just dump more into defense. Dump maybe 2 more points into defense than you think. Like maybe like 1, maybe like 2 more points than you think you need. You're like, I only need 1. Nah, I think you need 2. I think you need 2. Well, I don't really need any. I think you need at least 1. Like, but I'm a background fighter. I won't get shot. No, I think you're gonna get shot. I think twitchy fingers over there is gonna decide to turn your ass into a fucking, you're gonna fucking die. This does also make awareness the best combat skill in the game, because every firearm is covered by awareness, while every weapon is covered by, every melee weapon is covered by grace. Technically, it's like, oh, tactics are cleverness. Who fucking cares? If you want to play a brick shithouse, and I do mean brick shithouse, you tank your cleverness, you just have high awareness, high grace, high, and like maybe like good perseverance and physique. Demeanor, keep that shit as low as possible. You don't need demeanor. You need maybe 1 or 2 demeanor. You need 2 demeanor. Like, I would say like 5-2-2, 5-3-3. This would do you fine. Because the thing is, if you have really high grace, you just won't take damage, because you're just going to avoid everything. They're going to be rolling 3d6. You're going to be rolling 6d6. They're going to be rolling, I'm going to be rolling 46 to, I'm going to roll, oh no, I'm going to roll 46 to dodge. I'm like, okay, you're going to roll 46 to dodge. I'm just going to roll my 8d6 fucking super combat skill and shoot you, and you'll die. Like, it's one of those things, like, is Dex the god stat again? Yeah, because like reaction also covers shit like your initiative. Like, it's just really good. And like, again, awareness and grace are really good across the board. If you want to play more of an investigating person, intelligence is good, but like, to give you an idea, like, awareness, cleverness, clever, grace, clever, demeanor. This is one of the few demeanor skills. Grace, awareness, clever, awareness, clever, demeanor, grace, awareness, grace, awareness, demeanor, awareness, clever, awareness, clever. And technically, this is variable. That's why odd job is kind of weird, but like, a lot of things are covered under being clever and graceful. Because being clever and graceful makes you do a lot of your skills better, so you want to always have at least a few points. If you're not very aware, you're not going to live. You're going to die. Like, if you want to play like an optimized character, if you want to play literally like, brick shithouse, man who like, he was going to find an alien and strangle him to death. Like, going high grace, perseverance, and physique, you're going to do fine. Because what's going to happen there is that you're going to just tank everything, and then you're going to beat them to death. Because what are they going to do? I'm going to bring out my tentacle, and I'm going to slap you around with my little tentacles. Ooh, I'm going to hit you with my tentacles. You're like, cool, I'm going to hit you with my mono sword and tear off all your limbs, and then laugh as I shit down your throat. It's like, oh. I feel like this extra, this horrifying threat beyond the colors of time is not very threatening anymore. But now wisdom is also a combat. It's not only a combat stat. This is like the important. It's not only a combat stat, it's an investigation stat too. Like, awareness covers a lot of things. And like, no shit, it's an investigation game. Like in cleverness, like you're going to have like two people who should go like heavy into cleverness because that's where you're going to get all your research shit done. But like generally speaking, you really don't need that much. Like, you should at least minimum have an awareness of 3, like minimum. And one of the things is like all the social skills, all the social skills are pretty much covered by demeanor. That's a big thing. The thing is, you need 2 of them. You need two of these fucking skills max. And even then, that's really only if you choose to use the social combat system, which they do the thing where savoir-faire and, you know, and persuade and intimidation and all these things are slightly different from one another, and it's like, oh. You know, surreptitious skills, crime, performing street crime, how to practice high crime, which is, again, you want to be a criminal, just invest in grace. That's kind of like one of those things, like, there's a few stats that do clearly have a lot more. There's a few more that have a little bit more. Luckily, again, cleverness is kind of its own thing, because if this was folded, like, if cleverness was folded into another stat, that would be pretty bad. But then it's like, well, it gets like a little bit like, oh no. Yeah, these are like Dream Void's pretty good because it's rare for people who don't dream. He cannot be plagued by nightmare, nor is he susceptible to the influence of the old ones in his sleep. I don't dream. Ha ha ha, it's me, the ancient void, terror from the void outside of reality. Ha ha ha. You know, the fucking ATF breaks down. Hip hop, motherfucker. Looks like someone didn't pay some bills. What are you doing? No, you shot my dog. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Die, die, die. Yeah, fast. Common sense is one of those dumb abilities where it's like, hey, the GM can warn you if you're making a stupid mistake because you're stupid. Don't do these skills. Please don't. Like, because mostly when they have to make a secret cleverness test for you, they make a secret check on your behalf to tell you that you're being stupid. Like, with Johnny would literally not benefit from having the common sense ability because he has low cleverness. So he has no advantage from doing that. And it's like, oh, no. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah, probably. You also have one which is like internal clock, and like to give you an idea, internal clock gives you an intuitive sense of the passage of time. However, you also have internal map. Your character has an intuitive sense of direction, bearing. Once he establishes where he is, he remembers places he's been and how to get between them. He never gets lost in cities or colonies he's been to before. This also gives him 2 free successes for astrogation and orienteering tests. This doesn't dictate when this applies, it just says you get 2 free successes. But usually you can assume that those people are cultists. Again, it's one of those things like you're going to have a face character, and that face character is the one who's going to have demeanor. And investing in a lot of different social skills isn't as useful because it's like all of them cover very particular things for the social combat system. That's what I'm kind of getting at there. We'll talk about the social combat. Yeah, by the way, if you are playing a pilot, just take internal map. You get 2 fucking free successes on astrogation checks. That's 2 free successes that you don't need to make now. So now suddenly, my astrogation isn't, you know, difficulty 5, it's difficulty 3. And I get to roll with my cleverness, so I get to roll 5d6. I get to roll 5d6, and I just need to score a few successes now, which, lo and behold, I fucking didn't, because I can't roll for shit today, I guess. It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, gee. A lot of relying on your GM as well. Your GM will make a secret cleverness test. Again, cleverness. Make a cleverness test. Do this. Especially is especially attracted to the opposite sex, or those who are attracted to his gender. He gains 1 free success to all social skill tests involving anyone who might be attracted to him, opposite or same sex. I walk into a room. Hello, cultists. It's me. Call me Johnny Thundercock. Yeah, carried by internal map, cause stupid. Yeah, intuitive sense of, like, sixth sense is like, oh, like, your character's intuitive sense of danger. When a dangerous situation arises, your GM will make a secret notice or cleverness test. If your character is successful, your GM will let you know he senses danger, not the source or direction of it. Just give me free successes. Don't rely on, I don't want my GM to roll dice when I can't see it, and I'm gonna fuck up probably, and I'm gonna feel sad. But yeah, a lot of the rest of this is like, you're bigoted, you suffer penalties, you suffer chronic pain. Just be a bigot, just be a bigot. Just be a jackass. Just be a horrible human. Just be a horrible human being. But because it's just like, you really shouldn't take anything else. Like, your character isn't heavy or big bone. He's some shade of obese. Like, any of these are actually really fucking bad. You really shouldn't take any of these, but you really shouldn't take any of these either because these don't do much for you. Like, the actual, like, bonuses they want you to take don't feel very useful unless you're already playing a big, you know, powerful character, but you already have a lot of points. So yeah, you can just take Hard to Kill 2. Take Hard to Kill 2, take Dream Void and Double Jointed. Or like Disease Resist, or whatever the fuck you want to, you know, take. Because you're already good. Because you're fine. You have plenty of points to kind of work with that. More than anything else. Now, talents are weird. Because you get things like Killer Instinct, knows how to know how to hand where it hurts, gets 1 attack ignoring any of the target's armor. Almost everyone can get Born in Freefall, doesn't need tests for basic moves in Freefall or Microgravity. 2 free successes on any other test he must make. Because normally, if you want to do anything in like 0G, you have to make a Freefall check, because you're falling to the fucking air. But you really don't need to anymore. Arrogant. Arrogant. Read arrogant. Okay, what is... Let's read. What's arrogant? Character thinks he's great, but others don't necessarily agree. He suffers a penalty in -1 to all social skill tests, except insight and intimidation. Legitimately, if you're not playing a social character, just pick up fucking arrogant. There's no reason you shouldn't do it. You just suffer, and it sucks. But it's also like there's no reason for you to take it as well. Like... Yeah, like, oh, you have the uncanny ability of death. You have a wicked presence. You're wicked smart. I just chose to become Born in Free. Why? Because I felt that would most appropriate. Now, you can increase yourself reliably. Generally speaking, you have to do this through the use of advancements. Advancements come relatively quick. About every session, you're going to pick up an advance. it's going to be pretty easy to get there, but you kind of see what I mean by like getting to 3 to 4 is a lot more tricky, especially when it comes to your abilities here. So if I want to boost up my cleverness to 3, that's not difficult. It costs me pretty much 2 sessions, and I can become cleverness 3. Getting anything else up is going to be a little bit more complicated, but it mostly goes to a maximum of 5. So I'm already kind of like top of the stock in 3 of the things I want to be top of the stock in. Learning new skills isn't difficult, except odd jobs, because odd jobs is everything. I mean, it suits your guy. No, it doesn't. That's the worst part. Like, arrogance fucking terrible for him because it makes him worse at social situations. And that's Johnny's entire thing, is that he's a social guy. And like, that's one of those things where you look at it and be like, this feels like I can take it as a debilitating drawback, or just role play it out and make my life a lot easier in every conceivable fashion. Because I'm not stupid. Well, I am stupid, but we don't talk about that part. I'm stupid. Yeah, skills advance pretty slowly as well. You're not going to get many things quickly, but you will be able to get things. Generally speaking, you're not advancing quickly, if that makes sense. You're advancing, but never like, oh, let's go rapid fire. Now, generally speaking, most skill checks are going to be about difficulty 1, difficulty 2. If you are completely unskilled in something, everything's going to be pretty difficult for you. If you're skilled, you don't really need to worry about it. Generally speaking, if you've got a point in it, if you've already rolled in like 5 die, if I needed to deceive like the guy who already likes me, I'm already rolling 7d6. I don't really need to worry about it too much. I'm like, hey, buddy. He's like, hey, and he just walks away. Now, if you ever roll all your dice and are ones, it's an epic fail. Things fall apart spectacularly. It's funny. Technically, there are exploding dice, but only if you don't have enough dice. And if everything is a success, you get to roll an extra set. Extra die. That's sometimes your only way to get some advantages. Then we bring into a horror test. Sometimes situations so frightening, your character's reaction to things must be simulated by horror tests. When a character has a chance of getting scared or runs into a frightening creature, he must succeed at a horror test. I love formatting. At horror test to prevent his fight or flight instinct from triggering. Horror tests are perseverance attribute tests against difficulty provided by the GM. Like, oh no. Like, oh no, these things are huge, or scary, impossible, mind-shattering. Oh no. If he fails, you don't have to make... You get these ones, such as poop yourself, you shit yourself, you run away like a bitch, you shriek like a little kid, you freeze, you faint you just faint, or your fight instincts kicks in foolishly. This is one of those moments where it's like, what you're saying and what you're writing are not quite adding up. Hey, you've encountered something like genuinely scary. You know, it's kind of like one of those things, like you see a guy over here, he's kind of like, his legs are giving way, he's freaking out a little bit. And it's like, what happens? Well, you have a 2 in 12 chance of, you have a 1 in 6 chance effectively of shitting yourself. I'm like, wow, that's cool. I sure do love the option to shit myself in combat. Like, that's cool. Like, it's like, oh, you shriek like a little kid. I'm like, oh. You technically can get madness, which madness slowly erodes away at your current state of being. The higher your madness, the more bonker, like again, cracked, bonkers, raving, loony. Loony, I love it. I love loony, and that's That's an appropriate word for these things. Oh, you're going loony. There's also the very weird. This is one of those weird bits where it's like, I don't know if you thought this was like clever. Effectively, if you hit level 4, insanity, you really need to spend time in an institution to actually get back. Get back into shape. If you don't, do that, you're gonna not, like your character's not coming back. Now, the first line here would be like, roll up a new character. Agility debuff for that weird I just shat my pants walk. Have no fear, I'm in my skin tight suit. You don't understand, losers. The Cthulhu horrors don't understand me. Yeah, this is one of those bits, because normally in a situation like this, like, make a new character until your old character gets out of the loony bin. Gets out of crazy town. Now, you can choose to sit that time out. You can choose not to attend play sessions, or you can come and provide moral support and participate in whatever way you are capable. Perhaps you can help the GM out by portraying NPCs. Regardless, your character is on hiatus while the rest of the group plays on. It is recommended to give characters a predicament half of what the rest of the group earns in terms of experience. Second option is you generate an optional character. I don't know why this is the first option you would provide. Just don't play. Like, sorry, you went insane. You just don't get to play anymore. Get out of my fucking house. But Mike, but GM, I'm your room, and get the fuck out. We don't deal with crazy people here, you little fuckwit. Don't come back to session next week either. You got 3 months before you can rejoin us and be cool. Like, aw. Yeah, it's like one of those things. Like, why is that there? But generally speaking, physical combat is very simple. You're going to be making an awareness reaction. Again, awareness is being the best thing in the world. And then you're going to be amazed. You're going to take a free action and a simple action and an involved action. Oh boy, and if you try to do anything, it's skill plus attribute versus their grace plus defense. Dex, baby, it wins everything. Into the damage roll, which can reduce the target's armor, if any. Generally speaking, if you have an insane awareness score, you can just say, bang, I shot you and you're dead. You want to know what the best defense in the game is? Me killing you before you hurt me. The best defense is me shooting you. Just don't go mad, bro. Just get your shit together, man. I mean, like, I can't get my shit together. It's all over my spacesuit. Well, it's all over my spacesuit, Captain. You may choose to hold your action to see what's going on and do. But yeah, like, oh boy, time for an initiative check. So, generally speaking, actions are pretty simple. What you're going to be doing, it's I want to aim, I want to draw, I want to shoot, I want to break away from core karma, I want to do a skill test, I want to do something. Like just walking toward, taking cover and then popping a shot or aiming and shooting. Very easy to do. Everything is just going to be grace plus defense, though. That's the thing with defense, especially if you're in cover, which allows you to get even bigger defenses. If you really want to be in the best case scenario, you get behind really heavy cover, and you're going to maybe get you might be rolling like 7, 8, 9 d6 as the number of dice for your successes against maybe like 2d6, like 3, 4d6. It's like, ow, like I don't need any of that. I don't need to be happy. Now, once you've hit, you're going to see how much damage you do. Then you're going to be reducing it by your wounds. Anytime you take wounds, things are going to go wrong. Now, generally speaking, the more hurt you get, the more penalty you're going to get. So just taking a bad hit early on is going to fucking kill you. Pretty much anytime you fill one of these bars up, you're going to take whatever the associated action is. And these just stack on top of one another. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, owie, zowie, I've taken 10 damage, I'm now bruised. Owie zowie, I'm now battered. I've taken 10 more damage. I'm battered now. -2 dice all that. There is a death spiral. And that death spiral is nasty. By the time you get down to the battered, you're not going to be rolling as many dice. And that's a... Wait, dropping out of melee and walking is the same action. How the hell do you walk away? Pretty much how that would work, how that technically works, is you break away from melee and then you just walk away. You 360, you 360 and walk away from the enemy. That's how it works. Come on. Now, generally speaking, armor is going to reduce at least a little bit of damage, but not a lot of damage. Now, Johnny does have some armor. He's got his flak jacket on. Any damage he takes, he's going to reduce by 5, actually. Which is a little bit. It's going to help him just a little bit, not a lot. And it's like, okay, but 5 damage is also potentially enough to, it's going to hurt. Especially when you realize that the heavy pistol, because I couldn't find an actual revolver for him. The ACC 90 Anvil does 5d6 damage. And what I can do is let's say I hit, I'm gonna roll damage. Oh no, let's see how much damage I rolled. I rolled 2, 4, 8, 13 damage. And that's rolling 2 2s and a 2. 2 1s and a 2. You can 5 is not a lot. And that's just a basic flak jacket. Like, you get hit by a big gun, you're fucked. Full suit, yeah. Generally, you want to have like warden armor. Like, to be hurt, protection of the armor goes down to 5. Anytime you were to die, you would actually be able to burn a fate point. Once you burn your fate point, you're allowed to kind of get back into the incapacitating or killing blow, text damage ignored, you immediately heal another 3d6 worth of damage. Ooh. Then what? He walks up again and hits my head? Yeah, pretty much. You hope your friends blast him before then. Yeah, the median is 21. And it's like, you're going to take some damage. Like, you're always going to... Even taking a little bit of damage can really hurt. Like, even like the smaller guns can, like... Blackjackins ain't going to save your life. That's the big thing. You ain't going to save your fucking life. Especially when you start getting to things like aiming. You lose all, you can't move or anything. Then simple action, you get 1 free success on his next attack. Spend 2 simple actions, 2 successful turns, he gets 2 free success. One of the big things here is, remember, the more successes you have over them, the more damage d6s you get. So let's say, for example, I have my shitty little handgun that does 2d6 damage, and I score 4 more successes over you. Suddenly, I'm rolling 66. Wowie zowie. Turns out my gun that I just shot you with, my little pea shooter, did 15, 16, 17, 23 damage, and now you are not doing too hot. I have a gun and I've shot you. Automatic weapons can actually do more damage. It's like, yeah, you can actually add weapons auto value as number of damage dice. And things go more and more damage, and suddenly you just don't have any health. Combat can get dangerous in this game. Combat can get very dangerous in this game, but it never feels... It's not like some games where it's like dangerous combat games where it's like you rolled one attack and kill you. You need to get to monsters. Like, to give you kind of an idea, I'm going to go down to monsters because there's actually very few monsters in the book. There's very few monsters. Where are you? Son of a bitch. Like, this is probably one of the more basic monsters. There we go. This is the Karakin. Actually, no. We'll do Amigo. Well, say hello to Amigo, everybody. Now, Migo have 12 health. Now, 12, 24, 36, 48. Ow. That's a lot of damage. They have 5d6 damage claws and an alien height of 5. Generally speaking, if they get close to you, they're gonna rip you a new asshole. They have a natural defense of 3 plus their grace. They're gonna be rolling 6d. Like, you gotta remember, they're rolling like 9d6 for just dodging attacks. They can do gun combat if they've got a gun. They have a natural weapons of 3 plus their claws. I believe it's grace. So yeah, they're rolling. Yeah, the Migo can very easily just rip your head off. Yeah, they're like, unless you get the drop on them, they're gonna have a good time ripping you a new asshole. Even these ones, like the Karakin, like their grace is 5, their perseverance is 7. They've got 16, 32, 64, 64, 48, 64 health. Doesn't seem like a lot, but we see natural weapons 2. Natural weapons 2, grace 5. So they're rolling 7d6 to do 5d6 plus poison damage, which has you hallucinate. In addition to all of this, they have chitin, which makes they protect from 10 damage a shot. 40 skills, man. You can make them know kung fu and have like 10 melee. Yeah. Let's see. The myriad, which are pretty much just things that like steal. Yeah, it's like weapon as host, blob 6d6 damage, armor blob 15. Like, this is one of those moments where it's just like, oh, well, this is horrifying. They just have a shit ton of health, and those are really the only enemies in the base game. Those are the only enemies in the base game, those 3. So it's like, it is a lot of damage. Like, it feels like you take just a little. Any amount of damage you take, you're not going to have a good time because they're doing like 5d6 damage because you're going to be fighting people. Like, that's an important facet. You're going to be fighting people because you gotta fight people. Because if you don't fight them, like, you just don't have many monsters or gribbly bits. Damn, bro, you've been at this for 4 hours? Cool arm of the alien. No, I've only been doing 3 hours. 3 hours at this point. We'll probably hit 4 hours. Generally speaking, like, you can I'm assuming like all of the adventures and stuff add more monsters per. I mean, if you can find, you can probably bring up the number of monsters. But it's like you have more inventions. Usually like Lamentation, you have a few monsters doing creepy stuff around the location. Like, yeah, a single Migo that gets the drop on the players can very easily kill one, or at least bring one to kind of more of a crippled state. Because remember, this is important as well. You deal like 1 or 2 damage, and suddenly you have no health. You're just dead. Like, because you're now going to be at like negative like 2 dice, which if you already don't have that many dice, it's like, oh. It's like, I have no health. Like, ow, my bones. My bones, my bony wonies. My bony wonies. I'm assuming you're supposed to create your own monsters. That's my assumption, that you're kind of supposed to create your own monsters, and that's kind of the thing. But, like, unless you pull punches, just about every enemy's, like, any kind of combination of monsters is going to be able to pretty much. Thank you for noticing it being Han Solo, by the way, Mr. Y. It's just about any combination is going to really fuck your day up. But yes, social combat is strange because the idea is like, depending on their attitude with you and your attitude with them, you're going to have different availability of skills. And it's like, friendly characters are open, ambivalent don't feel one way or another. The unfriendly, they just actively hate you or are scared. Anytime that, something like that, you got to use one of your many different skills, and then it's like, hey, if they're unfriendly, you can't fraternize with them. They don't want to fraternize with you. But if they are hostile, only deception and intimidation is going to get them to work. But all social skills work for friendly and ambivalent characters. Once you've chosen that, as long as the intent is not, then it's like, oh, skills required in contests. It's deception, it's intimidation, seduction, deception. Like, yeah, it's like, if you're just trying to be friendly with somebody, people are going to be friendly with you. No shit. Exchanges instead of turns. Exchanges, unlike turn, are more fluid and take as much time as realistically needed. Choose your desired effect. Whenever someone is trying to manipulate someone else, the defending character makes a test with your perseverance plus insight. Shift attitude. Friendly or ambivalent. Then go to step 4. Determine the effect. You've won enough contests. Just shift your opponent's attitude to ambivalent. Your GM will determine what sort of effect you've had. And obviously, moving someone from unfriendly to ambivalent using seduction won't produce the desired result, but you're one step closer. Yeah, it's things like that. Like, the entire goal of the social combat system is to bump people up to at least ambivalent or friendly. That's the goal. And that's like one of those moments where it's like, I get the idea what you're trying to do. I understand what the intent is. I don't think it works as well as what you're thinking it is. And it's like, that's kind of the nature of the beast for a lot of this game, in fact. It's a lot of like, okay, that's cool. Like, please stop. Now we get the tension point. Tension points are weird. They bring this up so fucking late. As a group, you and your fellow players have access to tension points each time you sit down to play. And I actually looked this up. Like, the first time they mentioned tension points, let's look. Yeah, the first time they mention tension points is on page... No, that's not even that. That's on page 217. The first time they mention it is on page 138. Yeah, on... What? Yeah, like, they don't mention this, like, at all. This is page 40, effectively. Like, they first mention it here, and then we hit this. Let's go to the next instance of it. Yeah, we're on page 40, and then on 139, we are reintroduced to it. Tension points are like this, it's a meta currency, effectively. And when you use this, everyone gets pretty much a few tension points that you can use every time you sit down. Now, how many tension points do you get? Well, let's see. Beneficial wave for on average 4 hours, you'll have about a pool of 5 tension points. You get things like you can get a clue, force a GM reroll, find an item you need, reroll, get a fate point. It's like, that's it? Like, it feels like that should be like a bigger mechanic. I like the text of the highlight flickers. Weird in the sense that most stuff for it is free. I think monsters and other books, like their version of the monster manual. Games should at least give you several examples, like every level monster from weakest cannon father, bossy MC, murder pants. Exchange rates now too. The big thing is that this is a PDF exchange viewer. If I kind of do this and like scroll up and down, it gets a little bit freaky deaky about it, because you're technically not really supposed to be doing it. Hence why anytime I do this, the pages kind of pop in, pop out. That's just the nature of things. But yeah, this isn't Mac. This is God hates Macs. It's PDF Exchange. I like PDF Exchange viewer. They're cheap. It's free. But yeah, then there's like, you do things like regenerative theory. There's like medical tools. Like, they talk to you a lot about the setting, but the setting isn't interesting to me. I think that's like one of my main issues with it. Like, I just don't really care about the setting at all. It's nothing about it was like, cool, here's the thing. It's like, there's no thing really to get me invested in it. And it's like, oh boy, it's wealth codes, woo. do. I don't care. I don't care. And like a vast majority of the weapons are actually pretty basic stuff. They do talk about like every single one of them being like, yes, this is very important. I don't care. Because again, I just don't care. Give me the list of fucking guns I want. Most of the guns you want are going to be like technically like wealth code. You're going to be in like wealth code 2. So reliably speaking, you can purchase a holdout gun or the bandit semi-auto if you want. You can spend a lot of money and get like a rifle. Like generally speaking, you're going to be kind of in like the SMG round, but like these are all of the guns. There are no shotguns really in this game, which is weird to me. You would think they would put in a fucking shotgun, but no, there isn't. Generally speaking, you can get spaceships. I made a explicit note about this, but you have to wait till the spaceship supplement to get actual rules for it. Luckily, I have the Knight Errant class Corvette. That's all I wanted for Christmas. And combat plays out the exact same way, and you just don't, it doesn't fucking matter because there's no rules for it. There's literally no rules for it unless you go to the spaceship book. And more lore. You like lore? I love lore. Lore. Gotta love lore. Lore doesn't even matter after all. Yeah, monsters just have these two, like, oh, you have natural weapons and you have athletics. But like, as we were kind of talking about before, there aren't many monsters in the core book, which again, I cannot expect people. Oh God hates Max. Wait, what's the main PDF exchange view? The biggest editing formats I see in a lot of books and mechanics being mentioned way before they are explained, or they are explained slightly then in 30 pages before properly going to depth of rule about. I think it's just there because basically, what if Lovecraft stuff put in space? But since you're playing as troubleshooter in Space Police, you're playing aliens, not alien. Usually arrive on the site and go for a walk anyway. A couple pages per planet doesn't seem too much lore. No, the lore is like pretty much all the parts I'm kind of skipping. They're like in-universe like short stories. And I'm like, that's cool, but I don't really care about like the setting itself. Like the setting itself just isn't really interesting to me. Like High Colonies was interesting because High Colonies had a lot of stuff going on, if that makes sense. It's just like, yeah, there is stuff. I couldn't care less about the game, but I'm like, cool, like there's stuff going on. Oh no, someone disguising their microfiction as an RPG. I think there was some actual like thought put into the setting, like, yes, this is what really needs to happen. I just think there was a clash somewhere around the line of what this game was going to be. Because I think somewhere in development, yeah, High Colonies was one dude writing his galactic epic. Yeah, and it was like, that was like, High Colonies was clearly a guy had an idea for a setting, and like, this was my setting, and I want to roleplay in it. I'm like, this is a terrible role-playing setting, but I really want to see a story. I want to see microfictions in High Colonies, because there's stuff going on. What the fuck is microfiction? Small format fiction. You know what fiction is, right, Mr. Y? Please tell me you know that. Also, I'm feeling called out, because I am calling you out, Mr. Y. It's, I'm calling out Mr. Y in the crowd. Everybody point at the Italian. But generally speaking, like, High Colonies felt like someone who really cared about it, like his setting, and was like, I'm gonna go into hardcore detail, and then forgot he had to write a game for it. This feels like they were trying to, like, I think at one point, the Void was Space Feds the game. Like, you're just space cops. You roll up in there, you go, police, open the fuck up, I'm gonna blast you with my space gun if you don't. And yeah, that would be fine if they just wrote a space cop game. Which, honest to God, you could use the Void and ignore all of the Cthulhu bullshit and just play a regular ass space game with it, a regular ass space cop game. Just play, literally you can play the wardens as the space feds. And again, you know, please open up. Open the fuck up. Bang, you know. Yeah, if you want to play space ATF, go for it. I mean, that's fine. Like, that's a possible thing you can do with it. Like, just ignore all of that shit. But there are games that do that. Space cops, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you, space cops? Damn straight. It's one of those things, like, I think, like, them part way through, it's one of those things, like, they go full, like, they kind of, like, they were going to go down that angle, and then, like, part way through, they were like, we're gonna put it into our Cthulhu mythos thing. But then it was like, no, we're not going to do that anymore. But then we're going to do it again. So it kind of becomes kind of this weird mishmash of ideas that it feels like you should emphasize more of the cosmic horror stuff. Because there's like, you can make some... Space is fucking scary, man. Shit's scary. And like, you should really embrace the, you know, some of the spookier shit that people go on in space. Like, fine, that's, like, honest to God, High Colonies does better cosmic horror than this game, because High Colonies does have some cosmic horror elements to it. But it's also like, why are you here? Like, yeah, no, like, it's, like, don't leave it the chance. Killing character, don't leave it a chance. Give it purpose, make it awful. Carry on my wayward son. Yeah, you know, themes. They do talk a lot about how to set this game up. I will give them credit. The Void is good at setting you up to actually play the game. Nothing is like overtly wrong. Like, the thing is, like, there's nothing overtly wrong with the game. You know, Horrors of the Void 1, Ecological Footprint, Tools of the Trade. Like, if you want to play the game fully, I would say Horrors of the Void 1, Tools of the Trade. If you want to do more space shit, go spaceships, but you don't really need it, and then maybe Talents. Because, like, it feels like there's a lot missing from this. And it's like, if they just tone certain aspects back, they could probably add others in other places, but they didn't. But now you have to deal with, well, quirks. Quirks could be removed and nothing changes about the game, but it's fun, and I like quirks. But then it's like, oh, here's your qualities. Well, why do I have qualities? Can I just put those into talents? So we have more talents. Well, the qualities can turn into talents. Well, no. Because if you don't have your qualities and your talents being different, then that doesn't make any difference, even though it's the same shit. It's like, why do fate points feel so important, but they're never used for anything except as a savior mechanic? Why not tie it more to tension points? Like, that would be a really good idea, being like, we're burning away tension, but we're also burning away our own, you know, survival chances. Like, do we survive now, or do we want to save them for when, if someone gets hurt or someone starts dying? Like, you can combine certain aspects together that they just don't do. And some of the, like, skill, like, there's a few dependencies, especially when it comes to, like, awareness and grace. Like, for combat, awareness and grace are, like, so valuable that it's really hard to be like, well, you don't really need anything else. Like, demeanor and cleverness can be so dumped if you have good grace, good awareness, and, like, even, like, 3 perseverance, you're gonna be fine on. If you have a high physique, at least you'd be able to, like, bump up your health and shit like that. Like, it's one of those things, like, there's just little things constantly. RoboCop, literally Striker, but meme. More interesting. My man's just a regular cop fought against Outworld Invasion and survived. I don't want to play RoboCop. Yeah, Horror of the Void not free though. Here's the secret, Drakus. Here's the mega secret. Wink. Wink. I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs, Drakus. But yes, our final game, our very final game, is our favorite kind of game, everybody. It's space punk. Yay! It's like space but punk. Get it? Come on, Anna, don't promote YAR. Of course not. I'm not promoting anything. I'm just telling people where they can get things. Welcome to Darkstars, a space punk game. Space punk. Space punk. Punk space. I fucking hate anything with the punk suffix at this point. I want everything to know. Everyone to know. Anything that's like, oh, it's punk, I hate it. I have gradually learned to hate every single aspect of it. Oh, well, here's my echo punk radical thing. I'm like, shut the fuck up and get hit by a car. I wonder if that's another one where they don't understand what punk and old punk stuff means. The thing is, punk has lost all meaning and has been rederived into just turn any word into a setting. That's really all it is at this point. It is your ability to turn any word into a setting or a vibe. I think that's what you gotta call it. You can't call it a setting anymore. It's a vibe, bro. It's a vibe. Being like, oh, you don't understand. I'm not. It's NASA punk now. Thank you very much. Sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. Ethical, you can see it, yeah. You don't understand, everyone? This is computer punk. This is ROM punk. I got some of that computer core vibes underneath. I don't think you quite understand. Loser. Sorry, I'm an office punk hermit maxing. With a little bit of, can't forget my, eco core. Yeah, it's, you can put it anything. You want, it's office punk, it's sand punk, sword punk, laser punk, fucking, fantasy punk. I've seen fantasy punk once. I was like, what? No, that's not how any of this works. There was one I saw which was hermit punk. I just like saying hermit punk. I find it funny. NASA punk, of course. Ethical's favorite. Of course we have cyberpunk. Can't escape cyberpunk. Nothing can escape cyberpunk. What about the word gonzo? Gonzo punk? We'll just add gonzo punk to it. I don't know what the fuck that means. Fuck it. Let's use. Computer punk sounds like a category you stick Tron and a reboot in. No. It just got, nope. Sorry. I'm sorry, Drakus. We're looking up gonzo punk now. Oh, thank God. Gonzo punk isn't real. Thank God. Gonzo punk, nope. Gonzo punk's real, everybody. I am very, very happy that Gonzo Punk does not exist. It's just some NFT jackass. This isn't real, right? No, it's... Wait, 8 unique pixels generated digital celebrate free spirit and Gonzo journalist. This... Why would you buy these? Why would you ever buy these? Like, someone bought this for 0.05 Ethereum. Like 0.005 Ethereum. Like, someone paid like when did you buy this? No, 21. Like, someone, like, 0.005 Ethereum on November 15th Someone bought this for almost $5,000. Ethereum literally peaked. If he had literally waited like a few days, like you waited like a month, like about 2 months, if you waited about a month and a half, like to give you an example, just to tell you how much value a single Ethereum went. He paid about $10 roughly for it. Actually, no, at this point he would be paid about, if we paid at like the average Ethereum price, if it's about 0.005 is about $10. He paid about, I would say about $20 if I'm going to be, you would have paid about $20. I'm Gonzo, Muppet Punk. Like Rips is a Gonzo setting, Tron Punk. And on some of Yamate. Yeah, no. I don't think you quite understand. This is what the people come for. This is what the people come for. Me getting completely derailed talking about stupid shit I find on the internet. This is what the people demand. This is what the people want. So Darkstar. Now Darkstars is a little bit weird. And there's actually a good reason why it's a little bit weird. Darkstars universe. Darkstars by Morgan Lee. This was actually our first and pretty much only Kickstarter project we're going to be talking about today in any remote capacity. Darkstars, as you see, is a cyberpunk space role-playing game. A guy named Morgan Lee. Morgan Lean. Now, as the Darkstars universe, I was like, oh, well, Darkstars universe. We've got quite a few different things going on. Beyond the Black Sea. Ooh. Fairies wear boots. Have any of you ever heard of fairies wear boots? Now I'll tell you about fairies wear boots. You get a lot of things about this one. It's like, okay, you know, this guy is Australian. I want you to remember the affiliate area. Let's learn about the affiliate area. Oh, we can't access the affiliate. Can we subscribe for free things, everyone? Oh boy. Subscribe for free things. Oh boy. Love. What can I buy at the shop? Darkstars. Well, obviously, we can buy the $50 source book. We can buy the $100 core rulebook. Of course, we can buy the $100 core rulebook. Hardcover. Hardcover, everybody. This is going to be hardcover, right? The PDF. That would be insane. We've got Fairies Wear Boots. We've got our Darkstars Adventure. Tales from the Block. The scenarios in the corporate archaeology. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Dear boy, oh boy. Now, you kind of see all the, like, yeah, here's Darkstars hacking errata. We're not looking at the errata today because, again, hacking isn't important for this character. Darkstars is normally $25. It's an Electrum seller, and if you go to Morgan Lee in the Darkstars universe, this is all of Morgan Lee's stuff. We go here. It brings us right back to this site. But there's something I want you all to notice, and as we're going through here, but you're looking at this. This is their things, pretty much. This is one of their new games, Beyond the Black Sea. A fantasy game. Morgan Lee and Matthew Corrin. I could find absolutely nothing on Matthew Corrin. Corrin is a enigma. Most likely he's just a private person. He's probably just a regular fucking dude. But Morgan, though. Have no fear. I found Morgan. Everyone say hello to Morgan. This is Morgan, everybody. Everyone say hello to him. Everyone said hello to Morgan. I'm here for this. I love watching Notepad get derailed. I mean, haven't you been infuriated by the absolute trade? $25 for a PDF, though. Doxing live. Come on, Notepad. Post credit card information midstream there. You tell nobody. Art the book, 100%, $100, though. Hello, Morgan. Not Fantasy Sword and Sorcery. Conan, not Gandalf. Literally, Gerard the Completionist. That's actually a much older photo of him. This jolly man is very not jolly anymore. He has stopped being Jolly. He's punished now. He's punished Morgan. Yeah, this is what he looks like now. Yeah. Hi, Morgan. Morgan looks a little rough around the edges these days. But as you can kind of see, Chief Research, our architect, meet the team at Lava ID, Mark of Trust, Smart Fingerprint Connect Technology. The main thing of what he does, is, I'm an entrepreneur. We see his little blog here, Flash Fiction. He hasn't updated this in forever. But there's something to note. One, he's from Australia. He's a godless Australian. Very important to note that he is a godless Australian. Then I looked up here, Tiny Troopers Global Ops. Like, wonder what that looks a little bit odd. Then I looked here, and then I see Epiphany Entertainment. Right here, you see that Epiphany Entertainment. I'm like, okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a looking around now, aren't we? Because Morgan Lean's been in places before. I've actually found it. If we go to Epiphany Games, building games for gamers. Tiny Troopers Global Ops, you kind of see here. This is Morgan's company, I guess. Or like at least his group that he works with. And now I say that because Beyond the Black Sea, Trials are Grim. This is a Vidya company, by the way. Tiny Troopers Global Operations, if we go right now, it's like a weird it's a twin stick. Like, this is just a twin stick shooter. You can buy it right now. It's got mixed reviews. It's a mobile game, effectively. That's just something you got to admit. It's a twin stick mobile. But Epiphany Games really don't have... It's a lot of this kind of stuff. They have Majestic Knights, which also is medium ranked. Majestic... It looks like it's also a mobile game, like PG thingy. But yeah, this is his company, or at least someone he's tied to very, very closely to. Because again, they're publishing his games apparently, and on the front of his book... Yeah, no, I'm trying to be nice about it, not point it out, Mr. Y. Yeah, I don't know why they have add your heading text here. Part of me thought that was like a thing. Oh no, one of the failed game clones. Mobile pay-to-win game, calling it. Like, yeah, let's spit some weird theories about publishers, and they eventually lead nowhere. Yeah, this is, as you can kind of see here, this is Majestic Knights. This is clearly all tied together, because again, this is the game that's right here. This is it, Beyond the Black Sea, Beyond the Black Sea, Beyond the Black Sea. This is all of the same company by Morgan Lean. It's like, oh, this is just what this guy does. He's using the Darkstars universe, because again, Darkstars universe is right here, but it's the publisher is called the Darkstars universe, even though he's publishing it under effectively he's publishing it under his own company of Epiphany Games. I have no idea what the hell is going on with this fucking it's not even like a conspiracy theory. I'm not even like making deductions or anything like fun like that. It's not a shell company. I think it's just this guy's company, or he works with them. That's like the thing, because again, it's kind of hard to figure out who the fuck Morgan Lean is, because it's not like he's famous or anything. Like, if you just Google Morgan Lean TTRPG, he shows up right here. And he's a director at Epiphany Games. That's all we know. He's a director at Epiphany Games. Does that mean he's the fucking CEO? Is that means he's just a manager? I don't know. Because he clearly works with other people, because as of last year anyway, he worked with other people. Like 8 months ago, he worked with Lava, apparently. Chief Research, CRO, gaming and what Lava to smart fingerprint. It's like, It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just... It's been a long time since I've been making the twits. It also happened. I've also had pen and paper games. It just kind of shows up out of nowhere. That's just... It's just one of those weird things I notice. And it's like, oh, hi, Australian boomer man. How do you do, fellow boomers? Yeah, you know, the big thing with Darkstars is that it's a cyberpunk game at its core. As you can see, for cyberpunk role-playing enthusiasts who are dissatisfied with role-playing games not giving them enough freedom. Our game is enjoyable and easy to pick up where other RPGs are grind or are too performed. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about here. But Darkstars has enough complexity to take the game as far as you want it to go. Now, interesting note. Australian dollars, generally speaking, when he wanted to speak in real person money, he wanted about 18 grand. He wanted about 18 grand. Now, he's got 85 backers. There is one weird note about this. Three people actually bought this at 5,000 AU a pop. And if we, you know, Australian dollars, effectively 5 people put down about 10 grand. If we times that by 3, it's about 10 grand. Like, a third of this game, if you really think about it like that, almost a third of this game was funded by 3 people. You remember that, yeah, he's Australian, so what about that? He's a punk. He's a big punk, and he really, really hates the British monarchy. Because his other big game, his other big thing is Fairy Wears Boots. In this game, players play fairy punks working against the oppressive fascist regime of the British government. Into a past unremembered where you can be a force of change. I want to emphasize I want to Defs really emphasize this, Derrikus, is that as someone pointed out, he's effectively this weird, like, anti-Thatcherite in the year of our Lord 2022. Like, in the year of our Lord 2020, he's like, I hate Thatcher. I'm like, Thatcher's been dead for like a decade. You know, Thatcher's been dead for a while. Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher was the British Prime Minister for a while, and generally everyone says she was a terrible Prime Minister. She was a very anti-force of things. Australians talking about anything punk. We're in 2023, notepad. Shut up, Mr. Y. Time is irrelevant. I want to go back. I want to go back to the past. But yeah, it's one of those weird... Like, it's one of those weird things where I cannot take anyone who's like, yeah, I'm a punk. I believe in your freedom and rights and all that shit. And you live in Australia, which is like the most nanny state to nanny state. Hello, Crimsu. Thank you for following. Thank you very much there. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those like weirdly hardcore, like, I don't like, it's Australia's fucking weird. Like, if you just look at the amount of stuff in Australia, that's like, I wouldn't say it's oppressive, but very nanny state. And it's like, yeah, I'm a punk. Fuck the state. I love Australia. It's like, do you now? Oh, okay. Okay. I always find that funny. Like, there's just some part of me that's like, oh boy. Germany's pretty patronizing too. Germany's just Germany, Mr. Y. You are Italian. Of course the Germans look patronizing. Also, this is a $20 PDF still. Like, all of his game, like, there's a lot of fairies. You kind of even see things like fairies wear boots. There's quite a few of these fairies wear boots things. That's why I was like, looking around of like, hey, has anyone ever heard of Fairies Wear Boots? I have never fucking heard of this game before, and it exists. Technically, I think all of these use the same rough system with one another. And what I mean by they all use kind of the same rough system is like all of them, because some of the like Darkstars is sometimes compatible with other things, and there's like adventures that are compatible with other parts of it. Yeah, it's like if very uses enhances the melee combat system, granular high level of agency for the players. If you game is complete using Darkstars rule system. It's like, yeah, you can use Darkstars system for it. I have no idea what this FWB is. It's not on Darkstars books. It's on this one. I don't know what that is. I can't exactly type in this FWB and it'll pop up. But yeah, welcome to, this is the most latest vert game from them. This is from 2020. This is updated in 2022. Darkstars itself, a space punky game, which for $160 you can buy the fucking I just realized to get the full hardcover premium color book, it is $185. 185 USD. But yeah, no, it's yeah, this seems to be, looks like he doesn't put out much like big games anyway. But yeah, we're punks, man. We're punks. And everything, design a new custom vehicle, power. Like if we really look at kind of like the pricing of like what people were buying, like the most amount of people were just the base PDF. There were some people were like, here's the hardcover, but not really anything else. Like some people were like, oh, I'll get the big version, like a bunch of hardcover expansion books, but like the numbers drop off pretty significantly. Like all of these different corporate packs, no one even bought any of these. Except the $5,000, I do not think this game would have succeeded. I do not think this game would have succeeded without these three putting money in. Because I damn well know, relying on, when something becomes cool, it's no longer punk, because cool is popular, and punk can never be popular. It's like someone described the Hitler Youth as rebellious punks where there's any kind of anti-authoritarian Australian. Oh, fairies wear boots, FWB. Why would you call that new game then FWB? It was use the same system? I wonder if they all use the same system. Because if they do use the same system, I'm going to say all of these games are shit. I do not like the system of this game. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of it. Like Darakas kind of puts a nail on the head. Punks grew up. And like, let's see. Hello. News shipping the hardcover books. Yeah, like doesn't. It's one of those things. Like it was very. I'm not saying that this game was funded off the back of 3 people, but this game should not have come to exist. And I think they know that. Because it's like, oh yeah, here's this. Again, if you want to get a PDF of this, how big is this? 200-page book. Like, they aren't small. But like, yeah, fairies wear, like, has anyone else heard of fairies wear boots? Like, is this a thing? This is like a super cool hip thing that I've just never fucking heard of before. Like. 2 people. 2 out of 3 were bought. No, it's there was 5 that there was 5 potential and 3 of people bought 1,500. Yeah, 3 backers. 3 backers, 2 out of 5 left. There we go. Yes. Welcome to Darkstars. And the thing is, the game doesn't look bad. So I'm gonna give you the rough of it. I'm gonna give you the rough lore here. Are you ready? Are you ready for some hardcore lore? Think you're ready for some hardcore lore? I don't know if you're ready. Well, the hardcore lore is that everything sucks. Everything is bad. No one can be happy. Fairies wear boots and other stuff are supplements? Like, he hasn't heard of fairies wear boots. Like, what I think it is fairies wear boots is the main product, and everything has been built off of it. I think Darkstars is its own independent entity, but like you can find things in fairies wear boots that you can use in Darkstars, kind of thing. Like the system's already there. The niche thing that's very ideological. I just want to buy things because of messaging. Let's see. It's like D&D D20 Modern or something. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I don't see a license for anything. They haven't put a license out for it. But like, one of the big things is, let me see if I can find, so, in the near future, around the year 2300, mankind has traveled the stars, unraveled some of the universe's mysteries, and encountered several alien species. Imagine a dark future where mankind is lagging behind the technology race, and it is ignorance and dumb luck which allows humans to thrive in a galaxy recovering from an interstellar war that hasn't fought since ancient times. Generally speaking, we popped up, and we are definitely not first of the race. We are not. We are not doing good. Things are not good. Now, generally speaking, we have the UN, or pretty much the super UN. We have the UNAF, the United Nations Armed Forces, and the UNPDF, the Planetary Defense Force. Effectively, they enforce the rule of law in any colony under the United Nations, bear little resemblance to the paper tiger that it was in the early 21st century incarnation. You have commanders in the field and power to act unilaterally in most situations, are not dependent upon a cripplingly slow democratic process to take military action. There are several human settlements and not under jurisdiction. These areas include colonies, corporate territories, and orbital structures established for the rise of the new UN. Then we have the Collective. The Collective is a new rising star of civilization, a true socialist democratic state situated in the beautiful world of Tau Ceti 2. The inhabitants, a transhuman breakaway colony of humans, lead an idyllic life, allowing robots to toil on their behalf while they spend their time contemplating and furiously furthering human knowledge of the universe around them. They try to maintain all that is human while merging with their uber consciousness, known only as the Collective. Put a fucking thing right there. The Collective is a group of individuals upholding the ideals of freedom. Though sometimes their ideals get the better of them. These transhumanist societies juxtaposed with the Earth colonies. Wherein Earth colonies, old, degraded, and desolate. Collective colonies are clean, industrious, and prosperous. Much of the intrigue of the setting revolves around these two superpowers in a struggle for peaceful coexistence. Mankind has fought many wars and intends to focus on aliens rather than turning on itself. Generally speaking, the forefront of the movement is the Neo-Victorians of the new British Empire. The Neo-Victorians. Chip, chip, cheerio. Do you see the good guys? So like, We did like it though. UN Plus, what happens when other countries finally pay the damn subscription instead of borrowing the US's account? I love how you slowly realized the UN wasn't powerful enough to oppress people in real life, so he made them more powerful so he could have someone to be oppressed by. Hey, magical space communism. Woo! Hey, yo, that a space money mummy? Yes, it is actually. Isn't Town City fucking uninhabitable? Yeah, but these guys are transhumanist Dracos. Thank you very much. These guys are robot communists, socialist, social democrats. They can totally inhabit such planets. Come on, Darakas. It's like you don't believe in the fantasy. Sounds like someone isn't believing in the future very much. Everybody look at Darakas and laugh. But it sounds like somebody isn't believing in the future. Someone isn't being a real space punk. Yeah, nations based on shared interests and mutual support. There have been isolated cases of conflict when contentions rise over newly discovered territory. Earth has a plethora of, yeah, pretty much super corporate. There are several groups of aliens. Alien groups have their own forms of government. The notable example are the Kruth, race of bird-like aliens who have slightly better weapons and space technology than humans, but poorer genetic and computer technology. Recently, there has been wide-scale conflict between humans and the alien Kruth. Initial contact with the Kruth led to a war with the humans, which brought Kruth civilization to the brink of annihilation. Like, it's like, man, humanity's lagging behind the space race. In other words, humanity fucked up a bunch of birds because fuck you. Like, that's like the one thing that I always enjoy, being like, we attacked, like, humanity goes to the stars and we're armed with a fucking gun. Like, haha, we have better ships and better weapons than you, and being like, fire the nuclear hellfire missile. Being like, what are you firing at us? That's not fair. You can't fire. It looks like looks like that's an inhabited planet full of bird freaks. What do we do? Commander, what do we do? I don't know. Fusion missiles. Fire everything at it. So those are civilians. Who fucking cares? They're aliens. Also, did they just admit it? FDL just works. I am Kruth. Yeah, it just happens. You just have FTL, by the way. Of course, we have the Kruth, which we can totally fuck up, and we will do it again. Like, just go to war. Every now and again, humanity just goes to war with the Kruth to fuck them up. We just virus bomb their planet just to make sure that there's... Instead of being like, welcome to our embassy. Welcome to the human embassy, the Kruthian embassy, and you see a fucking KFC there, being like, sup, motherfuckers? Yeah, we have the Anubi, if you want some like top tier naming. Powerful race of jackal-headed aliens. Wow, Braco, race of aggressive reptilian aliens and ruling over the other races. Their weapons technology is almost equal to humans. However, their space technology is quite rudimentary. Imagine a dark future where mankind is lagging behind the space race. These fucking bird motherfuckers don't know what the hell they're doing. Like, we just nuked them into oblivion. Like, these giant fucking lizard motherfuckers keep showing up, being like, our ships are like 10 times more maneuverable than them. Like, give me 1 second. Yo, Charles, just hit that fusion drive. Wow, wow, we avoided their shitty guns. Guess what we're gonna do? Fire the fucking photon rounds on their assholes. Like, haha, we've done it. Like, I'm not feeling this is very consistent game. The Bestazi are cat-like race of wandering space nomads, warriors, and adventurers. They travel among the stars of ships of varying technology. They may have either superior or inferior to humans, and they tend to blend into any society they encounter. Fucking space gypsies. They're fucking space Khajiit, everybody. Don't tempt me. You've seen atrocity we've done to ourselves. Imagine what we do to you. Stasi? Yeah, Bast. Get it? Really? Space Egypt jackals? Really? Humanity has spent our entire existence trying to find a way to fucking kill one another for just being on the wrong side of a river or being on the wrong side of the mountain. Imagine if we did discover another, like, alien species. That would just unite humanity in a minute to just be racist toward them. Just be racist toward the fucking aliens. Like, oh no. Like, that's how Starship fucking Troopers works. Being like, we literally united humanity based on the fact that these fucking bugs over here are worse. Yeah, I'm from fucking Buenos Aires and I say kill them all. I'm like, are you telling me that there's a bunch of stupid fucking birds over there that we can just nuke without repercussions? Space, the ultimate frontier for race. See, it loops back to high colonies where everybody was a bunch of white supremacists. Yeah, we also have the Drooge, race of aquatic decapods. Not much is known about their origins. They have found on half a dozen worlds with virtually no space technology. How the fuck are we lagging behind? These fuckers don't know how to get into space. These fuckers are just gypsies. These guys barely have ships. These are the only ones we need to worry about. Oh man, the Subterrians. The Subterrians are rumored to be a reptilian race native to the Sol system. The Subterrians. We don't even give them a real name. They're just Earth, like, they're subterranean. Lo, we come in peace, with a peaceful people, the original inhabitants of Sol. How do you do, fellow humans? And they're just like, you live underground. You live in the dirt, Subterraneans. This is the kind of racism humanity has lived for. Many humans testify dark powers at work in the universe. Ships go missing and strange events reported tales of death and sudden abductions. From a romantic space-off to gun battle and a dirty Martian spree to the savage brutality of aliens who saw nothing more than the total destruction of humankind. Possibilities for adventures are endless. Welcome to the character sheet. Obviously, we're going to be bringing back Johnny. Give me 1 second to bring Johnny back up. You will be all immensely disappointed in the fact that there are no spaceships, really. But have no fear. Welcome to Johnny from Darkstars. Johnny Falcon Redding. We're going to talk about the skills on the right, by the way. We're going to talk about those. I'm going to... Yeah, we're going to talk about all of this, and I'm going to feel really fucking sad and how I hate all of this. So, generally speaking, bookkeeping is fairly minimal. Can choose the level of granularity they require. As you can kind of see, this is helpful worksheet of some sort. List character archetypes. Now, we need to determine our base attribute. Now, initially, I'm like, roll 10d10 or take 50. Damn, that's a lot of points. You know, that's a lot of things to work with. That's not correct. What they want you to do is take 55 points and effectively distribute them here. I went with the 55 points. So this is a, quote, average character, end quote. Like, average character. Ugh. Ow. Ow. Owie. My bones. My body. So, yeah. As you can kind of see here, I'm a little bit miffed about this entire thing. Wait, if the Stooges have no space tech, space. Alan, look, we dramatically modified ourselves to look more attractive to you because we noticed you either kill everything or fuck everything. We prefer surviving. Thank you very much. It's one of those things. You just see the fucking guy being, slapped down the lexicon, open the book, being like, well, everyone, we need some new slurs to call aliens. We are hearing chickens. We're hearing chickens for one. See, it's like Split Lips. Split Lips from Halo is great. It's a complete fucking slur. It's amazing. Subterranean Exodave. It's literally Lizard Men from Scientology. Oh god, that's even worse. Shut the fuck up, Split Lip. Quiet, Clanker. Look, we make slurs for fake creatures as well, so we set on being canceled on Twitter now. It's like, yeah, it's like, fuck aliens. Yeah, generally 55 points for your basic attributes. These are very important for the wrong fucking reasons. Determine your character background. This is the most annoying fucking thing I've ever dealt with. God help us all with the stupid fucking life path system. I didn't do the life path system very well. I don't know if I did it wrong. It just was very confusing. So let's, also, just to kind of give you an idea of why I say this is very annoying. Welcome to your starting skill points. You know how we ended up with like 600 some in fucking high colonies? You get your intelligence times 10 plus your education times 10 plus 250. I ended up with 340 skill points because I'm not very smart. I deliberately chose to play a not smart character. Bump intelligence and education up. Just be smart. Don't need to be anything else. Be smart. Go to school. Be intelligent. Because if you're smart and intelligent, you get more skill points to shoot people more efficiently. Because remember, every punk I know is college educated. Alright, so fuck aliens, but also fuck aliens. I mean, it's like, it's one of those things where it reminds me of that fucking Stellaris meme being like, we of the council have decided to, to fight you, we have the Federation decided to stop your tyrannical organization, humanity. And you just see the human kind of wink at the camera, and you just smash cut to like one's dead on a table being chopped up for food, one's tied to a rod, and well, let's get fucked. Yeah, your intelligence and education determine how many skill points you end up winning. I hate systems like this. I despise systems like this because this puts in a weird overemphasis on certain attributes, because this is all of your skill points. It's not like, hey, you get bonus skill points to like certain bits or something. Like, okay, that could be fine. Like you get a lot of physical points, a lot of things on very certain parts. That's fine. You still do, but like 5%. Like, that feels real bad. If this was like times like 15, not even 15, like times like 20 for each of these or something, then like, okay, we've got a lot of points to kind of work with. We have plenty of points to kind of play around with now. Like, that's 100, it's like 100 points, and, my physical, 100 points there, 120 points, 100 points there. Like, cool, we can actually, like, split things up a little bit. But, like, that's not how any of this works. So, none of the, like, attributes are really different in any way. Like, The thing is, like, intelligence is raw IQ. That's just being smart. Education is benefited from formal and practical learning environments. Makes up half your character's starting skill percentages. But you also have, like, charisma and empathy. It's like, why did you split up charisma and empathy? Why not just put empathy? Like, wouldn't that make things easier? Why put education and intelligence as something different? That's very odd. Like, I get it, that's what BRP did. But couldn't a system like that add value to otherwise niche attributes? Like, the issue with this is that it's not even necessarily like niche attributes, because that's the thing, because it's like, to me anyway, I look at this as like intelligence and education are both valuable, but you only have 55 points to spread among these. And how this is actually, if you do the base 55 points, you can put a 5 in everything. You put a 5 in everything and have 5 points to distribute wherever you like. You can have 5s across the board and 6, 6. Pretty much it's a 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and then 5, and the rest 5s. That's your basic boy. But I didn't want to be basic because that's not Johnny. So I made him a little smaller. He's not as, he's not 6'5", and he's not the smartest guy in the world. Let's be honest with ourselves. He's not the smartest guy in the world. He damn well knows it. And I'm like, okay, I'll bump up charisma, empathy, and attractiveness, because those are 3 separate things. It's not necessarily like niche attributes. They're just a lot. Yeah, exactly. And like, if it's, I know this is what BRP does, but BRP also gives you a lot more points to kind of play around with. But like, this is the character background. So, early childhood. You get skills for these, by the way. So I actually rolled, I believe I rolled high school. Because here's the thing as well. If you get up to academy, if you just roll well in your early education, you get 10 skill points. You get 10 skill points or 20 to your basic education, which is a skill, by the way. But then it's like, okay, your tertiary education, I went into employment, which was 30% to my basic education or basic computer operation. And I'm like, I guess I'll go with basic education, just because education sounds good. But then it's like, oh, you went to college. You get the education, again, 10 skill points. You effectively get 20 skill points out of it rather than 30 skill points, but you get to choose where the fuck those 10 go. And you also get to bump up a bunch of other things with education, which might improve other parts of yourself. And it's like, oh. Or if you go to university, you don't actually technically get better basic education. It's weird, but then I'm like, oh, are they going to assign like bonuses to religion? No, you can just technically be anything if you want to. You want Hindu, you want it, Freemasonry, Mormon, alien religions, crystals. You want to be part of crystals? Yeah, I don't question it. Character origins. They say this is like a weird life path system, but I didn't notice anything with it initially, so I didn't really think about it. Technically, if I want to be correct, my world of origins would be 3. And I am technically, well, 1.2. I am from where? Actually, no, I'm from a smaller station, because I deliberately chose the fact that I am from Jovian. I'm Jovian. Yeah, from the Jovian states, right here. There's no benefit from this, by the way. You get nothing. But then you roll on, like, the childhood environment, and it doesn't matter what you roll. It doesn't influence anything you rolled above. So I was like, okay, I don't think any of this really matters, necessarily. Because, like, I do like the fact they put Chinese or Mongolian, Japanese or Korean. But, you know... South American, including Mexico. I'm sorry, every one of the other Central American states, you don't count. Are you making Shamal's That's a girth who's bad. Does size mean I can, a stat mean I can be an absolute girth who's bad at everything? Yes. You can be like 8 feet tall and just stupid. Like, you just can't do anything. You are helpless. Including, from what country is the author? Australia. Hence why the entirety of European, except being Russian, the entirety of Europe except Russia is in here. Yeah, so childhood environment, appearance. Like, okay, nothing really matters here. Personality doesn't really matter. Like, if this was like random tables, like, here's a quick character. Like, cool, this is fine. So I really wasn't really that in it as much. I was like, okay. The wind of the hair, my hair, I got nothing. My parents are alive. Like, it. I'm like, okay, I don't really care as much here. I was kind of going down, like, I'm not really too big. You know, 1 sibling, 2 sibling, 3 sibling. You know, and then it's like, okay, life events, cool. Number of life events, neat. Romance, and like, romance doesn't do anything for you. Trouble doesn't really do anything for you. Enemy or friend doesn't really do anything for you. Big fucking score does, though. Fun fact. It's like, oh man, romantic problems. They're from a rival organization. They love you regardless of what happened. You may or may not still love them. They do not hate you. You still love each other. What? But then you look at the big score table. You raided a corporation, got some cash. 1d6 times 1,000 credits. You got a job. You know, you got a free return ticket on any Virgin Aeronautics ship for up to 100 light years of travel. Receive an upgrade. Choose a piece of common or to rare cybernetics or bioware to a value of 2,000 credits or less and apply it to your character. You learn a new skill. You get a corporate pass. You get military service. That's 20% is pretty fucking good in this game. It's more fucking money. Steal a required weapon of value of 10,000 credits or level. Damn! Skill package upgrade. Damn! Like, this is fucking bonkers, by the way, if you get this. And it's like, you're a very specific, different kind of animal, type of animal. Size influences your hit points. That's pretty much it. You know, Eastern Europe is not the land of milk and honey. Yeah, because, like, none of the rest of this shit really do much. It's like, oh boy, you owe the Yakuza $10 million. You don't have a fucking leg. Cool, you're just useless. You don't have an eye. You're being hunted down by the government. Oh, you have a friend. Like, these, like, don't seem as valuable as that big score tip. 20% on something. Like, some of those feel really good. Get ready, by the way, for, your derived attributes. All of these skill bonus ones, and they're like dexterity and self-control divide by 2, academic, intelligence and education, social skill bonuses, all of these divide by 3, manual skill bonuses divide by 2, physical skill bonuses divide by 3. Ego is like, it's like anytime you're in like an ego attack, like a telepathic attack, this is actually like a thing you have to roll under, because it's the D100 system. Oh, trauma happens to you. Oh no, starting skills. Like, I'm like, that doesn't seem like a lot of skills. And it's not. Oh, you gotta divide that by 5. There'll be various modifiers. It's like, it's your starting initiative. Oh boy, it's like, oh no. Oh no, 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 don't do this to me. Oh no, 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 no. Oh boy, because this is not quite... Initiative was very interesting in this game. I do like it, but doesn't mean I have to love it. They do give you the tables on some of them. You know, mostly when it comes to like hit points, because they do have the stupid fucking derived hit point system. Oh boy, I love derived... I do not like this kind of hit point. Like, I usually don't much care for this kind of hit point system where it's like, oh, well, you have the maximum hit points and then you have like a bunch of sub hit points. I think I'm not a big fan of it being like, go whole hog or nothing at all. Why doesn't hell not just limit all that stuff to derived stats and cut all the crap? Extreme. I mean, because a player can roll a minor trouble and get a gigantic bonus. Like, because you got your hit points and stuff. The thing is this is archetypes are optional. If you don't choose, you simply choose 12 skills and spend your starting skill points on those. Archetypes are a collection of skills for a character, making the basic template for your character. They generally have necessary skills for their role in your game. I'm like, cool, archetypes. I'll choose an archetype. I want to follow the game. And then you see this, required starting skill cost, 270. I'm like, damn. But I guess you get a lot of stuff. And it's like, oh, you get a graph skill, you get vehicle weapon. But you notice some of these are like 20%. Yeah, no. I'm like, and you know what I'm playing? I'm playing a fucking pilot. Yeah, I'm playing a fucking pilot, and I am bankrupt, and I have absolutely zero skills. I played by the fucking rules, though. Because the weird thing with skills, and your derived attributes over here, all of these first 5 don't actually do anything. They're all for over here. Because this is a bonus you apply to every single skill in that category. As you can kind of see all my skills here being a little bit weird in some capacity, because all of them are derived from like, oh, you get a +6 to your combat skills, you get a +5 to your physical skills, you get a fucking +5 to all of these. And that's why academic skill bonus is insane. Because I didn't like, if you get like your social skills, for example, at most for your social skills, if your fucking graph is even using these, for example, like I ended up with, technically I should have put a 57, I should have put 2 57s there, but I'm not going to work. Technically you can get 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49. You can get 49 roughly, 49 extra points. I got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I got 40 with a 5. Maximum you can get, if you really pump those fucking numbers, you can easily get an 8 in this. So you're pumping up a lot of more skill points here. And academics have the most outside of combat, which combat's not difficult to get either. It's very weird. And it's like going through this, I'm like, oh boy, look at all these like 20% shit. It's like, oh, I made the wrong character. Yeah, messing up stuff you do 3 times out of 4 is real fun. Oh boy. And it's like, now, if I was not kind of sticking to this, like, this is my exact thing that I want to do, and I want to see if this works properly, what I would have done is just like scrap some of these like fucking these random ones. Then I'm like, do I really need this? But then I'm like, looking at a lot of these, I'm like, yeah, I do need some of these. These are fucking useful. I'm like, I guess I'll just get rid of you, get rid of like these 60 points maybe, and then distribute them among. But I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that because that's not what the game wants me to do, obviously. So I put in like, oh, I'm going to put it in piloting, or like I'm putting it elsewhere. I'm like putting it like in persuade and empathy, because if you notice, I have no empathetic skills. So I'm like, I need to make Johnny. Like that's the entire point of this. Like, that's why I'm not a big fan of like, oh, here's the starting skills. No, man, just give me a base amount of fucking skill points to work with. You already are signing derived bonuses. You are already giving us bonuses, shit. But now it's like, oh, you're not a fucking PhD. Get the fuck out. You are a waste of space. It's like, oh god. It's not like you have like no skill you start play with is more than 60%. And I was like, damn. Basic education is 95. I'm like, fuck you, man. It's gonna be 9 to fucking 5. I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, this is fucking rough. Give me a moment. I'm like, oh, whoa. I had a Tex-Mex omelet this morning. Holy shit, I'm feeling it. But let's see. Messing stuff do 3 times. Yeah, percentiles seem to have their place. It's just some absolutely terrible percentile system. Like, just make it a D10 roll. Tell me one good reason to use D100 over D10 in a game. Or any good example game where 3% you have matters the benefit of all involved. A lot of little things you want to do, not full bonus. On top of my head, if the armor set is basically give you, 5 points to you word all and give you 20%. One of the big things about D100, this is the big thing, I like D100 system, is you can do 2 things very impactfully. 2 things you can do really impactfully. You can do consistent small growth. That's the first thing. Now you may think, well, that's not very cool or fun. Consistent small growth pretty much allows you, the GM, to really set the pace without ever having a moment of like, you just don't get anything. Like, you, the character, are not improving necessarily. You, the character, are not building up at all. It's you, the character, are getting like nothing really out of it. You know, sorry, this session you just don't get anything. Sorry, guys, but you know, maybe in 2 sessions you'll get some, you know, get enough experience to get the next level. It's like, hey, this session you did some stuff, roll you a little D6 or whatever, and you got 1 or 2 advancement points, you know, to put, you know, 1 or 2 skill points in something. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's that kind of that psychological of like, I got something, a little bit, but it's something. It also, my second big thing, it allows for a lot more modifier shenanigans, if that makes sense. You can have a lot of modifiers stack on top of one another, and you still kind of have a good idea of like exactly the percentages behind things. It's like, you damn well know you have a 10% here, 5% here, 6% there, 8% there, whatever, that you know exactly the percentage of what you're going to be doing. And I like having the exact percentages for things. Mostly because I'm gonna give you all a secret here. This is a very important secret. You cannot roll an 11 on a D10. I know, it may seem a little shocking to some people, but you cannot roll an 11 on a D10. And that's just kind of like one of those things, because you can add in a lot more dice tricks with D100, like dubs for crits. You can add in dice swapping if you want to have something like that. Or you can have like, hey, I rolled a 4, I have a 4, and I rolled a 7. My skill's 45. I'm gonna take this die and re-roll it. But no, I don't want to re-roll the 4, obviously. Fucking good. Like, there's a bunch of little dice tricks you can pull off with D100 you can't pull off with just a D10. That's good shit. Crack a cold one with the boys. It's beer, unfortunately. I get that. I get you. You were also looking at a Rifts apologist, so bear that in mind. Oh no. But yeah, a lot of your skill points feel really small. It's not like you get a lot of stuff either. It's like, oh boy, you get $1,000. You got a pistol, some clothes, ration bars. You don't do anything, mind you. A multi-tool. Oh boy. Yeah, like 2 items related to their archetype valued at no more than 2,000. Just tell me what I get. Like, fuck you. So now they have like this very, I don't know what I would call it, like this, I guess I would refer to it kindly as like comic book things. Because yeah, any of yours, like anything you get, you are going to be applying it here. None of these skills are like cool either. Like, that's the thing. Like, none of them are like, wow, this is super cool. Like, yeah, welcome to fucking basic education, from simple mathematics to geography, history, literacy, and science. The skill gives the character equivalent of a high school level education. Why is this a skill? Why? Why is this a skill? It seems so irrelevant. Like, here's some combat skills. Because, yeah, they do split up everything. And I do like the, I will say, I do like the fact that they didn't do the thing where it's like, you have to invest in your long arm skill. You have to invest in your handgun skill. You need to invest in your... It's like, okay, I know how to fucking fire a gun. You know, it's not like, yes, I'm an expert sniper, but the second I hold a handgun, it's fucking, I'm helpless. Like, oh no, I don't know what the hell this thing is. What's this strange object in my hand? My hand is noodles now. Did they call craft a graft? Yeah, they did. Isn't it exactly like Rifts where you get not very good skills at the beginning? The big thing for Rifts is that I actually talked about this in a video about skills. The big thing with Rifts is that they give you a shit ton of skills that probably aren't useful, like juggling. You will never, the times that juggling will appear is probably very little. The very likelihood that you will use juggling is very minimal. Except the time where it's like, damn, we need to impress this fucking bandit lord, or we are gonna get our shit rocked. We are surrounded and we are not in our armor. Being like, guys, boys, step aside. I'm level 97 in juggling and I'm going to juggle our way out of here. Juggle time. That is what those like 95% of riff skills aren't really meant for, like, you're now doing combat stuff. Or like, this is overtly useful. It's what a lot of riff skills are is the player notices they've had to pick up the wrangling skill. Too bad your juggling is like 27 in actuality, and good luck. It's like, don't worry everyone, I had to pick up juggling now. Yeah. We don't talk about juggling being that low. We don't talk about the accidentals 20% skill we picked up. See, it's like any of those like skill, like you get a lot of skills that are just like maybe not the most useful things in the world, but they consistently level up with you. That's like the big thing in Rifts for me that I like, is that every skill you have will level up with you. And it's like, yeah, every single level up, if you have a ton of skills, means every single one of your skills is getting better and you're gonna pick up new ones. Like, oh boy, I like having skills. Skills are fun. I see. Coomer mentality. No offense. I'm gooning. You don't understand, Darakus. Darakus, you don't understand. I'm gooning. You will never understand. I'm gonna goon. But, yeah. You do have things like vehicle weapons, pilot vehicles, wheeled watercraft, spaceship, airplanes, tracked, power armor. Power armor does count as a vehicle in this game. And yes, you can do it. Now we get to perks. Welcome to perks, everybody. These also cost skill points. Yep, welcome to, yeah, your perks add, I couldn't purchase any perks because I didn't have any skill points left. If you, yeah, it's like one of those situations, it's like, oh boy, you have skill things, but I thought about it for a bit, and it's like, wait a second, some of these are fucking bonkers. Like, oh, 30 skill points. Oh, well, you're better. You gain 30% bonus on any ego and self-control tests for fear and panic. Oh, that's where I'm spending it on. Like, oh, two-fisted. This reduced the penalty for using two weapons or tasks with both hands to 10% instead of 20%. Oh. Killer Born. You receive a 10% bonus on any weapon use skill checks. You mean for any weapon I use for 20 points, I will get immediately 10% bonus to it? Oh, that's terrible. Why would you? That's awful. Which is to say, it's fucking amazing. Yeah, like 200 XP. Oh boy, you can become a natural pilot. Like, yeah, I want to take natural fucking pilot, but it costs 200 XP. Like Mr. Roboto. Oh boy. Influence, contact, quantum phoenix. Yeah, fame. You're just famous. Quantum hack, quantum interface, metaphorical machine, multiple. Yeah, you can be an AI in this game pretty actively. No, I have no idea what's going on in this. This is like a non-sequential comic, by the way. Mind you, let's talk about unarmed combat techniques now. I don't care, because all of these do cost something, and all of them do something different. And if you use them, because they do cost experience points to actually get, and you require a certain skill level for it. But if you buy for 50 XP, you can use the Haymaker skill. It doubles your doubles your melee combat damage bonus. If it attempts to block or dodge, the start will get 20% bonus. So you can technically Haymaker a motherfucker if you want. Sweep kicking people, nerve striking, joint breakers, flying strikes, fucking Oshi shoulder strikes, axe kicks. Oh, don't forget, you are registered as a lethal weapon. 100% grappling, speed. You want to get a lot of speed, go fast. Iron hand. You want to throw fucking hands with a motherfucker. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in these comics. It makes no fucking sense. The fact is oddly... yeah, the Forever GM is a person behind the curtains. I don't get the same rush from progression anymore. Vacuum Survivalist is oddly specific. Imagine picking it up and never getting a situation. Yeah, wait. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world. I mean, yeah, becoming an AI is cool, but don't tell it's part of your brain's constantly used for other people's requested erotic fan fiction. It's like, now! Now, these are... yeah, it's like, you get actually quite a bit of XP per, completing objectives. You're going to get something. If you can, like, generally speaking, expect around, like, 700 experience points, roughly. I have no idea what the fuck they mean by role-playing. This could mean you get about 1,000 experience points. Yeah, you could get about 1,000, you can get, maybe no. I don't really know how they're going to do it. Yeah, because generally speaking, anytime you successfully use a skill, you check it, and then, for 100 XP, or you roll a d6. So your first actual mission, you might say earn 1,000. Let's be conservative and say you got 1,000 experience points. They never say how many times you can check it. It can increase by a check skill at the cost of 100 experience points. So in theory, if you complete a scenario and you role play, I guess, you may be able to maybe make 2-3 checks on 2-3 rolls on this, and you might say, hey, I'm going to do this 3 times. I increased it by 14%. I think that's how it works. Who fucking knows? Yeah, it's like... now, these are the ideas of the skill packages. Skill packages are very fascinating. Now, you already started playing, you can train in these skill package by paying the experience, time, and credit cost. Taken during character generation, and rule apply no higher than 70 still applies. It was 60% earlier, by the way. Just a little bit of an issue, but hey, I don't really mind. Special bonus for providing the GM with food. Literally bribery with the GM, yeah. I support GM bribery as a GM. You will still receive the perks for these packages. You've left over starting skill points to spend these at the beginning of the scenario, but before play. Now, this is what I mean that's a little bit wonky. Let's say, for example, you take the UNAF Advanced Combat Training course. We don't have anything for money for this, so we're just going to assume it just cause free. If you do this, you get to choose effectively all of these perks, I think. You get power armor or gravcraft at 20%. You get energy weapons at 20% as well. Oh, if you play elective advanced exploration training, you get 20, and you get all these fucking things. But let's be honest with ours. Let's be a little bit conservative about things. Let's say we want to be, let's say we just want to do advanced flight school. We just want to go to flight school, baby. 30 skill points. Drive wheel motorcycle. We get 20 points in there and 1 pilot skill. So, of course, we'll choose spaceship. Space fighter was not an option previously, by the way. Let's do spaceship. Cool. UNAF survival training. Wow, that's a terrible fucking deal. Why would you ever choose? Okay, there we go. I was like, why would you ever fucking choose that? I mean, like, you can. That's what I mean, like, those advanced packages are really weird. This shit still Darkstars? Yeah. Yeah, you will on average increase check skills by around 40 points. Yeah. Like, that's the... again, if I didn't see any note about it being like, you can't do that. Like, if you complete a scenario and get 1,000 experience points, you choose, like, let's say you only spend 500 on a check skill. That's still rolling 5d6 on a single skill, which you roll 5d6 on a single skill. Like, for me in this exact roll right here, 10, 20, I got 21. 21% is a good fucking amount. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, and it's like, there's still attribute trainings, like 200 XP and you can increase your attribute, or 1000 XP and you can effectively increase it twice. The way that this is kind of worded, it's kind of weird. Like, you can do the basic course and an advanced course. For a total of 1200 experience points, you can increase your strength by 2, for example. Oh, jeez. So, we have finally hit the rules section. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's exactly what you fucking think of it. It's D100, roll under the skill. Except if you hit your bonus, your CSB, or let's say for example, hello. If you hit under this for your percentage, that's how you score a critical success. You did it perfectly. Now, if you roll a mishap on the other hand, if you roll pretty much 100, things go horribly, horribly wrong and everyone laughs at you. This does use a degree of success system. Piloting skill, jumping off motorcycle skills 50, attribute bonus 7. Our equipment bonus is 10, yeah. Now, what I mean by a kind of an opposed system, by kind of like a degrees of success system, is, let's say for example, let's say the difficulty is 50. I rolled a 49. I got effectively 0 degrees of success. Someone else's roll, and they rolled a 19. They would effectively have rolled, I believe that would be 4 degrees of success, actually about 3 degrees of success. It would be 50, 40. So yeah, it'd be 3 degrees of success on that. They would beat me. I've lost. That's it. If more people, you roll better, you're going to get lower results. And pretty much if it's like, okay, if you just outright fail, like if you just fail a check, if you just don't roll well under your attribute, then hey, you're just not going to roll well under your attribute and you're fucked. Oh boy, we blew now. Words you speak and it delivers. Yeah, it's if you just want to do things, good example, like you just want to lift it up, then you actually roll a D10. That's the funny thing. There is a D10 system in this, which is bonkers to me because this actually feels relatively fair now. Because it's like, hey, I need you to make a modified charisma check. Cool, cool, I rolled a 3. I'm doing good. Hey ladies. Hey ladies. Do you want the Falcon Man? Do you want to ride on my spaceship? Johnny's the kind of person to hit on 19-year-olds. Yeah, that's literally all it is. And it's like, oh, that's... I think it's things like this. I think you're supposed to be using like your skill synergies to get a little bit of This is the kind of game you need to get bonuses for, and that's bonuses from fucking anything, and that's very frustrating for me anyway. Because what happens is that everything in the game starts becoming about the obsessive desire, hello Manly, becomes about the obsessive desire to get the +1s and +2s. Or the +5s, +10% here. Like, oh, well, I need this. I need this. It's like, oh, well, I need to get a 10% here. I need to get a 20%. Who the hell is this? This is Manly. This is my good friend Manly Salmon. As you see, we've improved him somewhat. I've had him join Star Trek to contrast our little Doge's Star Wars, because I thought that would be the most appropriate. Yeah, Manly show. Actually, you're Russian. You would understand Tiger Ball memes. It's been a long-running joke that I just put Tiger Balls on everything. Why is he drooling? She was so... Thought he was Manly the Martian. Hey, I'll have you know, if it was the butt, it would look more like this. He's just holding a gun to the back of his head. Because that is actually the only high quality, as the only high quality Tiger Ball I can find. There are other ones, but they're a lot smaller and not as precise. I would love the original Russian comics for Tiger Ball in like good quality. Those are hard to find. Maybe I'll yell at the real Manly to give me them one day. Is that a riot slave, Manly Salmon? I'll have you know. Why Russians should know about Tiger Ball. Do you know Russia has tigers, Rockus? Yeah, it's a Russian webcomic. It was pretty much a Russian comic made by a bunch of boomers by the Russian government to effectively beat back Poland Ball because of Poland Ball's success, and it's a bunch of boomer, like apparently Russian boomer humor. I find them hilarious, and we've just adopted Manly as and my friend Manly is just Manly, and he has to become a Tiger Ball every time. Special success to do a double damage, double penetration of the attack. Still have no idea what the fuck is going on with this image. Like, it's just like, it's supposed to be like, oh yeah, it's like a cool battle or whatever. I have no idea what's going on because it's non-linear. He's been dead for a while. She died earlier. Like, gets killed like 4 times. She's dead. I don't fucking know why she's here. We're back to Magenta, everybody. Initiative is actually one of the few interesting parts of this game that I think is actually kind of interesting. Combat in general is kind of interesting. The entire concept is it's every 5 steps. You get an action on your turn. You pretty much get around every turn. You get a turn every 5 steps of your initiative. Now, see, my SI here is 3. So what I get to do when it's my turn, it's when combat begins, we all draw handguns and it's, it's a fucking mess. I get to roll. I rolled a 6, 7, 8. I rolled an 8. So I'm going to be acting when, the GM says, okay, it's 8. I get to take an action. I can take multiple actions, but I'm going to take a pretty hefty penalty to it. I'm going to take an action. And then I reduce my thing by 5 and I go down to 3. Dun, 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 dun. An action 3, I get to go again. Round ends, we all re-roll our initiative. My initiative this time is 17. So I go on 17. Then I'll go on 12. Then I will go on, if I can fucking do math, 7. Then 2. I get 4 actions that round. I like the idea of this. I think this is a pretty interesting way of doing initiative. A little bit clunky, but interesting. Yeah, it's some brain rot state propaganda type meme. Yes, it is, and it's hilarious. I love it. I love Russia. I love Russia. I find the Russian state to be so fascinating. Yeah. Pretty much the character with the highest initiative score goes first. 2 characters are tied, highest dexterity. I think this is actually pretty cool. I like the idea of this initiative system. This is something that I would want to steal for my own projects. Because the entire concept of it is just, hey, you roll well, you get more actions this round. You could also roll a 3 and do one thing. It is entirely possible to just fuck up a roll. And just be a complete, like, fuck up. Drakus, who have you been actually sending? Where have you been sending all of these things, by the way? Have you been just sending it in, like, TG or something? Like, or, like, in my server? Drug Workshop. Have you just been like emailing it to me or something? Like wait a second. There's a non-zero chance you've been I'll have to look around. You might be on my website. Give me 1 second. I'll give you a fucking link to the... I'll give you a link to the Discord. Sprug Workshop TTRPG channel. Oh, yo, that's Duroc. Okay. You're on blue server. You're on blue server. That's what was fucking me up. Yeah, that's the one high res that I was looking for. Yeah. I was wondering, like, where did you... I was like, Russia, it's on my... I was thinking... One thing, I was thinking the entire time, I honest to God did not put 2 and 2 together that you were Durakis from the blue server. I was like, man, he's speaking Russian. He must be from the one of the other servers I'm in. I'm like, man, I don't know where the fuck you're sending me this shit, man. Yeah, okay. That's why I think I was getting fucked up, because I posted this link in a few different servers, and I know there's one server with a lot of Russians in it. And when you're like, oh, you know, you mentioned very early, they're like, oh yeah, I'm Russian. I'm like, oh, you must have come from one of those servers. I'm like, okay. I'm like, where are you fucking posting these things? Okay, you're blue server. And I call it blue server because it has a blue icon. Let's see, movement, user judgment, but yeah, there's not really a map in the game, generally speaking. And we're green now. Have no fear, everyone. We're green. Self-control check. There's, for some reason, they have this. Whenever the character comes under fire, they must make a self-control check in order to do any action other than finding cover. This is one of those weird moments. Like, why? Just roll. Just say you go find cover. Like, say this should be a roll. This thing should be. You know, when the fires open up, everyone scrambles for cover kind of thing. It's kind of like that initial, like, yeah, everyone starts scrambling for cover or whatever. And if you want to be a hard ass, you can make the self-control check to be like, no, I'm going to be a hard ass and, like, stand in the fire, not care or whatever. Yeah, so damage is expressed as the number of dice. All dice will be determined by using 6-sided dice. Yeah, let's get ready for 6-sided dice. The weird thing is when it's like, oh, pierce armor, deliver damage to the target. So, to kind of give you one of the other weird things, welcome to Armor Ablation. You like Armor Ablation? Now, Armor Ablation means that the more damage your armor actually takes. What is -3? -3%? No, that's a skill check. So that would be -3 to your attribute check. So what you would do is you would take your D10 and you would see my self-control is 5, and because of that -3, I would need to roll a 1 or 2 to succeed on that. I did not. So it's -30%. Yes, effectively. A similar name to another guy in this server. How could it be the same person? I am not a clever man. They do talk about like difference between attribute checks and skill checks a little bit. They do talk about that. I'm not like too fussed about it. I kind of get what they were doing. When armor is hit by weapons, its protective value is reduced. I hate this system, by the way. Every die of damage stopped by armor for every d6 of damage that does not pass through because of armor. Reduce the AP value of the location by 1. What does this actually mean in the grand scheme of things? So, for example, I've shot myself with my 9mm handgun that do 2d6 damage. I'm going to shoot the chest. Bang. I didn't pen. No shit, I didn't pen. I rolled 2d6. But because I've rolled 2 die against you, this armor goes down to 10. The value of the armor goes down by 2. If I got shot in the arm, oh no, I've rolled and I've taken, I've absorbed 1 die, so it goes down to 5. But I've only been able to soak a little bit of the other, so it goes down to 6. I have 6, and it blocks 6 damage. So I blocked 2 initially. They did 8 damage. I only take 2 damage from this, but it goes down to 5 because it soaked 1 entire die worth of damage. Yeah, that's why, like, armor's weird. I don't like ablative armor. I never liked. Where would you list the reduced state of armor? I guess you would literally have to write it in here. Like, you would like write it on one side. This is like the fancy character sheet. There's a black and white one. You would literally pen in, I'm assuming what you were supposed to do is something like, it would be something like this effectively. So like, hey, you've taken 3 damage on your armor, but you haven't really taken any damage. It would go down and you'd look like this. Like, I have about 9 actual armor on it out of 12. I'm assuming that's how a lot of people would write things. Did you say you never liked Blade Runner? No, I said I never liked ablative armor. Ablative armor. I do not like systems where my armor can break or my armor breaks down that isn't like Rifts. And I say isn't like Rifts because armor in Rifts is your health. Because the second they get past your MDC armor, you just die. Like, you just die. Like, there's no secret there. I have a blimp. Yeah, like little stuff like that's fine, but not like this. The way this is doing that is, why is what? Force fields are a completely different thing because they actually heal armor. Force fields heal armor. And it's like, why? And you still have hit points, mind you. Which, mind you, hit points on different locations, which all have different states of being, which all have to be measured against your total HP. If I take 18 total damage, give me one moment. I'm gonna have to be leaving in like 5 seconds, but I'm gonna try to get that. I'm gonna try to get through this section in particular. I guess it slows down the resolution on hit. Why overcome ablative? Because effectively, what happens is if I take, let's say I take some damage, breaks through my armor, I take 4 damage. I would put a 4. I'm now 5 out of 9. I've taken 4 damage out of my 18. I'm at 14 remaining HP. I'm at 5 remaining chest health. If my chest gets caved in and I just fucking die, I'm fucking dead if it gets reduced to a certain level. If my head gets reduced, gets atomized, I'm just dead. I could have remaining HP, but my head is gone. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Like, I don't like this really at all. Like, because there's so many different steps that go into even like little basic shit, because it is entirely possible, like if you roll, let's say I roll for damage, I'm gonna roll for damage right here, and let's say I break through armor, let's say I do 1 damage, you're gonna have to reduce your armor by 1. You're gonna mark damage. I'm gonna have to roll on the location to see where we hit. Cool, I hit you in the left arm. I'm gonna mark down that the left arm has been hit. So you're gonna have to reduce the health of your left arm by 1, so it's now at 3. Then you're gonna have to mark down your remaining HP to 17. That doesn't seem like a lot, but that's just like multiple steps for one thing. And I guess if you get real used to this, like I guess it could... Like, if you get really used to it, I guess it wouldn't go too fast, and I guess there would be a lot of things like, okay, we know you took like 7 damage. Just mark it down on your fucking sheet. We don't have to wait for we don't have to wait for you to be done. But, yeah, it's just like the fact that there's also sectional damage. That's another. It's like if you remove the ablative armor, then just have sectional damage. Okay, cool, fine. If you just have a blade of armor with the idea of no sectional damage, then okay, fine. Like it's just like a raw amount of health, fine. The fact that they have both is really weird to me. Like, it's like, oh, that's awful. It's like, that's awful to even think about doing. Because, yeah, you can take you can take wounds. Because if you're actually honest to God wounded, because there's actually some different variations which can occur. Let me see if I can find the taking damage. So when a location loses 0 hit points, it's disabled and cannot perform its function. If you pretty much go double, it's just fucking destroyed or just severed completely. If your head ever gets destroyed, you're dead. If you get wounded, you're out of the fucking fight. Your arm gets destroyed, it's gone. You're dead. Like... Like, it's very... Yeah, sustained after head location is destroyed or if their general hit points is less than 0. If it was one or the other, they made a choice of like, what are we doing? We want locational damage or do you not want locational damage? Like, if they made a choice, I think it would work a little bit better. But they're like, no, we want both. I'm like, no! No! A lot of jams, misfires, and shit like that, generally speaking. Vehicle combat kind of applies the same logic to everything that we already kind of covered, except you're just dealing with the vehicle itself. Anytime you deal damage, you have to beat its pen value to actually deal damage. If things explode, things explode. There's an entire set of things that are hacking based. These are all the hacking rules, but remember, there's an entire errata to this. So you want to know what we're doing? Ignoring it. We're ignoring it all. There's an errata for all that shit. This is an entire separate section about dehumanizing insanity. Why is this here? I have no idea. Look at this fucking artwork. And then like, oh wow, dehumanizing insanity. No! No, that seems really weird. And then they go into like really deep, like, oh, well, we gotta talk about everything. Have no fear, everyone. The AK, you know, the Advocate Custodia inside Block 47. I love block corporations. Woo! Like, they go into detail about all of the different like companies and stuff, but none of them matters. Like, none of it really actually matters what you're doing. And a lot of it feels like it's just like taken from, oop. All right, I gotta bail and grab some real fast. Give me one moment. Not bad. Not bad. Do you want corn salad? Yeah, Mom. How much corn salad? I got the big corn salad. Much corn salad. All right. And my mom is the kind of person who makes an absurd amount of corn salad for herself and being like, I don't want 90% of it, and then gives it to me. I'm like, all right, cool. Thanks, Mom. But yeah, there's quite a few different kinds of weapons in there. None of them look like super in-depth. Some of them look a little janky, and they don't look... How do I want to word this? They don't look like they were made for this game. Like, the artwork is really inconsistent in this game. But yes, well, my favorite gun, though, the AK Party Time. Of course, how can we forget the AK Party Time? Where was the one? Where is it? Where is the... Want to see, my boy. Also, this Riffs looking motherfucker, by the way. This is Riffs inspired. You can do not tell me otherwise. I know exactly which one it is, too. Lamau Sleepinator, exactly. It's the fucking Sleepinator. Like, like, yeah, it's totally just one of the cyborg arts. Where are you? Yeah, this one right here. This is actually exactly the same. I wonder if they did the artwork for this game. Yeah, but these two, yeah, the sci-fi, I really get sci-fi commissioned. Yeah, so this was, apparently this is one of the artists for this. Like, that's so out of, like, it's so odd to me because it's like, yeah, Rift stuff is cool. I know there was like an exact piece of artwork with that exact look to it. I cannot fucking find it. I mean, this is already a combat cyborg from Savage Rifts. We already know that. You kind of see their super strength. Like, very clearly there's a little inspiration there. Ah, right here. This one, yeah, this is a classic combat cyborg from fucking Rifts. I mean, look. Open the fucking PD. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not fucking crazy, am I? Like, fucking goddamn it. Why do you do this to my favorite? No, it's not. It says calm. Yeah, it's to say, yeah. I'm like, it's always one of those, ever since I went over Sparks the Magical Girl RPG. Ever since I went over there, I am paranoid about that shit. Need me a girl who looks at me the way Notepad looks at combat. Never played a combat cyborg. Never had any interest in playing one. Played a lot of fuck. I played a Psy Stalker for a while. Psy Stalker's fun. Juicers will remain my favorite. I will fight, kill, and die for Juicers, my beloved. Never played a Crazy, because fuck Crazies. People were like, you gotta play a Cyber Knight. Time to play a Cyber. Fuck you. Cyber Knights are cringe. Like, fuck you. Oh, don't forget about the ammunition types. Oh boy, I sure do love different I love depleted uranium rounds. What kind of autism compelled you to write these things? Like, also, if you, I'm just gonna tell everyone this. If any of you fuckers do this, I will kill you personally. I will come to your house and butcher your corpse. There will be nothing left. I will make sure that no one recognizes your body in Minecraft. Never fucking do this. This is the worst thing imaginable. Why would you ever think this is a good idea? It looks so bad. Because look, this is what happens. Like, these are all like the things you gotta remember. They put a thing here and then like do this. Why would you do this? It looks so bad. It's the thing is, maybe just like because I read it like this is what it looks like. You break apart things like this. Like, I know it's like, oh, you're wasting space, but like, just fucking put it in. Because right now what happens is you have to kind of like go down this chart to find everything you actually need about something. Like, okay, I gotta find this. I do not like the way this is set up. I find it really difficult to read personally, because you have these breaks in here which pretty much break up the numbers. I find it really difficult. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, it's a lack of header on the tables and stuff like that. Like, in completely non-graphic design terms, I read almost all of the books that I go over like this. I have really bad eyes. Like, really bad eyesight. So I have to read the books kind of like this. And to me, what happens up here is I scroll down and I look at these, I'm like, okay, then I have to like, I was like, okay, what's this then? They'll scroll all the way. Okay, that's the pen value. Okay, that's the damage value. I'm like, okay, what's this? That's the bulk value. And then it's like, go up, go down, go up, go down, go up, go down. I find that, and like to the point where I was like, should I just like literally do like a fucking snip? Like, I was seriously debating on doing this. And just like posting this, like, it's pretty much like, I like things that look almost like this. It's not perfect, but like, I would like it if it looked like almost like this. Make them smaller, obviously. Make the actual thing smaller so you can fit everything in. I just really dislike the way that it looks. It annoys me. I'm not really sure why would you read that, honestly, because shit, that's some nice looking tables and for stuff that doesn't matter. I like repeating. I do that for every single chart, just to make sure everything is put together nicely. It's for me, damn it. That's how I do things. I don't like it. But I'm not really sure why would you read that, honestly, because shit, that's some nice looking tables for stuff that doesn't matter. Hey man, this is the type of things that I like doing. Because I try not to look at these games like, oh, well, this is objectively the best thing. No, I like to look at these games, I'm like, the fact that it alternates perfectly is like, okay, then this starts getting lost and it's harder to read, and that gets annoying to read sometimes. Especially when it's looks like this. This is just annoying for me to read. Like, and I do want to double check things, because I don't know if there's going to be something valuable here, because you might notice something weird. Like, technically, there are pretty much like, this is one of the weird things of how they organize the guns in this game. Because you'll get things like this. Like, things aren't quite, nothing is alphabetical in this game. I like alphabetical things. And at first I was thinking like, oh, it's organized by availability. Availability here. It's not. Nothing is organized that way. It's fucking random. Because then you start getting shit like this. What's the difference between, yeah, it's like, okay, here's a 9mm Colt. Here's a 9mm handgun. Then you look at it, you're like, wait a second. These are almost the exact same thing, except it costs 600 more for like 5 more, like 7 ammo. I'm like, yeah, wow, that's fucking amazing. I sure do love the exact same thing for less. And of course, the AK Sleepinator, which is just kind of bad. Sleepinator, my beloved. Yeah, it's like, oh, God. I love it when things are alpha fucking betical. Make it nice, make it simple, make it alpha fucking betical. But never fucking is. And like, I know some of these are actually supposed to be, like, the idea behind some of these are like, they're like sub variants, but I'm like, that's like weird. And I don't know, why would you do it like this? Put it above the header, like, of the actual table? So fucking weird to me. And mind you, every single one of them can also be changed out for different fucking ammo types. Don't forget about that. That's awesome. Like, oh my God, sorted by cost? Like, no, like, because the thing, like, this isn't sorted by cost at all. Like, this isn't sorted by cost either. Like, that can't be. I don't think it is sorted. Unless it's talking about the SP. No, it's not sorted at all. 720, 12, no. There's no organization here. And like that, it's shit like that that bugs me. Is this Starfinder? That's the thing. It looks like visual noise. It seems to be sorted by cost. Like, no, like that's the weird thing. It's not quite sorted by cost. And like, again, that's why I was thinking, like, is it availability? Not damage. Like, wait a second. No, it's not sorted by damage. Fuck it up. No, it's not sorted by cost. Because again, you get the, if we go to energy weapon, 650, 900, 1500, 4000, like, oh my God, it is sorted by cost. Why the fuck is it sorted by cost? That's so fucking weird. So this is sorted by cost. Hence why the 5.56 hunting rifle is all the way down here, but the Walmart Hillbilly isn't. Why? But why? It totally is sorted by cost. What the fuck? No. I guess not the nunch. I guess these weren't. Did someone fuck up? Was this added later? No, I can't keep looking at this. My head's gonna fucking pop if I keep doing this. And they have some random fuck, like, yeah, they have some random fuck up. So it's like, oh, this can't be sorted by cost. That's not right. Is it? Yeah, sometimes it doesn't look sorted now, but yeah, because it's in the middle of everything. Like, if you go by here, like, naturally you're gonna like, oh, it's gonna sort by, I could understand, like, we're gonna sort by cost because we want you to buy the dirt cheap. We want you to buy the fucking, like, right off the bat, we want you to buy the midnight special because it's 40 fucking bucks. We want you to buy the 9mm handgun, the Walmart janitor. That's what we fucking, well, the Walmart janitor. That's what we want you to buy. That's the point. But like, that's why, this is why I hate writing equipment. I fucking despise writing equipment. First part. Welcome to Body Armor, by the way. And trust me, it does talk about things. In the rules, by the way. Protection of the Flexi-Vest. Rigidi-Plast is a hardened version of the same polymer that forms Flexi-Plast. Yeah, and then we have like random ass characters like this that just look weird. Yeah, I went with the Bandit Arms combat coat. This is a long coat with a hood that covers most of the body. It's built to protect from a variety of attacks, and at the price, it's a must for any would-be space hero. Like, yeah, it looks great. Need to stop bullets on a budget? Yeah, like, I'm okay with, like, Even the like armor and stuff, like to me, this would be my thing. Break it up into the type like Flexiplast versus Rigidiplast. That would be my thing. Because fun fact, this is what the table looks like for armor. This is the all of the table armors. I hated this, fun fact. I hate this so much. Sorry, I went too far up. It is very annoying. This is the armor from Savage Rifts. Holy hell. But randomly insert a few more. I didn't resort the whole list. So, I sawed this bow in half and fixed it with Flexiplast. Like, they randomly group some weapons in tight cost sword. Yeah. Duraka says it, 10+% style for, yeah. Literally for Bandit Arms gang suit, you get 10% style bonuses. Yeah, and then you get saying like, yeah, and then you get like, oh, well, I just want to buy individual knee guards. No, you don't. Shut up. Stop that. Like, if stacking armor was more of a thing, then like, yeah, okay, I could say, but no. Honest to God, the combat coat is the best fucking thing you can buy. None of this other shit fucking matters. Like, oh, well, I want to get the underwear suit. No, you don't. Get the fucking combat coat. It's $900, right within everyone's budget. You're gonna get 12 on your head, 6 on all your limbs, and 12 on your fucking torso. You take no penalty, you get no fucking bonuses. And yeah, maybe if you want to do like a stylish thing, you can go for the Tang combat coat, but fuck you, man. Don't do that. Oh, you don't understand. Oh, you don't understand, Notepad. I really, really need to look really, no, fuck you. Stop that. Stop it. Get some help. Yeah, extreme helmet. That's just a helmet, mind you. Sir Metal Hard Shell. Like, this is $6,000. Like, Lifesaver Plus is 5,000 buckaroos, and the fucking combat code, the $900 combat code, fucking blows it out of the goddamn water because it's just cheaper. Surviving on a budget is surviving. It's not socially acceptable to go to combat dress, but dressing as a mob goon, though, will let you get places. It's called swagger. It's called the urban wear Durku. Thank you very much. If you're not into urban wear, maybe we can't be friends. Now we have this random personal equipment that they again do this. Why? Fuck you. Stop it. Welcome to just stuff. Why do you have combat weapons? For what reason? Why is there a gun cleaning kit? Is this for like RP stuff? I don't know. Because you can then put a fucking smart gun on something. Just put a telecopic Skype on it, yo. I do like the fact that there is seemingly no restriction on putting a telescopic sight on anything. So do put that telescopic sight on your 9mm pistol and you will do better. Like, just be baller as fuck. Various clothing, various hacking gear, yeah, also running time hours. Don't forget about all those. Very important. Various clothing. Not real clothing, mind you. Condiment packs. Oh boy, condiments. Oh boy, you want to buy the Lincoln Suite? Full furniture package. Wow. Real furniture clean sofa. Why is a sofa here? Why are we buying a sofa? For what fucking reason? Just tell me what apartments cost. Cool. A 3-bedroom apartment colony costs $1,000 a month. Fuck you. Fuck you. Give me an apartment colony now. Jesus. Means we're fucking New York though. New York. Oh, you don't understand. Make sure you put on your skin suit. Yeah, welcome to the genetic engineering section and cybernetic bullshit. Also, this looks really funky and I don't know why. Like, is this a poser model? Like, can someone tell me, is this a poser model? Daz 3D models. Let's go. Perfect. That's what I like to see. Stealth coating on my... Ooh. Oh my. Yeah, that'd be my guess. Because, like, the thing is, like, these don't seem, like, properly fitted, if that makes sense. Like, this is a separate model they've put over it. That's how you always know. Right here, the gap. That's how you always can figure it out. You can always figure it out at the gap. Let's see. Something about that. I don't know. Something seems really off about that. Yeah, there's quite a few of these different, like, the cybernetics. Because remember, we're supposed to really like the cybernetic death commune. Like, fuck you, you cyber fuckers. And again, then you get shit like this, and I'm like, alright, this looks pretty baller. I'm kind of in, but I'm like, what game is this, though? Drones. Yeah, you want all the drones that are military drones that you can't use because you suck, and this is a cyberpunk game, but it's not a cyberpunk game. Oh boy, look at the collective drones. Oh wow. You want a TC 47, you know, 470? Or a Marvin? I love me some Marvins. Cybrid. Yeah, technically it's like, yeah, you get cybrids, you can be that. I do like all our favorite all our favorite cars of the Toy Ultra Compact, Toy Wanderer, Yamato Deathstalker, the Prime 101 Unwolverine Light Power Armor. I love budget Spartans. The Collective GPV, General Purpose Vehicle. This is the only fucking spaceship in the game, by the way. The only fucking spaceship in the game. I am so fucking mad, you have no idea. I am livid. This is the only... You think that has something to do with it, Darakas? Do you? I've never actually read... I read enough of Savage Rifts to know that I fucking despise it. Mostly because of the Tomorrow Legion. Like, they ran out of an art budget around a newbie. Yeah, and then the rest of this is just Game Master setting. If you want to see some legally distinct trademark, if you want to see some beautiful possible trademark infringement, give me 1 second. We'll go to beautiful trademark infringement. Can you guess which ones are these? Berkeley Genomics, Crown and Wrath Cyberdyne, Universe Bank, Prime, Virgin Aeronautics. That's just Virgin Aeronautics. That's just Virgin Airlines. That's just trademark infringement. Like that. Wait a second. That's just trademark infringement. Wait a moment. That's not cyberpunk. That's trademark infringement. Oh, I never really I thought it was like, oh, okay. The UNAF, very boring. Toy Locomotive, Transstella Shipping, Athena, Our Happy Store, Claus, Starelk, Walmart. Get it? It's Walmart and the Disney Corporation together. That's the funny thing. Baker's Octet. Join today, coffee shop, bakery, Pebs. Oh, that's that's trademark violation, my friends. Wait, is that trademark violation? Yeah, that's totally trademark violation. They changed the colors slightly. Like, I will say this does violate the Pepsi-Nomicon very heavily, though. I will say that. Pepsi-Nomicon violated. PepsiCo. Just slightly. PepsiCo. Beppis. We found Beppis. By default, generally everyone is awful to each other. Riffs vibe. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like the Tomorrow Legion very much. I always thought they were kind of weird. Like, this is a movie gets product placement, they change it a little bit to Pepsi. I know the Pepsi-Nomicon is no longer canon, but this was clearly inspired by the Pepsi-Nomicon. Yeah, this was written during the Pepsi-Nomicon era. Can't believe Darkstars got away using the Pepsi-Nomicon. Yeah. Choke. Can you guess what choke is? Yo, we'll get the toy in a minute. Welcome to Tricor. And of course, Maya also owns 15% Pentabomb. Welcome to Toyo, otherwise known as the Cutoff, because they fucked up that. Drive it, you drecking drunkard man. That's legally distinct, Toyota. I hate this. I hate you. Please fucking... Pentabomb. Cool. Swedish yellow and blue. Incredible. I love shit like this sometimes. Like, but of course, Crazy Bob's unsafe mechatronics. They manipulate us forever. Open your eyes. They sell product lines. They sell t-shirts, stickers, and hate. All AL proof against aliens and have no sort of tech anyone who has alien DNA. Like, this is a shit, like it's a lifestyle corporation. It's like Moosoft. Hello, everybody. I'm a Moosoft. Hello. Universal Church of Man. Jesus saves. Interstellar anarchy movement. You fear through the systems because whenever they go, there is trouble. Hey, chip. Hello, chip. Basic human rights. Fuck you. Yeah. Welcome to expanded lore bullshit that I legitimately do not care in. I read a little bit of the lore, and the lore is potentially interesting, and it's like, yeah, okay, like, let's talk about some Mars Dog, Berkeley, like, human political groups. Okay, what happened in 20? Let's see. Oh, okay, boring. Government. Yeah, like, ancient history. Darkstars, ancient history. Wow. Oh yeah, you also have psionics, but I really don't care about psionics. Because it's boring. Everything's boring. Yeah, cool. Make sure to check us up on Facebook. So yes, welcome to Darkstars. Do I like Darkstars? No. I think there are some like fundamental flaws with... There are some fundamental flaws with the system with Darkstars. Yeah, bored by magic, but we'll read the crap out of weapon table. Damn straight. Point out the lie. I love anarchy organizations. It's... generally speaking, it's like I wanted to. Darkstars was one of those games like I was like going into being like, this is gonna be. It's gonna be funny. This is gonna be the haha funny bit. I'm ready to go. Yeah, yeah. And then I just kept reading it. I'm like, I just feel sad now. Like, this isn't funny. This is just pain. I hate this. I'm not having fun. Yes, that is the case, everyone. Hopefully you all had a fun time. We've been doing this for about 6 hours. So we're gonna do 2 final things because I didn't intend for this to go for 6 fucking hours, but that's the nature of the beast when you get sidetracked by literally everything because it's me. Kickstarter, log me in. Gonna do your fucking job because if you don't, I'm gonna feel really sad. Because this is what I do on Saturday evenings. Welcome to Kickstarter. Yes, it's that time of the day, everybody. It's that time when I do some collective cock and ball torture, everybody. Get ready for some good old times. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna enjoy ourselves a little. Right. Give me the newest games. Give me tabletop games. Let's learn what games are coming. What is coming? Can I come on it? Am I coming right now, maybe? Let's see. STL. STL. 5th edition. STL. Traveler Con. Dice. STL. 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 Solo TTR80s action cartoons. Cool. STL. Why? I'm gonna look at it anyway. Mushroom Gnome. Okay. Defiance of the new game. Defiance of the Gods. Cool. New game. New game. Life Path System. 5e. STL. 5e. STL. 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 Roll and write game. Cool. I like roll and write. STL. STL. 5e. Hard to get. STL. Weird Spanish board game. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce. Look inside an indie game. Lancer. STL. Maria de Jesus. There's my girl. There's my girl. She's pumping. I love Maria de Jesus, everybody. I want everyone to remember that. Check game found. That's worrying. What will it cost you to do a collab with me? The absolute solid state of Russian American TTRPG, or state of Russian American TTRPG fiction. It is. I have debated on talking about, I've debated on doing some more, doing stuff about kind of like more foreign entities. Mostly I talk about things on like foreign entities such as like the Russian game market and things like that, just because it's actually very fascinating to me. Maria de Jesus is our girl here. Thank you very much, 5e. Pathfinder First Edition? No. 5e. 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 DL. 5e. Oh, wait, no. Supplement for Honor Plus Intrigue. Okay, cool. I actually like Honor Plus Intrigue. No, we're not going to click on that. I'm scared. Golden Grog. Total India. Ooh, we're learning about how to sail in India. Looks like a very large board game. Card game. Is that all A? That has to be AR. STLs. STL. Solo horror RPG. Programming games. What's old is new? Wine actually has. Wine's getting a new edition. Let's see. Trailer Park Warlords of the Apocalypse. Skirmish game. Cool. Jets and Helicopters. Void Halls. Pin up STL, Remnant Refuge, How to Win Brexit Negotiation. Poland, you're a little late on that. You're a little late on that. World of Choices. STL, STL. The Devil STL, STL, STL. Print and play sci-fi war game. Cool. Alright, alright. I like print and plays. They're kind of neat. X-Crawl cards. Cool. STLs. Card game. First major expansion, the Mist Tabletop RPG. Cool, we'll look at that. Oh, I love trading card games. You know how much I love trading card. My favorite. Mark. It's Mark. Yeah, I've got GameFound open. Is that just rolling right or flipping right? Yeah, people still make shit for PF1 all the time. Like, some people consider PF2 literally the worst thing to ever happen to pay a Pathfinder, usually the Omega Krognards. Are those people retarded? Trick question. Of course they are. Let's see. Make it 6. Blood on Hook's dick. Scars of Barador. Border writing. Collaborative history writing game. Oh. Oh, weird. Oh, Monochrome Witch. We've actually talked about Monochrome Witch before. I believe this is the expansion they're doing. Monochrome Witch is actually a weird game. I believe. No, it's not getting. Demonic Cyberpunk TTRPG. Ooh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Kawasaki Neon Gangsta. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's, Boa, what's this one about? D20 system, solo play GM list. Oh, ready? Okay. Cool. Lost pages. What is this? Like, is this exactly what I fucking think it is? Also, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is AI art. Look at the finger. Like, oh, so it's like a weird. So I think the idea is like it's treasure hunting game maybe. It's kind of weird, but tactical strategy board game. Okay, looks like it's a card game. Boy, what's old is new has been around for quite a while at this point. Generally speaking, yeah, Morris from EN Publishing. Some people, I know some people like Wine. I've never really gone too deep into it. Maybe when it comes out, we'll do a generic case with it. Dominion at Dawn. This campaign fully funded on. Oh, looks like it's a print and play. I know that much. Looks like you get a little tokens and stuff. Okay, I mean this looks fun. Looks like they'll probably send you some tokens to play. I mean that looks kind of cool. I am interested. Goat on you. Mist and Beyond. Tell me more about Mist. Wasn't the Mist RPG about? Oh, it's a Fate game. Anarchy. Okay, Anarchy. That's Danny Trejo. Oh no. Oh boy. Why is Danny Trejo in here? Why is Danny Trejo? What are you doing? How much did they pay you, Danny Trejo? Because you're a cool dude, Danny Trejo. But don't do this to yourself. Rat bats. Super upset the Paladins gonna be of any alignment because Gygaikon said that they're gonna be lawful good. The point would disown New Edition and stop talking to people. Slippery slope, but basically, in my opinion, was BF2 did an okay job. The weird warrior cleric is now a champion. Lawful good champion is now called a paladin, but boy oh boy, some Grogan were not happy. I'm in a PF2 campaign. I am in agony. That does look fun. Always enjoy good print and play. You got paid. Danny was zombie side, so not a. I mean, not just selling out. I guess it's money. Money's money. I guess it's cheap and he's just happy to do something quick. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, he just pops in, he says, cool, I want to do this, and then he does it. You draw on a map, and then we draw on the map together. Cool, I like drawing on the map. Demonic cyberpunk. Yeah, demon punk cyber. Okay. Similar to games like Disco Elysium and games that use the Powered by the Apocalypse engine system. Veterans with simple yet deep system for rule of cool make people feel like badasses. Similar to games like Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium, I never felt like a badass. I felt like a drunk, confused, desperate man who wanted to die. If you're feeling badass in Disco Elysium, you're doing something very wrong or very right. Blade Runner. Chainsaw. Okay, so it's just everything. 91 pages of lore. Okay, what's the game? Tell me about the game. Tell me about the game. They've got a Patreon, by the way. Ash, for D&D 4E enthusiasts. Cool. I sure do love shit like that. Come on, tell me more. Studio Hex, 49 bucks a month. Doing technically better than me. Where every single one of you can and should support me. Wink. Oh, God. Welcome to Studio Hex. Projects. Hellborn. So it's just the game is done. It's just apparently. Yeah, so what's the game like? I'm assuming it's going to be Powered by the Apocalypse. So sorry everybody, it's Powered by the Apocalypse. You've never played. You never feel like a badass in this. The only time you feel like a badass in Disco Elysium is when you actually do skill checks correctly. And then it is immediately followed by you falling over or something terrible happen. He might be a big ass nerd. I really don't know. Brought to you, Demon Punk Cybercore. Fuck you, Ethical. Go to hell. I mean, let's see, how do they man? Never without negative nearby to boot. When we try to get Measurehead counterpoint. I know how to write the Disco Elysium tabletop role-playing game. I fucking know how to do it. It's a pain in the ass to do, though. Weird question. Do you believe in demons? Do I believe in demons? I believe in terrible fucking human beings. If that, I guess that counts. You feel like 4 times during the game. You helicopter kick Measurehead when you visual calc the crap out of a crime scene. Dance like man, you drop a D20, you like red and blue dice pack, become a single blue die. It's like, yeah, there are moments when you feel cool, but there's also moments when you're, again, falling over in a pool of your own piss because you just fuck up a lot. Kawasaki Neon Gangsta. My favorite adventure in all of these games is directly trying to interpret what the fuck the Japanese are trying to say, using nothing more than my own my own, in my intrinsic knowledge. And if I were to be a betting man, this is betting man notepad. Oh, where is it? Where they were showing Kawasaki City. You're gonna build a district using these tiles or whatever. It might be pre-assembled, it might not be. It might be something like Catan even. The idea is you're trying to capture territory with your 2 Goombas here. And there might be multiple kind of like free soldiers kind of thing that you can kind of recruit along with you to be more useful. But you'll always start with the 2 kind of trying to capture territory. The more territory you capture, the better you're going to be doing. So you want to move from point A to point B, but you're also going to be competing with other people. So you might be helping people, you might be fighting others. That's kind of the idea. It's one of those things where you can go aggro and just like start killing off other people. Or you can start being like, man, Kiryu, you're a really shitty criminal. You've only helped people and revitalized the entire economy. Damn, Kiryu, you really need to fix being a criminal again. Quite literally, the idea of the Disco Elysium tabletop role-playing game, my basic idea had always been something very fast and very how do I want to word it? Very surreal and very fast, and it would be a very much a very quick thing. And the entire my idea anyway was that everyone is defining aspects about everybody else, and it's like, hey, yeah, you're just a burnt out cop. You're this, because everyone's trying to remember and trying to like effectively place attributes on other characters. It wouldn't be a very long game, but it's like, yeah, how do we deal with the fact that how do I want to word it? How do I deal with the fact that other people think I'm a fucking moron and I'm just a complete waste of space? But I'm trying to not trying to position myself into not being that way. And just have every single character be a gooba. It's a complete goober. And that's the premise. Or just do a solo game. It's been a while since I've done an actual, solo RPG. Last time, I guess the last time would be, yeah, Forge with Fire, there we go. Talk about that, actually. Court Bark, Elegant Erotica Kelp, I love trading cards. Wow. I definitely need this in my life. Time to drop 40 bucks and get more erotic trading cards. 5V. Tabletop coloring books. Stealth care. Wow. Why is it here? Oh, it's based on tabletop games. Shut up. Shut up. Ruled light, solo friendly. How about we don't? Okay, let's just not do. Excusez-moi. Owie, owie zowie, my bony wonies. Wow, I'm seeing absolutely fuck all here. This is awful. Nothing is good here. There's nothing good. All is death. I feel nothing but pain. Every day I stray further from God's holy light, and I cannot have nice things. Doesn't even matter after all. Station RPG. All right, we'll take a quick look. We will take a quick gander. We'll take a quick gander at the Game Found, because we all love Game Found. Is using cookies. Okay. Let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting on Game Found? I do like. Give me the newest. Give me the newest one. We'll do a few bits. Pledge Manager, Investigators. Talk about is that's going to be a board game? Yeah, looks like a lot of board games. Nothing wrong with that. Company looks. Tales of the Real. Oh boy. They live. The Royale. Royale with cheese. Margrave, the Marcher Lord. Margrave. Marcher Lords. Hey, the Marcher Lords. Marcher Lords, like the March or Marcher Lords and any of that stuff, always sounds so fucking. It's just one of those things I'm like, this activates my almond. Thorgol, the role-playing game. Thorgol, hello, it's me, Thorgol. What do you do for a living? I don't understand. Thorgol. Conquest Princess. That's funded already, but that's what we fucking live for. Taslantia, cool. 35 years later and still no elves, even though half the things are pretty much like elves. But we don't call them that. That would. Yeah. Looks like these ones are pretty much done at this point, though. Let's do a quick. I've seen these ones before. Who are you? Longtail Games. I've seen you before. Seen. No, really haven't. Weird. That looks really familiar. I can't put my finger on why. Tales Are Real card game. This isn't even my final form. It's rank and flank miniature war game. Thorgal. Hello, it's me, Thorgal. The role-playing game. Combination of science fiction genres, famous graphic novel series. Okay, graphic novel. Descendants of Ancient Atlanteans. Original D20 based mechanics. That's usually somewhat worrying. What's in the game? Mythical Atlantean gives you all tools to shape your story. It looks like it's something slightly different, if anything. Midgard. Polish game. Polish company, looks like. Very Polish. Very Polish. Yeah, I will have to keep an eye on this. Company name? Darkstars. God, there's a lot of things. See, I would like to learn more about things outside. I'm just gonna not worry. No, not gonna do that. I don't want to be sad. So, what about the absolute Russia state? Nopad's monthly Kickstarter crawl is always an entertaining romp. Tubes dice. Heroes 3 looks boggers. Tell us more about the Ennies. God damn you, Ethical. I was trying to dodge it. I was trying to not do it, Ethical. I was trying, Ethical. Trying my best to not talk about it, but you. Why? But yeah, it's like the thing with Russia and the actual current state of the tabletop role-playing game series scene in Russia is really interesting just because of all the publishers who hate each other. It's I know. Every single person in the Russian tabletop sphere despise one another. And I find that really interesting. And piracy is so rampant out there that it's like you have to kind of accept it. I would like to learn more about it, of course. I would like to find some more Russian published game, like games for Russians, made by Russians. I have a few, but I would like more. But I guess it is time. Midnight and it's sleepy. Okay, everybody. Get your fucking butts ready to the 2023 Ennies Tabletop Awards nominees. Get ready, everybody. We love the Ennies here. We love the Ennies. Let's do a quick Jim D'Alessio. Let's do a quick little just run through of who our judges are. Jim D'Alessio, who are you, my friend? TTRPG, who are you? James. Oh, hello, Kalu, Kalay. Times and resource software sales professional and now consultant for my day job. For games start with Earth or have a robust setting developed. I like to have common touchstones. Call of Cthulhu Associate exemplify what I love about this model. Starting with Earth and adding the mythos provides Edge Studios Genesis Studio, a Genesis system and related Star Wars systems. I love the way dice results. Oh, he loves. What have you played in the past year? Genesis, 5e D&D, Call of Cthulhu, Under Reckoning, Shadow of the Demon Lord, Band of Blades. These are the same thing pretty much. Oh no, let's see. I am judging products against their peers in consideration of the Ennies and not product outside of submissions. It will be incredibly important for me to coordinate with other judges, so we are judging on the same criteria. That's not anything. Playability and ease of use will be important criteria. How would you like having the next year forget? Okay, tell me more about the judges. Tell me more. I wanna fucking know you and your fucking. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, Candace McAfee. Kevin, hello, Kevin. Kevin looks like a burnt. Looked like a. Oh, Chris. Hi, Chris. How you doing? How you doing? Chris looks like he's about to kidnap a child. I'm being nice. Let's ignore the judges. Download it if you can. I'll grab it later. Bro, why you hating? Look at that man. Look at him. He looks so sad. Okay, we gotta. I want to know who the hell are we judging? Like, who's judging what? Because I find this important. I have a strange feeling it's gonna be D&D. So, let's see. Void 1680 AM, Moonlight Roseville. Yeah, that makes complete fucking sense why you would select that one. You got to remember this. This is a very important note. I want you to remember something very important, Durakus. I'm an emotionally dead husk. Nothing phases me at this point in this godforsaken industry filled with nothing but the rotting corpse of anything good. I need this adrenaline rush. Let's do it. Okay, best adventure. Let's see. Best adventure. Journey through the Radiant Citadel. Okay, ignore that. Best aid accessory. DDD dice. Rim Space Planet Generator. Sonic Library. Session 0 system. Head blown off. Best aid accessory. R&D. The R&D for your RPG. Ended character sheet journals. I mean, that's kind of. That's Blackbird Servant of the Gods edition. Okay, fun fact. I know what happened here. This was Daniel Fox getting on his knees going. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Daniel Fox, for your generous donations to the fucking adventure historical arcanum, City of the Crescent. All right. And there's Shiver Gothic. What does Shiver Gothic look like? I can understand it. Not my taste. Wish it was a little bit more high on contrast. Sword of the Serpentine. What do you look like? That looks like shit. I don't know why that's there. Xanadu, the Nibiru expansion. Yeah. Like, has anyone... This is sold to nothing. Nibiru. Has any of you ever heard of Nibiru? Have any of you heard of this game before? Well, add that to my little list real fast. Just put that in there fast. Shiver. I've gone over Shiver. Like, I've wanted to do some more stuff with Shiver. Also the planet or whatever, but nothing. Flabbergasted. I actually did a video on Flabbergasted. I like Flabbergasted. I can understand a few things, but I actually like to see, like, I do like Flabbergasted's art, generally speaking. I think it looks very nice. Incantations, not my preferred thing. Oz the fantasy role-playing setting. It's just 5e, so I don't want to support anything 5e. I could see why I would be okay with one. Vasen's usually pretty reliable. Vaesen, there's just been a lot of Vaesen stuff, and yeah, but I like Flabbergasted. I think the world needs more Flabbergasted stuff, personally. Best cartography. I don't know why that's ever an award. Best electronic book. Best electronic book, everybody. Brindlewood Bay. People keep saying, like, oh, Brindlewood Bay is so good. It's so great. It's a fucking PBTA game. Shut up. So, shut the fuck up. Go away. Like, it's a 5th edition adventure. Just say it's a 5th edition adventure. Please, Call of Cthulhu scenarios. Lichdom, Vault of the Blood Image. Lichdom is solo RPG. Alright. Vault of the Blood Mage. It's an oh. 5th edition. Why is it? It's 5th. Best family game. Best family game for the whole family. Avatar Legends. It's not. Don't say that. We will see you again. Color My Quest. Horseshoe Academy. Princess God. The Goblings. Color My Quest. I've never heard of this game before. I love it when I have like zero idea what the fuck something is when it's going to get an award. Horseshoe Academy. I know this uses polymorph. We went over the Awesome World stuff before. Polymorph is weird. I understand why people like it. 9th level games. If you want something really simple, really easy, the Excellence is not a bad idea. We actually did this a long time ago for the Magical Girl game. Princess Guard. Princess Guard is a thing that does... See, it's always... This is the funniest part for me. Being like, this is an Ennia nominee award. It hasn't even sold 50 copies yet. If you look at the product information of anything on TTRPG and you do not see a metal tier, they have not sold 50 copies yet. And most likely all this came from a Kickstarter, but generally speaking, I always find that funny. Patrick, don't try to do this. Don't try to pull this. Don't try to pull its sexist card. It never works. It's a 5e adventure. It's fucking 5e. Always a 5e. Why is it always a 5e adventure? Now I can separate shit from the book. Isn't a beer like retarded planet that goes perpendicular to normal ones where Lovecraft BS lives? Probably. It'll be like random rules versus the trash system mad by fraud. I don't like... You don't understand. The thing is cute and sells homoeroticism to little girls. I'll have you know, I like me some magical girls. And I am never opposed to games that are like, hey, let's teach kids how to enjoy tabletop role-playing game. I am never opposed to that. Because you want to know what? We need more fucking people in this godforsaken hobby. Rather than that's the grogs and whatever the fuck itch.io dregs up on the regular. Yeah, because right now, because currently we're in a weird state. We're even noticing it in here, fun fact. Because we're in a weird state that the hobby is currently being completely dominated, and I just do mean dominated by 5e people. 5e and the itch people. You could say like, oh well, obviously all we need to do is just keep to our little spaces. But the little spaces are going away. That's the thing. Like, oh well, it'll always be mine. Yeah, that's great. And what happens when you die? It just goes away then. It's like, you can be in a little island, you can be your own little island, your own little nation, but it's not going to last. I try to look for an industry. I don't look for individual spaces in this industry. I try to look for the grand scope of things. And currently, as of next year, convergence is going to happen. And convergence is either going to, well, win or lose. And right now, I have a strange feeling we're not going to be on the good side of convergence, so have fun with that. I think the idea was that while 5e brought a lot of new people in, especially critters, the retention is not very high. They brought in a lot of people. Here's the thing. They brought in a lot of people, and there's still a shit ton of people, a fuck ton of people, a metric fuck ton of people who do not understand that there is other games than D&D. Like, fundamentally speaking, they do not understand that there are other games that exist. And that really fucks up every single metric in existence. Because, like, I think the best way to think about it would be like, hey, there's, like, let's say there's like 5 restaurants on a street, and like, oh wow, there's like, and then everyone says like, wow, there's 1,000 people who go to these restaurants every week, 1,000 customers, we're making a bunch of money. But then you look at it and you realize one business is getting 1,000 customers. One business is getting 1,000 customers. That's not a healthy industry. That's one business doing well. Everyone else is struggling. But then other people start opening up more restaurants in the area, and then everyone keeps going to the fucking first one. Like, yeah, it's tangential to the medium. It's TTRPGs for them are D&D and things that are not D&D. Like, localization is its own plethora of issues, mind you. That's its own plethora of fucking issues. But, like, this is D&D, and there are things that are not D&D. There is Warhammer, and then there are things that are not Warhammer. Like, we effectively exist on hopes, dreams, and fairy magic. And it really, really doesn't help you have shit like the Ennies. Because right now, this is the weird thing. This isn't even me being conspiratorial. This is a well-known fucking fact of life. There are groups of indies currently. You get people like your Evil Hats and stuff. They work together very closely. And they carve out a side of the market. They have their people who do their things, and they're going to keep producing PBTA shit. They don't want to make anything new, because that's what they keep doing, because that's what they have to do to keep making money. Yeah, but like, and it's saying, oh, okay, well, we have Blades in the Dark, Mutants Year Zero, and D&D, but that's kind of it. Exactly. And it's not like everything, it's not like, oh, Blades in the Dark and, MYZ are like super healthy either, mind you. If I were to make a wild guess, you probably see a lot more ads for D&D games than you see the other two. And like, that's like the crux of the issue. It's like, we reward people. Like, it's a big fucking deal to get 50 sales on a platform. 50 sales. Not 100, not 1,000, not 20,000 or whatever. 50. That's a fucking reward. You get a little sticker. You get a gold fucking star. That's weird, man. It's not like you have to sell a lot either. You want to know how you can get... You want to know how, big hack, everybody. You want to know how you can get copper on DTRPG? You spend $25. You spend $25. You set the price to 50 cents. $25. You buy 50 copies of your game. You have copper. And thousands of games don't even have that. And the number of fucking people, that's cheating. Well, that's the problem. And a lot of people fucking do it too. But one of the bigger issues, one of the like larger and like more grandiose issues is that you have shit like Kickstarter. Kickstarter completely fucks the thing. Is like, do people play these games? And that was like the thing when like the OGL crisis happened. So many people hopped on the Pathfinder 2nd Edition, like, oh, Pathfinder 2nd Edition is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then every single one of the ones I heard talking about it crawled back on their hands and fucking knees. I'm so sorry, I went 5 you wizard. Please take me back, I'm so sorry. Here's my credit card information. I'll subscribe to D&D Beyond. Please, take me back. I always loved you. I was going through a phase. That's what it always is. They can't escape. And they know they'll come back, crawling every single fucking time. 21, yeah, you're in 5e compatible. Exactly, because they gotta. Because 5e has such a domineering authority over the industry. Because that was the weird thing too. Now, Durakus, again, you're relatively new to the Notepad add-on experience, Requiem. Remember during the OGL crisis, where now, in any other sphere, in any other industry, if a company said, hey, we're going to fuck over effectively everybody who works with us, we're going to fuck you all over for zero reason, because we want to make more money. Do you think that that company would still be around? Do you think that company would be recovered and doing better? No, that company would be in shambles, would be destroyed. Well, there was one big reason. We want, exactly. That's a terrible fucking reason. Like, yeah, it's just like, we want money. And like, so many people were like, it wasn't, the thing that bothered me most about it, it wasn't people saying, okay, fine, fuck off, we're gonna go play something else. It was people demanding to be let back in. Let us play your game more. Let's keep writing shit for you so you can still make money off of us. Yeah, we'll continue buying your books, but we won't support your rampant, abuse of us. When's the next supplement book coming out? That's fucking stupid. That's weird. That's incorrect. Stop it. Sucker is born every second, they say. My brother in Christ, our entire industry is composed of suckers at this point. Suckers and the delusional. That's why, if you ever see me, we will give you an award even. Exactly. We'll give you an award. Like, that's why I, like, every now and again in business, you'll see me, and, in Blue Server business, you'll see me just go off sometimes, and it's like, anytime I'm being mean when someone's like, I want to make the next great American role-playing game, that's the reason. Because I am, like, being very cynical, and this is the shit I see constantly. This is the shit I'm stuck in the muck with. I'm twerking in the mud, as you might think. So, let's see. Root Talon Hill. This is a quick start. This is a quick start to a PBTA game. A PBTA game that isn't even very good. Come on, Trident Game Books. It's gotta be... What is it? It's a Shadow Dark dungeon, everybody. It's a fucking Shadow Dark dungeon. Shadow Dark isn't even out fully yet. It's a Shadow Dark dungeon. I'm gonna kill something. I'm gonna kill myself. It's Jover, everybody. It doesn't even matter. After all. Yeah, this is 9th level. Fun fact, they probably bought in as well, so they've got 2 things nominated. Stranded, this is just Traveler. Mongoose, this is just another Traveler thing. I love products. Best game. I did not. The games for best games are hilarious. So, Fabula Ultima. I do not like Fabula Ultima. And I will reiterate why I do not like fucking Fabula fucking Ultima, okay? I'm gonna do it right now. Fabula Ultima takes the basic core, like, meat of Ryutama, which is pretty much dice plus dice, roll, beat it. It's great. Very simple. It takes that core fundamental aspect and doesn't expand on it at all. But it says it's expanding on it. Oh, well, we added a bunch of new classes, but these classes don't do much, really. That's the problem. You're like, oh, well, we added a new setting. You didn't add a new setting. There's no setting in the actual core book of Fabula Ultima. Everything has this blasé feel to it. It's just fantasy. It's just anime. It's anime TM. Nothing is given to you for you to really latch on. Oh, well, we have exciting more character depth. You replaced the GM character, which was a really good fucking addition to Ryutama to give it a lot of identity, and as well as teach GMs how to play games. You replace it with a meta currency, Fabula points. I don't know why people love fucking Fabula points so much. I fucking hate meta currencies. I do not think a meta currency should be a core fundamental aspect of your game, especially to activate character aspects. Oh, I'm a knight. Oh, you can't activate the fact that you are a knight unless you have a Fabula point. You only get Fabula points by sucking the GM's dick. I think that's really dumb. Oh, my villain's being defeated because this is a fucking game designed to going on magical little trips for 2 hours on a fucking cafe. Oh, my villain's being super defeated. I better I should use my super crisis points or whatever. I don't like that. That doesn't help. You're not expanding upon this really simple balsa wood system. You're just you're strapping shit to it for no fucking reason. You tie this all together with removing things like the battle map. You remove things like the battle map. You remove things like the fucking traveling system. You don't replace it with anything. You don't add a dungeon crawling system. Add a dungeon crawling system. Cool, that's fine. That's good. We added something interesting. You don't add that in. You instead add clocks to things. You add this anomalous map where being a tank doesn't matter anymore because there's no fucking front line. Everyone can attack everyone at any point as long as you say you can. That is frustrating to me because I wanted to like Fabula Ultima. I really wanted to fucking like Fabula fucking Ultima, but I can't. I physically cannot. And people might have fun with it. You know what? People are going to have a lot of fun with it. I could not get behind it. I could not say that I like it because it did not expand upon it with AI art. Where are you seeing the AI art? Where are you seeing the AI art stuff? Wizard has so deep out its ass, it's basically no longer a Wizards of the Coast. The brand is being milked for more money. Don't say that. You wanted someone else to like Ryutama. Like, that's the thing, because they hyped it up to be so much like, oh, this is combat Ryutama. And you know what? Expanded combat Ryutama, make it a little bit meatier, a little bit crunchier. That could have been a really good fucking game. I'm not even necessarily, like, you can drop the Ryujin. I kind of harped on the Ryujin a little bit because it was just like, it was kind of more of an emphasis of like, hey, you've dropped something. You've dropped something. Oh, AIR is the Shadow Dark in the Shadow Dark dungeon. How do you know it's AIR? It could just be drawn. I don't see anything in me. Again, I don't. Face stuff, especially if you got shit like Midjourney, you might be able to get through it. That's my thing. But yeah, I tried to like it. I really look at the dungeon thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Here's the thing. Like, this is my thing. I have no suspect that someone would just take. This probably took them a grand total of like maybe 2 days to write. 2 days at most. Right. That's not. I'm not saying like that. I'm not being mean or anything. It's just shucking Shadow Dark. again, so I mean, that's if it's AI art, hey man, AI's win. AI Chads win again. I wanted to like, but in short, I wanted to like Fabula Ultimate. I think that's why I was so fucking pissed off at it. Is that I wanted to love it. I wanted to. It was there, and they could have given it to me. Didn't. Wrote everything perfectly, and they just didn't cinch the deal. He got scared. That's my fear. Passion de la Passion. Look, everybody. It's Magpie's game. There's one thing about this. I will never trust anything Magpie puts out about Mexico ever again. This is an important note because Mark Diaz Truman. Well, here's the thing, Draco, about that. There's nothing wrong with taking Ryutama's system, but I don't think he quite realized something very important. Yeah, pretty much. It's just like, game is out, get excited, suicide. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, this is literally me. It was just like, God fucking damn it. Like, the thing is, he compares himself to Ryutama. That was the problem. He compared himself to Ryutama, and he made a big deal about it. But Ryutama's system, and I talk about this in the Ryutama video even, is so light. It's not designed to be played for very long. And if you really read how you're supposed to play Ryutama, you can play that game for maximum of 10 sessions. Maximum. And that's being pretty fucking hardcore about things. Everything about that game is so streamlined, it's so simple, because it's designed for 10 trips to Mandrako. And you go to Mandrako, and you get a drink, you get some food, and you play fucking Ryutama for 2 hours, and you fucking leave. Fabula Ultima takes so goddamn long to do anything, because he wanted to make a JRPG, but failed to realize JRPG leveling sucks. It sucks. I don't think anyone enjoys JRPG leveling. People enjoy JRPGs, but they don't enjoy that part. That's when you put on a podcast and start having some fun. So, yeah, but going back to Passion de la Passions, ever since Mark Diaz Truman, ever since I really learned and read through Cartel, nothing Mark Diaz Truman touches about Mexico you should ever touch. Because that man has never been to Mexico. There, yeah, I see Brandon Leon Gambata and Claudia Sanchez Cuevas. That man Mark Diaz Truman has never been to Mexico. I refuse to believe he has ever been to Mexico, because Cartel was written in such a bizarre fucking way that I'm like, you aren't human. You either there's two things. Either A, the Cartel is paying you, like you legitimately have Cartel connections, in which case you're a terrible human being and killing yourself would be an ideal state of affairs for the entire world. B, he's ignorant and just doesn't understand that cartels are terrible human fucking beings. And not like, oh well, these ones, I'm trying to find humanity. No, they're terrible fucking people. You don't find, it's like, it's one of those things, there's a difference between I'm trying to find humanity in darkness versus like, what he was trying to do. You were making them heroes, and that's, no, don't do that. Do not make that like that. That is wrong. Stop that. I want to believe it was ignorance. Because if it's not, and he does legitimately believe all that shit, again, Mark Diaz Truman's ideal state of affairs would be blowing his own head off. Because he's a cartel sympathizer. And every single corpse that they bring up, every single person that ends up dead, he's in direct support of it. Which I am personally find abhorrent. And you can send him this. You can clip this little section and send it right to him. And I will stand fucking by it. Because I hope he doesn't support all of it. I know he doesn't support all of it. Because again, I don't think he's ever been to Mexico. But I find, again, I won't touch anything like that automatic shit tier. Slug Blasters. This is Slug Blasters. It's stripped down, forged in the dark system. Okay, I'm gonna blow my head off later. Trophy RPG. Wuso. Yeah, and then you get shit like then you get El Tigre. El Tigre is fucking amazing. I'd never stop Palladium to write about Soviet Unions. There's such a thing as Hispanic face because this pretty much exemplifies it. Did I be offended? What? Yeah, I'm not crazy. Wuso is confirming I am not fucking crazy. I thought this game came out years ago. El Tigre was amazing. I fucking loved that show. It really taught me a lot of things, actually. I still support the evil ending as canon, everybody. I will fight everybody on that. Evil ending is canon. Like, I guess if you want to make a justification, it did come. Trophy Gold came out in 2022. Trophy Dark. Trophy Dark came out last year, I guess. I guess it's what? I like how the rule systems, it lists itself, its rule systems as Apocalypse World, Old School Revival, and Forged in the Dark. Every day we stray further from God's holy light. I am... I'm trying to be positive here, guys. I'm trying. I have a single line to really exemplify my current state of being.
Because God has cursed me for my hubris, and my work is never finished.
That's my entire state of being right now. So, yeah, Trophy Dark exists. So yeah. I will say this, Wuso, find me evidence that Trophy Dark came out early at 2020. Give me some solid evidence for that. Because I know I'm right. That's the thing. Wasn't TSL given an award a few years after its release in the enemies? No, it wasn't a few years after. It was pretty much like how they released it was that they put it in at like some weird time where it technically counted but didn't count. Like it was like the best way to think about it, it came out in like January 20, I think it was like January 21, but it counted for like the late 2022 fucking thing. I was like, oh, well, I hate you. Yeah, those are the best game awards. Everyone vote for Flabbergasted because Flabbergasted's actually good. It's pretty much just Forged in the Dark, but it's got some heart. Best layout and design. I'm going to fight you on that one a little bit. I like the Blade Runner RPG, don't get me wrong. Layout's a little hard for me to read anyway, because it's very dark. But I'm also fucking blind. Women are werewolves. Yeah, 9th level games has paid somebody off, fun fact. Nolan Locke's exquisite corpse. Less than 50 copies sold. Okay, Liminal Artifact has gotten on its knees. Frontier Scrum. Gold. We've got a gold at least. Rules Light Acid Western. Best layout and design. That'd be really cool, but we only get the PDF for things. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see. Eldritch Overlord. This is just a tarot deck, by the way. This is just a tarot deck. I don't know why this is even here. That's just a tarot deck. Stop that. Darkland. Best monsters and adversaries. Cool. And a project. I've heard of it. Best online Cannibal Halfling Gaming. Elven Tower Blog. IO9 RPG reporting. the gizmo now. I'm tired, Kings. I'm so fucking sad. Oh God, I'm so fucking sad. You have no idea. I've never. Wow, I've never heard of these guys before. Wow, okay. Geographical on. Alright. Into your fantasy tabletop game. Cool. That's neat. It's 5e stuff. It's 5e stuff. Cannibal Halfling Games, the website from 2002. Awesome. It got nominated already, guys. Is it really something that deserves it? I don't know. Maybe we don't belong to be happy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's worried. Bug hunt. Hey, oh, 5e. Don't do it. 5e. Don't do it to me. 5e. Don't do it. Don't. 5e. They just have the suck off 5e award. Cool, I love that. Best podcast. Backwater Bastards. Cool. Welcome, adventure. Greatest best friend story. What's this like? I've never heard of these people before. Something cool? Why don't we just give the award to Critical Role? That's the only one we need to talk about, because Critical Role's the only thing we really need. I've never heard of these guys before. Oh wow. It's Roll 20. Cool. Chaos and How We Roll. Hey, How We Roll podcast. I remember listening to these guys for... That's Carson. Ooh. Again, best production values. Daniel Fox on his knees, sucking cock violently. Just remember that. Carbon Gray, RPG Deluxe box set, on the knees, sucking. These are quite literally just, let's give a company an award. Household. I like Household. Never heard of you guys before. Okay. Alright. We gaming. You guys, the guys who did Outgunned. Okay. Oh, you're the Broken Compass guys. It's cool. I like an interesting little game. Yeah, this is the let's give an award to one of the companies. Here's your participate. I've never really watched Seth. We need more Notepad awards. Check your PMs. I saw. Yeah, so they didn't give award the Critical Role, and your complaint is award is why didn't you give it to Critical Role? It's the only one worth talking about. Like, no, what I'm saying, that was a joke, Noonie. I know jokes are hard, but it's kind of like it's one of those things where it's just like when people talk about what's the best podcast, people are just like it's Critical Role, cool. Review Carbon Gray? No, I haven't gone over Carbon Gray. I never really watched anything from Seth, so we don't really know. If you want me to be mad about things, I would say I'm mad about the fucking Eddies effectively having an award effectively for giving it to a company with a lot of money behind it, especially Andrew McMeals, which is a Garfield game. Yeah, I might have to check out Seth. Because I know there's a lot of crossover apparently between me and him, so can't hurt. Die roleplaying. Die was weird. Best RPG related. What? This has nothing to do with anything. This is just Dragon Packs. This is just an owlbear plush. Why would you get an award for having an owlbear plush? Animated Terra box set. These guys got wait. So it's animated. So is it like one of those moving ones? And TRPG flair. Like, what do you fucking mean by TRPG flair? Let's give Evil Hat another award. We love giving Evil Hat award. Epic Encounters. Oh, Steam. We gotta give Steamforge an award. Of course we gotta give Steamforge. Best rules, baby. Best rules. Trophy RPG 2020, baby. That's what I like to see. I love it when things happen. I have heard nothing good about Hunter the Reckoning 5th edition. I have heard absolutely nothing good about them. So take that with a grain of salt. Highguard is the shipbuilding supplement for Traveler. Rivers of London is BRP. It might be advanced BRP, but it's BRP. Avatar Legends is in fact a PBTA game by Magpie, so we got Magpie an award. If we don't give Magpie an award, what will we do? Honestly, I'd kick that thing. That fuck, smug looking fuck. Yeah, the holographic card. I've seen those before. I like normal cards. Let's see. Drakenhall, City of Monsters. Ooh, what's the best setting? Is there City of Monsters for 13th Age? Wow. Shiver. I still need to go over Shiver. Like, Pelgrim Press is on here twice. Good job, Pelgrim Press. You deserve something. And it's this one again. So it might win because it's for two things. Vason, I've had people talk to me about Vason. People seem to like that one. Vermin 2047. $65. Maybe not. Maybe not. Best supplements. Barkeep on the Borderlands. Incantation. OSR. Oh, it's the wizard supplement. I love 5e. I love 5e. I can't escape 5e. Please let me. Why can't I escape it? Why can't I escape it? Best writing. Grand Macasimo. I do actually have an Osprey case set up. Grand Macasimo is going to be in there. Because I find this one, all of Osprey games are really interesting. Not necessarily for like good reasons. They're getting there for weird reasons. Necrobiotic. This came out last year. Well, I guess talking about games has been going over it, so maybe. Definitely look, why didn't this shit fucking nominated? I like the artwork on this. Very pretty. I like kind of this dark one. I like this. Nice. Huh. Yeah, cool. And the Sword and Serpentine Book of New Jerusalem. Ooh. Wild Sea. I need to go over Wild Sea because people keep telling me about it and I really want to. It's been on a list. Osprey had, oh god. Like, it feels, to answer your question, Derkus, it feels like it's like, oh, and D&D, so it's like the, equally sized so we don't forget you cake. That's what it feels like for them, being like, we can't forget you. Like, Osprey games, because you got, Shadow and, Sigil and Shadow, that's it. You got Sigil and Shadow. Sigil and Shadow is actually very interesting. Because it's effectively budget World of Darkness, but it's not bad. You can kind of morph it to do whatever you want it to do. I'm like, okay, all right. What was the other one we went over? Jackals is real interesting. Jackals has done a lot of stuff as well. Like, that's pretty much like budget RuneQuest in a way. I'm kind of interested to see the other Ospreys and see if they maintain their own thing. But yeah, let's see. Product of the year. If I'm going to be a betting man, this is a betting man. Fabula Ultima will win because it has the most sales. Journeys through Radiant Citadel might win. That's a good bet. I would say my two bets are on Journey and Fabula. Those are my two bets of who will win. I want Flabbergasted to win, but I know Flabbergasted won't. And this is coming from I love you guys to death. Flabbergasted will not win. Unless you really, really started doing some terrible things behind closed doors. Yeah, welcome to the Ennies. I love the Ennies. I love the Ennies. I love the Ennies. I love the Ennies. Free me from this hell.